Nora stretched her whole body, feeling refreshed. She opened her eyes, expecting to see the ceiling of her room. Instead, she saw 3 faces looking down at her. The 2 smaller faces peeked at her from the side of the bed. "Is Mummy finally awake?" Pete whispered. "Shh," Cherry answered in an even quieter voice. "Mummy might just be rolling over. Don't wake her up. She's very scary when she's waking up. One time, she even beat me." Pete clapped both hands over his mouth, his eyes wide. He held his breath so that he wouldn't make any sound that might wake his mother up. Nora rolled her eyes at Cherry and cleared her throat. Her voice was hoarse from disuse over the past 2 days. "Cherry, don't tease your brother," she croaked. "When did I ever beat you?" Cherry gave a loud whoop of laughter and jumped into the bed, where she snuggled in close to Nora. "Mummy, I missed you so much. I was so worried these past 2 days while you were sleeping. I couldn't sleep and I could barely eat." Pete just stared at his sister. "You were so worried that you played video games for 2 days straight," he thought. He didn't say anything, though. He didn't need to. Nora knew her daughter better than that. "Is that so?" she asked. "Then why do I remember hearing, in my sleep, the sound of someone happily playing games the whole time?" Cherry looked at her mother with her large dark eyes, completely unfazed at being called out. "Mummy, playing games is the only thing I've been able to do. And even that wasn't as fun as it usually is. I just turned my worry for you into motivation to beat the other gamers." Pete said nothing. "I've just learned something about my sister," he thought, "and that is that you don't argue with her. Maybe she was a little worried about Mummy not waking up, but she was nowhere near as bad as she's making it sound." Nora was not worried about her daughter's outsized, extroverted personality. Instead, she turned to look at Pete. "I can see the worry in his eyes," she thought. "He's not as good with words as his sister, but I can tell he was really concerned about me. Even though I was sleeping, I can remember him crawling onto the bed a few times and softly touching my face." She smiled at him. "Pete, did you miss Mummy too?" "Mm-hmm," Pete mumbled, looking away. "What was that?" Nora sat up in bed to gently tease her son. "I couldn't tell if you missed me or not." Pete blushed as he tried to stammer a response, but he simply wasn't good at speaking about his feelings. Nora gave a dramatic sigh and threw herself back down in bed. "It looks like my son didn't miss his poor mum. I'm so sad. I should just go back to sleep for a few more days." "No, Mummy," Pete said in panic. "I did. I missed you." She pulled him to her and gave him a big hug. "I missed you too. I even dreamed about you." "Really?" Pete was amazed. "What was I doing in your dream?" "Oh dear," Nora thought. "Now what? My dreams are always messy. It's as if my brain never stops working even when I'm sleeping. And when I wake up, I forget all about my dreams. But Pete is so serious. I can't tell him that I forgot my dream about him. That would crush him." Nora improvised quickly. "I dreamed that you grew up and married a girl and forgot all about me. I was so sad." She gave another dramatic sigh. Pete opened his mouth to protest, but Cherry interrupted before he could say anything. "Mummy, who did Pete marry? Did he marry me? If he did, then our family of 4 can be together forever." Nora's mind spun furiously as she tried to figure out how to get out of the even deeper hole she had dug herself into. Justin saved her. "Cherry, you know that your brother can't marry you." Cherry looked up at him in disappointment. "I know." "Mummy, your dream is fake," Pete said boldly. "I'm not going to marry anybody ever. I'm going to stay with you forever." Nora looked at his sweet expression and felt a rush of love for her serious son. Justin looked back and forth between them and felt an unexpected twinge of jealousy. "What do you mean, Pete?" he asked. "Of course you're going to get married one day. The only one you can live with when you grow up is your spouse and your own children." He gazed at Nora. but she could see that the love in his eyes was tinged with possessiveness. Well, that's somewhat unreasonable, she thought. Why should he feel like he needs to compete with a child, especially his own son? She cleared her throat again. I think it's time I got out of bed then. She drew back the blanket and realized that she was wearing a comfortable nightgown. Before I fainted, I was wearing a red dress, she remembered. And it was covered in blood, but I seem completely clean now. Who changed my clothes? She asked. Daddy did, Cherry said excitedly, and I helped clean you up. Nora blushed. Justin bathed me while I was asleep, she thought. Lily always took care of me when I fell into these deep sleeps while we were overseas. Where is Lily anyway? Has she begun to slack off now that we're back in this country? Nora did not know that at that moment, Lily was also waking up. Lily, however, had slept for a mere 6 hours, before which she had been busy taking care of Quentin. As she groggily began her day, Lily reflected on how busy she had been since coming back to the States and how much simpler life had been overseas. Back in Nora's room, Justin sensed her embarrassment. Don't worry, he said quickly. I didn't look at anything I shouldn't have. Do you think I'm stupid? Nora asked. How could you bathe me if you didn't look? It was Justin's turn to blush. I covered my eyes and I just washed. Nora's face became even redder. He touched me all over my entire body, she thought. She stood up and picked up her phone. I think I should take a shower now, Mr. Hunt. Please go downstairs and have someone prepare some food for me. Justin smiled at her flustered state. Right away. And feel free to take your time with your shower. After all, when I bathed you, I didn't dare scrub too hard. It was more of a sponge bath. Nora hurried into the bathroom without responding. Justin grinned and went downstairs to do her bidding. In the bathroom, Nora sat on the edge of the tub to regain her composure. She had unlocked her phone to check her messages and see if anything noteworthy had happened during the 2 days she had been unconscious. Nora got up to brush her teeth before she showered. She stood over the sink and absent-mindedly brushed with one hand while she scrolled through the messages on her phone with the other. The first message was the DNA report that Lily had sent her. She paused. She felt like she had just ordered the test and was surprised to see the results were already available. I guess I did sleep for almost 3 days, she thought ruefully. She read the report and was pleased that she had been right about the relationship between Tanya and Mia. The top trending news article was about the lawsuit between Tanya and Hillary. As she scanned the article, Nora realized that Tanya and Joel already knew the truth about Mia's parentage. They had made good use of the results. She swiped through the rest of her messages and didn't see anything else that was urgent. Relieved, she put her phone down to focus on her teeth. As she did, she wondered how Quentin was doing. The happy mood she had been in became darker. She knew that Quentin was still in the hospital and would be for some time. He had had so many broken bones that nobody knew whether he would ever be able to walk again. There has to be something I can do to help him, she thought. I'm going to devote some time to researching treatment options. The doctors who practice Western medicine don't seem to have much hope. I'll have to look at it from an alternative perspective. I vaguely remember reading about bone refinement techniques in ancient traditional medicine. It's not something that's been practiced for a long time. I wonder if I can still find that information. She finished brushing her teeth and finally climbed into the shower. Afterward, she chose a black blouse and light-colored jeans to wear. She left her long hair down so it could dry. Feeling fully awake, she made her way downstairs. She was halfway down the stairs when she heard Cherry shout, "Mummy's coming!" Enthusiastic applause erupted from the living room. Confused, she walked into the room. Ian, Joel, Tanya, Warren, Maureen, Louie, Brandon, Mia, Cherry, Pete, and Justin were all sitting there smiling at her. She almost turned around to leave, but decided if the whole family had shown up to support her, she could not flee in shyness. She raised her head and turned to Ian. "Why are you home already?" she asked. "He needs to be in the hospital, hooked up to monitoring equipment so we can catch any problems early," the doctor in her thought angrily. "It's dangerous for him to be at home." He smiled at her, pleased that she had addressed him first. Although they had acknowledged each other as father and daughter, they were still relative strangers. Furthermore, the last time he had seen Nora, even after they had confirmed their familial relationship, he had told her he wanted to die instead of staying around to protect her. He was slightly embarrassed to be the object of her scrutiny, but he said simply, "I'm fine." Nora frowned. "I'm going to eat, then I'm going to the hospital to see Quentin, and you're coming to the hospital with me to get checked over." It wasn't easy to save Quentin's life, she thought. If we're not careful and something happens to Ian, the gains won't make up for the losses. Joel looked at Ian when he heard this. "I've tried to persuade Uncle Ian to go to the hospital many times over the past few days," he thought. "And the stubborn old man has refused every time. But now that his daughter is asking him..." Ian looked like he was going to protest, but then he sighed. "Okay," he said. Joel suppressed a grin as the family followed Nora into the dining room. The dining room table was made to hold a large family and had room for 20 people. Everyone sat down and turned to Nora as a maid placed a single bowl of porridge in front of her. The porridge and the room itself seemed overly warm as Nora sat there. Normally, she could finish a bowl of porridge in a few gulps. Under the weight of all those eyes, however, she could only eat one small spoonful at a time. It took half an hour for her to finish her bowl. Finally, she put her spoon down and looked at those around her. "Why are you all here?" she asked. "Is everyone not busy today?" "It's the weekend," Tanya answered. "Maybe the rest of us don't work either," Joel teased. Nora covered her embarrassment by wiping her lips with a napkin. She glanced at Justin, uncertain what to say. He chuckled and stood up. "All right, everyone, it's time to get going. Nora is feeling awkward that everyone is gathered around watching her." "Awkward?" she thought, blushing at having the truth spoken out loud. "I'll show him awkward." Everyone else stood up as well. "Nora, just let us know if there's anything you need," Warren said. Joel and Tanya shared a glance. "We'll come to the hospital with you and Uncle Ian," Joel said. Louis added, "If you find yourself with too much money and need help spending it, feel free to ask me for help." The family dispersed, and Nora sighed heavily with relief. "Okay," she said, standing up. "Let's go to the hospital." The group took 2 cars to the hospital. When they arrived, Nora first took Ian up to the VIP ward and stayed with him until preliminary tests showed that his organs were all functioning properly. She then made her way to Quentin's ward. She was quiet as they walked along the hall. Joel and Justin both knew that she was thinking hard about something. "Quentin hasn't been complaining or seemingly depressed over the past few days," Joel said, trying to reassure her. Nora nodded, but privately she had her doubts. Just because Quentin hasn't complained doesn't mean he isn't in physical pain, she thought. And there are other types of pain. He's a young man who loves to be in the spotlight. Now he's all alone in the hospital and unable to move. Quentin's condition wasn't completely stable, so he was still in the ICU. As they approached the door to his room, they heard him cry out in a pained voice, "Please, just let me die." Joel looked at Nora in desperation. He really hasn't been complaining, he thought. I thought he was doing well. Why is he suddenly looking for death? They heard Lily's voice as she tried to comfort him. "Don't say that. It would be a pity if someone as handsome as you died. Don't move now. I'll clean your face. Go away. You're just a bully, and I can't even move and do anything about it. I wish I was dead. Tanya looked at Joel. Should we maybe wait a bit? She asked. We don't want to disturb them. Joel nodded, and the four of them moved off to the side. Out of habit and boredom, Nora pulled out her phone. She skimmed through her emails and then opened Black Cat's exclusive internet chats. She hadn't checked Black Cat's platform in a while, and there were many messages waiting. She was surprised to see one from Carl Moore, which she opened immediately. I have something to ask of you, Black Cat. Can you help me steal a DNA sample from someone? Nora reread Carl's message, stunned. The lawsuit involving Joel and Tanya was a trending story online, but none of the articles mentioned Carl's name. He lived a shadowy existence. I know he's involved, Nora thought, but there must be more to it. She responded to his message. I'm currently in New York. It's not convenient. He replied almost instantly. The target is also in New York, as am I. Why don't we meet? Nora ignored the request to meet. Whose DNA do you need? Though Carl Moore was involved in the international underworld and was the leader of the assassin organization, Nora didn't think he was such a bad person. His organization remained politically neutral and had a strict policy against the casual killing of women and children. Carl also abided by his own moral code and was quite a clever person. Over the past 3 years, their collaboration had been fruitful, and Nora considered Carl a friend. She was not opposed to helping him if it wasn't too much trouble on her part. Carl quickly responded. She's a young lady called Tanya. Nora's eyes flicked up to the Tanya standing in front of her in the hospital hallway. It couldn't possibly be the same Tanya, could it? She wondered. Carl's next message confirmed that it was. She's currently living in the Smith residence and is protected there. I have my own crew in New York, but it is difficult to get close to someone in such a powerful family. Nora deliberated before responding, Why do you want her DNA? I think she might be my daughter. What is happening? Nora thought, flabbergasted. Not even a soap opera would have such a twist of events. She would have to think about this. Stand by. She slid her phone casually back into her pocket and regarded Tanya. Tanya noticed Nora looking at her. What's wrong? She asked. Do I have food in my teeth? Or is my zipper undone? Her voice carried in the quiet hospital ward. The voices coming from inside Quentin's room fell silent, and then footsteps approached. Lily opened the door, looking as calm and collected as she always did. Her makeup was perfect, not a hair out of place, and she walked easily in her high heels, even on the tile floor. She smiled to see Quentin's family standing there. Boss, she said, and Miss Tanya, Mr. Hunt, Mr. Smith, it's nice to see all of you. Come in. They entered the room where Quentin lay immobile on the bed. His face was clean now, but there were still cuts and bruises across his cheeks. He sighed despondently when he saw Nora. Little cousin, he said. Can you make Lily go away? Not currently, Nora replied. She's my assistant, but she's also the best surgeon here. Your injuries are very serious. The other doctors can't clean your wounds as carefully as she can. Quentin's multiple wounds needed debridement and disinfection daily, and the bandages covering those wounds needed to be changed often. He sighed heavily and looked away. That's a sad face, Lily pointed out, trying to gently tease him. It's not like I'm going to eat you. I do like looking at your pretty face, though. Quentin turned to Nora. How long until I can walk again? He asked angrily. I'm sick of being harassed by your assistant. Everyone in the room was silent, and Nora had a sudden realization. No one has told him yet, she thought. He doesn't know that he might never walk again. She looked around. Joel deliberately avoided eye contact, and Justin slid a hand into hers in support. Lily opened her mouth to respond, but Nora cut her off. "It might be 6 months," she said. "It might also be a year or 2 years. But don't worry, with my help you will walk again." Quentin responded to the conviction in her voice. "I believe you," he said softly. Those 3 words are going to weigh on me like a rock, she thought. But I'm committed now. He's counting on me. She smiled at him. "So quit worrying then," she said. He smiled back. "But in the meantime," he said, "can you hire a nurse for me? Joel, are we too poor to hire someone else? Why do we need this doctor to take care of me?" Lily responded, "Because at the moment, a nurse couldn't handle the care of all your injuries. It has to be me." She sighed. "What are you worried about? I've already cleaned your body more times than I can count with you unconscious. There's no need to be shy. And don't worry, I won't tell anyone about the mole on your rear end." Quentin's face turned bright red, but as he looked around, he saw his family members trying to hide good-natured smiles. He closed his eyes. "Can someone please cover my face with a blanket?" he asked plaintively. The others chuckled, realizing that his mood had improved. "However," Lily said, "right now I am going to assign a nurse to monitor you for the next few hours." She yawned. "I need to take a break and get some rest." On the way out, she paused in front of Joel and Justin. "Mr. Hunt, Mr. Smith, I know that yesterday you asked me to be ready to run a DNA test on a sample you were going to provide. I waited for several hours and I never got a sample. Tonight, I'm going to get some sleep." Nora turned to them, surprised. "A DNA test?" she asked. "Carl Moore is in New York," Justin explained. "We suspect he might be a blood relative of Tanya's, so we want to test his DNA against hers." "But he has his men guarding him," Joel said with a frown, "and they're very good at their jobs. Our own people are also good, but we weren't able to get close to him, so we didn't get a DNA sample." Nora's brow furrowed as she thought quickly. Lily didn't notice. She yawned again. "Okay, you can all continue discussing this. Call me when you get your samples. Of course, I would prefer that it could take 12 hours or longer. I'll see you later." Her hand was on the doorknob when Nora cleared her throat. Lily," Nora said, "maybe you shouldn't go to sleep just yet." Lily paused with her hand on the doorknob and turned to Nora in disbelief. "What was that, boss?" she asked. "I'll get you your DNA sample right now," Nora replied. Lily just shrugged. "Fine," she said, knowing Nora well enough to not question anything. As Nora stood up, Justin did too. "I'll come with you," he said. Nora thought for a moment and then nodded. "All right." Instead of leaving the room, Nora walked toward Tanya and extended her arms as though to embrace her. Tanya looked at her, confused. "If you want a hug, you can have a hug," she said. "But be careful, or your Mr. Hunt might get jealous." Instead of hugging her, Nora plucked 2 strands of hair from her head. "Ow!" Tanya exclaimed. "Nora, if you want my DNA, next time I'll prick my finger and give you a blood sample. Can you stop pulling out my hair? I'm going to be bald soon." "You're fine. If you go bald, I'll treat your baldness," Nora replied. Nora quickly deposited the 2 strands of hair in a sample bag, and then she and Justin left the hospital. Justin drove while Nora sent a quick message to Carl. "Address?" Carl sent her his hotel's address. "How many days do you need?" The men working with Carl at the hotel saw their boss's text and immediately began taking bets. "I think it will take at least half a day for Black Cat to steal a DNA sample," one said. Do you remember the Burundi operation? Black Cat spent 2 days setting up that assassination. 1 day to get the sample, another countered. That organization in Burundi didn't have much discipline in its ranks. The Smiths aren't much better, but their security system is impressive. I already tried to break through it. Tanya will be difficult to get to. I'm going to say 2 days, said a third. I was assigned to tail one of them when they left their house. Whenever any of them goes out, there are up to 50 bodyguards and security personnel following them, and they're very good at being unobtrusive. This is a tough job. Carl's organization had learned that Ian and Joel always went out with at least 10 bodyguards. Justin took 18, and Nora had 50 assigned to her. 50 bodyguards? Carl asked irritably. I only bring a dozen of you when I go anywhere. Maybe I need to up my game. Boss, one of them pointed out, if you brought 50 people with you, who would be left to do our missions? I'll tell you what this means, Carl said. It means that the best among us is still not good enough. Carl's phone beeped with a message. All right, he said. Let's see how long Black Cat thinks it will take. All of his men watched a strange expression come over Carl's face as he read the message. What's wrong, boss? His second-in-command asked. Does Black Cat need a lot of time? It's going to be tough if it's longer than 4 days, another mercenary said. There's a cost to protecting Hillary in prison. More than 4 days and we might as well just break her out. Does Black Cat think that they can't break through the Smith's security? The second-in-command asked. We all know how strong their security is. Ha! One man said. Black Cat has finally found something they can't handle. As the men all laughed, Carl shook his head. Black Cat said half an hour, he informed them. The room was silent for several seconds before they all started talking at once. You're kidding, right? There's no way. That's got to be fake. Black Cat has overpromised this time. We'll all be laughing at them in half an hour. They all waited and watched the clock. 30 minutes passed quickly. Half an hour later, Carl pulled out his phone to send a message. His phone beeped instead with an incoming text. It's here, he said. Let's head downstairs. His men all stared at him in shock. Close your mouths, all of you, he said. You're going to embarrass us. You're all considered the best in the world at what you do, but you could all take lessons in efficiency from Black Cat. Boss, who is Black Cat? One of the men asked quietly. I mean, this isn't humanly possible, right? Is Black Cat even human? After Black Cat's job in Burundi, assassins around the world had started sharing stories and building the myth around the assassin. Black Cat truly was larger than legend. Carl shook his head in disgust and took his men downstairs. People were coming and going in the crowded lobby, and Carl's men fanned out unobtrusively. Carl took a position in the center of the room. He appeared nonchalant, but he was secretly excited. I'm finally going to see who the legendary Black Cat is, he thought. He was scanning the room when, out of nowhere, a thin figure stumbled toward him, seemingly pushed by someone else. The figure raised their hands as they bumped into Carl. Carl felt a small sting on his head as the person inadvertently scratched him. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, the person said quickly. Carl turned to grab them, but another voice across the room called out, Carl Moore. Carl turned toward the sound of his name. No one approached him, however, and when he turned back, the person who had collided with him was gone. He cursed and took out his phone. He started to type a message to Black Cat, but Black Cat sent him one first. Check the left pocket of your suit. He patted his pocket and pulled out the bag that had appeared there. The bag contained 2 strands of hair. Boss, his second-in-command asked quietly from behind him. What is that? He swallowed hard. That's Tanya's DNA sample. His subordinate shook his head in disbelief. Does that mean the person who bumped into you was Black Cat? Carl gathered his men. "Did any of you see what Black Cat looks like?" he asked. They compared notes, and they realized that although they had all seen the person that ran into Carl, none of them could describe the person. They had been wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, and had also moved quickly. They weren't even certain if the person was a man or a woman. Carl couldn't believe his ears. "Check the surveillance cameras," he snapped. One of the men already had a computer open and was hacking into the hotel's camera system. "No good," he said. "Black Cat is meticulous. The security footage has already been deleted." Carl pursed his lips, took out his phone, and sent a message to Black Cat. "Since you're already here, why don't we meet?" Black Cat did not reply. Carl didn't know whether to be angry or astonished. "Forget it," he said. "Let's get this sample to the lab." "Boss," his second-in-command said, "can we be certain this is Tanya's hair?" "Of course it is," Carl replied. "When has Black Cat ever made a mistake?" Justin was waiting at the back door of the hotel. Nora quickly jumped into his car. She pulled off her hat, sunglasses, and mask. The hair she had tucked up inside her cap fell down around her face. She looked in the mirror as she straightened her hair with her hands. "Done," she said. She lifted a bag containing a few short hairs. "Carl's definitely suffering from male pattern baldness. I tried to grab a bunch of hair, but I could only get a few strands." Justin felt his scalp prickle in sympathy. "Thank goodness I don't need to do any more DNA tests," he thought. He turned onto the highway that would take them back to the hospital. "How did you get him to come downstairs?" he asked. Nora just lifted one eyebrow as she looked at him. "That's a secret." "Forget it," Justin thought. "She has so many aliases, nothing she does surprises me anymore." They arrived at the hospital and headed back to Quentin's ward. Just as they were about to enter his room, they heard him talking about the martial arts tournament. "They really won?" he asked Joel. "I thought that without me, third in the world wouldn't stand a chance. I asked Lily, but she didn't know anything." Joel had been busy fighting the lawsuit the past few days and had not had a chance to visit Quentin before that day. No one else who had visited Quentin had followed the tournament, so he hadn't been able to find out the results until just now. "But didn't the competition rules say that there has to be 3 people?" Quentin continued. "Did Irvin's senior student join our team? Is that how we won?" Joel looked at Quentin and tried not to laugh at his naivete. "Not many people know that Justin is Irvin's senior student," he thought, "but I do." "Yes," he said carefully. "Irvin's senior student competed too." "Irvin's senior student and Quinn's senior student competing together, and I missed it," Quentin exclaimed. "But I thought the 2 senior students didn't get along. Quinn's senior student said that she's not compatible with Irvin's senior student." Whether they're compatible or not, Joel thought, they've already produced 2 children together. Outside the door, Nora turned to Justin. "That's right," she said. "Irvin's senior student. I was so focused on revenge that I almost forgot about that," she thought. "He deceived me so badly. How many times did I criticize Irvin's senior student in front of him, and he never said a word? How he must have been laughing inside." She sneered and lifted her arms into a defensive ready position. "So, senior student, we've been both rivals and friends a long time. Why don't we go find a place to spar?" He gave her his most endearing smile. "I think the DNA test is a bit more urgent, don't you?" She nodded, suddenly serious. "You're right." Justin breathed a sigh of relief. Nora stepped into Quentin's room and tossed the bagged sample to Lily. "I'll expect results in 3 hours," she said. Then she turned around, grabbed Justin's tie, and pulled him toward the elevators. Stunned, Justin followed meekly. "She's so confusing when she's dominant like this," he thought as they rode the elevator down. "I don't know whether to laugh or be worried." In the basement, Nora dragged him to an empty hallway. She turned to face him with tight fists and dropped into a ready stance. "Come on," she said, "and don't you dare take it easy on me. Master Quinn can't stop talking about Irvin's senior student. Let's see how powerful he really is." "Do I fight or not?" Justin thought in mild panic. Why does she have to make things difficult? After Carl had personally delivered Tanya's hair to the lab, he left his men there to wait for the results while he returned to the hotel. Jill was waiting for him as he walked into the hotel. His eyes narrowed. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "When are you going to save Hillary?" she demanded. "It's been a day and she's still in prison." "In due time," he replied. "I've already made arrangements and they don't concern you." He walked toward his room, but she followed. "You've already let me down once already. You slept with me years ago and then walked away. I had to marry someone else while I was pregnant with your child. I'm not asking for much. Just save my daughter and get her somewhere with no extradition laws." "I know what you're asking for," he said as he unlocked his room door. "It's time for you to leave." "No." She pushed into his hotel room and stationed herself on the couch. "I'm going to stay right here and watch you make the arrangements for my daughter's rescue. I'm not leaving until she's safe." Carl shook his head and ignored her presence while he made calls to his men and took care of business. Jill's anxiety rose the longer she watched him work. She stormed over to him and ripped the papers he was holding out of his hands. "Your daughter has been imprisoned for a day. The Smiths and the Hunts have done this to her, and you just sit there. How can you bear it? Is your job more important to you than your own daughter is? All these years and you've never done anything as a father. You owe her. You owe it to her to get her out of prison as quickly as possible." Carl glared at her, but his phone rang before he could respond. He answered it. "Yes," he said curtly. His second-in-command's voice came through from the other end. "Boss, the test is done." "And what are the results?" "It's a 99% match. You and Tanya are father and daughter." Carl's jaw tensed up and his grip on his phone tightened. He must have misheard. He kept his emotions under control and asked again. "What did you say?" "Boss, Tanya Turner is your real daughter," his subordinate said. "Hillary Jones isn't your daughter at all. She's a sadistic woman who stole your real daughter's child. While I was investigating, I looked into Tanya's background. She suffered a lot during those 5 years in Switzerland. After she lost her child, she suffered a mental breakdown and was almost sent to a psychiatric institution. Later, someone even framed her and broke her leg. When I looked into it, I found out that that was also Hillary's doing. Fortunately, Tanya met an ingenious doctor who fixed her leg for her. And as you must already know from the court hearing, it was Hillary who was behind Tanya's breakup with Mr. Smith back then. She sowed discord between the two of them to separate them. I also found out that everyone knows that Tanya is Jill's daughter. She was Jill's extra baggage when she married into the Jones family, and the Joneses have always treated Tanya like she was some kind of servant." His associate paused, cleared his throat, and went on. "Since she entered junior high, Tanya worked part-time to earn money for her tuition fees for school and later for college. It seems that Jill has never given her any money for living expenses." The more his subordinate spoke, the graver Carl's face became. In truth, since Jill had told him that Hillary was his daughter, he had been experiencing an internal struggle. After all, no one wanted their daughter to be a kidnapper who had stolen someone else's child. But for someone like him, who couldn't ever have any more children, a daughter wasn't easy to walk away from, no matter what she had done. When he had instructed his men to look into Tanya, he hadn't really held out much hope. He had merely found Jill's behavior a little fishy. Even though he was the leader of a group of assassins, Carl gave people the impression that he was a very simple and naive man, as if he were very gullible. He used to seem like nothing more than a foolish, small-time gangster. But if he were really that stupid, how could he possibly have become the leader of the assassin organization? The instant he heard the news, Carl was thankful that his daughter was not a woman who had done all sorts of wicked and malicious deeds. However, at the same time, he felt an acute sense of guilt surge up in him. His daughter had lived such a hard life. Even worse, he had actually been an accomplice to someone trying to take her child away from her, just as her life had been improving. He was so overcome with self-loathing and wanted to hit himself. He shook his head to clear it and then turned to look at Jill. The look in his eyes was fierce and vicious, and Jill felt cold all over. Her confrontational words suddenly became stuck in her throat, and she stammered, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Carl scowled. "I'm just getting a good look at the person who had the guts to deceive me into hurting my own daughter." Jill's eyes grew wide and she took a huge step back. Unable to meet his gaze anymore, she looked away and asked, "What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying." "In that case, let me explain everything to you properly." He started to walk slowly toward her. "The hair you plucked when you were at court was Tanya Turner's hair, wasn't it?" Jill hurriedly denied it. "No, it wasn't." Seeing that she was still lying even after she had been discovered, disappointment flashed across Carl's face. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I have already done another DNA test for Tanya and me." Those words stunned Jill. She looked at Carl in disbelief. His perceptiveness had taken her by surprise. Satisfied that she had finally shut up, Carl asked coldly, "What do you have to say now?" Realizing that she couldn't continue to hide it from him anymore, Jill took another 2 steps back to put some distance between herself and him. Then she looked at him in cold fury and said, "So what if Tanya's your daughter? I'm the one who gave birth to her. I gave you a daughter, so you owe me. You have to save my other daughter's life." Carl took 2 steps forward until he was inches from her face. She shrank back in fear. He was an intimidating man, and even more so when he was seething mad. She closed her eyes and cowered. After a moment, she cracked open an eyelid and saw that he had seated himself on the couch. He had one leg crossed over the other and was fiddling with a gun. Jill's legs instantly turned into jelly when he pointed the icy-cold muzzle at her. In that instant, the man in front of her suddenly seemed big and tall. It was as if even the air around him had changed. He had transformed from a simple and naive nouveau riche into a cold and unfeeling underworld boss. Jill swallowed dryly. Since the moment she had run into Carl while taking Hillary to the airport, the man had shown her nothing but kindness. It had made her think that he was the same man he had been over 20 years ago, back when he had just been a petty gangster on the streets. That was why she had kept making various demands of him, and even spoken as if she was giving him orders when she had asked him to save her daughter. It wasn't until then that Jill finally realized, in shock, that he was a man who could even bend the Smiths and the Hunts to his will. He was not someone whom she could manipulate as and when she wanted. He was not at all as stupid as she had assumed. She was so frightened that she shook all over. Her lips trembled as she said, You can't kill me." Carl shrugged. "Why can't I kill you?" Because... She suddenly thought of something. "Because I'm Tanya's mother. I gave birth to her. I brought her up. Whatever else I've done, you can't deny that. I gave Tanya her life." Carl got up. He stared at her and ordered, "Get lost." A frightened Jill leapt up and scrambled toward the door. She staggered on weak legs, afraid that in the next second Carl would change his mind and kill her. Elsewhere, in prison, it was the prisoners' recreation time, and all the inmates were out in the yard. Hillary was sitting on one of the benches when someone came up to her. She smiled hesitantly at the newcomer. "Did Carl Moore send you to take care of me?" The woman flexed her wrists, and the corners of her lips curled up into a strange smile. "Uh-huh. Boss asked me to take good care of you." Hillary didn't sense that anything was amiss, even when she heard what the other woman said. Although she had been very scared when she had first entered prison, she had soon discovered that she was receiving slightly better treatment than the other inmates. There had been several times when someone had tried to make things difficult for her, but someone else had always fended them off for her. Later, Jill had visited her and informed her of some of the goings-on outside the prison. She had said that Carl would save her and told her not to worry. As a result, Hillary's mind had been completely put at ease. When she heard what the other woman said, she stretched out her leg and said, "Give me a leg massage. The beds here are too hard. I didn't sleep well last night. I'm so stiff." The other prisoner looked down at the extended leg and slowly squatted down. "Sure." She bent over and held Hillary's leg. Before the prisoner had applied any force yet, Hillary ordered, "By the way, pass my dad a message and tell him to send me some bedding and stuff like that. Oh, and skincare products too. I didn't have any moisturizer after I washed my face today. My skin is really dry." She had only just said that when she suddenly felt a deep pain in her leg. Her mouth dropped open and she was about to yell when someone clamped a hand over it. Hillary's eyes widened. The prisoner, viciously kneading her leg, raised her head and gave her a smile. Then she pressed down harder. Hillary was in so much pain that she broke out in a cold sweat, but the woman kept going, exerting tremendous force up and down her thighs and calves. By the time recreation time ended, Hillary had been taught a good lesson. Upon returning to her cell, she immediately sat down on the edge of her bunk and pulled up her pant legs to take a look. Her legs were covered in fresh, ugly bruises, and some places were starting to swell up. The tears that she had been suppressing began to roll down her cheeks. A guard appeared outside the door. She hurriedly pulled down her pant legs to cover the bruises. The guard saw them but didn't appear to care. She said impassively, "You have a visitor." Hillary stood up at once. She followed the guard to a private visitor's room, and she saw a pathetic-looking Jill waiting for her. As soon as the guard had shut the door, Hillary rushed over and hugged Jill. "Mom, you're finally here. You wouldn't believe what it's like. You have to tell Carl that the people he sent to protect me are bullying me." Her eyes filled with hatred. "Make him take revenge for me and have them killed." Jill's eyes watered when she heard her. "I know it's tough on you, Hillary, but there's nothing we can do at the moment." Hillary paused, frowning. It was then that she noticed that Jill's eyes were red and swollen. Stunned, she asked, "What's going on?" Jill didn't answer. She only hugged Hillary and wept bitterly. When the guard returned to inform them that their time was up, Hillary tried to hold on to Jill and pleaded, Mum, you have to get me out of here. I'll die if you don't. I really will die." As per the public's wishes, Hillary had been sentenced to life imprisonment. As the guard separated her from her mother, she thought of how she was going to be in jail for the rest of her life, and she felt acute despair swallow her up. Jill clenched her fists tightly as she watched her crying daughter being led away. "No," she thought determinedly. "I can't let my daughter spend the rest of her life like this." At the Smiths' residence, Tanya was playing with Mia. Nora was lounging on one couch, and Joel and Justin were sitting on the one opposite. Cherry, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, was playing games on her cell phone. Pete watched Mia and Cherry. For once, he wasn't doing math tournament drills. To all appearances, they seemed like nothing more than a happy family, spending some time together. In reality, they were tensely waiting for the results of Lily's final DNA test. Suddenly, the butler entered the room. He looked a little embarrassed as he announced, "Sir, Mr. Samuel Smith is here." Samuel Smith was Ian's third uncle, who lived in the Smiths' ancestral home. He was also the one who had previously spoken up for Yvonne. He had helped her to make a scene at the hospital, although it was to no avail. When Yvonne was arrested, he had left. Joel raised his brows and wondered, what's he here for this time? He didn't like it, but it wouldn't have looked good to refuse an older family member entry, so he said dispassionately, "Let him in." The butler nodded. A moment later, Samuel came in with a woman who looked about 40 to 50 years old. Joel glanced at the two of them. Then he lowered his gaze and said, "Granduncle Samuel, Grandaunt Sue." Sue had married into the family after Samuel's first wife had passed away. There was a shrewd look in her eyes. She gave Joel a vivacious smile and said, "Joel, we haven't seen each other for so long. I heard that there was some trouble at home, so Samuel and I rushed over to pay you a visit." Samuel let out a cold laugh. Sue prodded his arm, silencing him. Justin subtly gestured at the butler to take the children upstairs to play. He didn't like letting people he didn't know see his children. Sue looked at the two women sitting on the couch together and went forward. She grasped Nora's hand enthusiastically and said, "Well, you must be Nora. You're a typical Smith and pretty as a picture. I hear you're engaged to Mr. Hunt." She looked at Justin cheerfully. Justin, who was unaware of all the inner workings of the family, nodded politely at her. Before Nora could say anything, Sue took a bangle off her wrist and stuffed it into Nora's hand. "I'm afraid I don't have much to offer you, but here, take this bangle as a token of my regard." Nora narrowed her eyes slightly and held the bangle out toward her. "I can't accept this. It's too expensive a gift." "Of course it isn't," Sue dismissed. "What's so valuable about this old thing? Trust me, I have a distant relative in the antique business." She went on, "Nora, I know there was a bit of a misunderstanding between you and Samuel before, but we're all Smiths here. We're all connected to one another no matter what happens. You won't hold it against him, will you?" Nora was silent for a moment, unsure how to respond to such a request. She cleared her throat and was about to reply when Sue turned to Tanya. The humility left Sue's face, and she said with a smile, "You must be Mia's mum, the one who was caught up in all that drama recently." Tanya nodded. "Yes." "Tanya, right? I met you once before when you were just a child," said Sue enthusiastically. She took Tanya's hand and said, "I was visiting the Joneses at the time. When you were pouring us water, you accidentally broke the glasses, so your mum punished you by making you sit in the corner. You were only 5 then. You were so small and looked so pitiful kneeling there." Her words were rather discomfiting. However, what she said next was even worse. "Who would have thought that one day you would turn into Cinderella by having a child with Joel? That turned your fortunes around, didn't it?" Everyone in the room could hear the disdain hidden in Sue's words. What did she mean by calling Tanya Cinderella? How could she imply that Tanya's status had only risen as a result of having a child with Joel? She was clearly suggesting that Tanya had been a nobody before she had become Mia's mother. Furthermore, what kind of person brought up humiliating events from someone's childhood in front of other people? The look in Nora's eyes turned cold, and she threw the bangle onto the coffee table, producing a sharp clang. However, Sue appeared not to notice. She continued, "Joel, I heard that the two of you started dating in junior high and broke up when you graduated from college. How lucky that the two of you got back together after 5 whole years of separation, and you get to hold your daughter in your arms again. And Tanya, you must enjoy living in such a big house." Tanya glared up at Sue. She wanted to pull her hand out of the woman's grip, but Sue kept holding it tightly. "People mustn't forget their roots," Sue advised. "It was the Joneses who fed you and raised you for all those years. Now that you have married into a rich family, you really ought to repay their kindness, don't you think? You wouldn't want anyone to think you're ungrateful, would you?" Tanya narrowed her eyes frostily. "I'm afraid I don't quite follow you, Mrs. Smith." Joel got up abruptly. He was still smiling, but it was a cold and empty expression. And he said, "Tanya, why don't you go upstairs and check on the children? I think I can hear Mia calling for you." Then he looked at Sue and said, "Grandaunt Sue, you visit us so rarely. If you have something to say, why don't you speak with me instead?" Tanya breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to argue with the older generation of Joel's family. She stood up and got ready to go upstairs. However, before she could go, Samuel let out a disapproving huff, looked at Joel, and said, "What's the problem, Joel? Is your grandaunt not allowed to chastise your girlfriend even a little?" Joel's phony smile vanished. "Granduncle Samuel, I'm afraid I haven't made the proper introductions yet, but Tanya is my fiancée." The only reason Samuel and Sue had the audacity to be so rude was that they believed that Tanya was only a temporary fixture in their family. Joel found Samuel very annoying and bothersome, but unfortunately, Samuel was the oldest member of the family, so Joel couldn't casually refuse him an audience or send him away. Samuel laughed and said, "Joel, you must be kidding. Huh? What gives her the right to be a Smith? I already disapproved of your engagement to Hillary Jones. The Joneses are just a small family of nobodies. None of them could possibly be worthy of you. The mere mention of it is an embarrassment. When you broke off your engagement with her, I considered introducing you to someone more suitable to ensure that you didn't make the same mistake twice. But I never expected you would find yourself a woman with an even worse background. At least Hillary was a legitimate daughter, but what about this one? She's just the fatherless child that Jill woman brought with her when she married into the family. Everyone knows that the Joneses have never liked her. Even her own mother loathes her. How could someone so undesirable be a Smith?" Sue echoed him and said, "He's right, Joel. Don't let her manipulate you into doing something foolish and impulsive. If you marry her, you'll be a joke to everyone worth knowing in New York. I'm saying this for your own good. No one will care if you keep her as your mistress and have some fun with her. But you have to be careful about who you give your surname to. I know someone else you might be interested in. She's a lovely girl with good character and excellent standing. Why don't I introduce the two of you?" Hearing how they crossed the line further and further with their outrageous words, Joel said curtly, "I haven't reached the point where I need other people to dictate who I should get married to. Besides, Uncle Ian has already approved of Tanya." Ian held great authority among the Smiths. Even Samuel didn't dare to behave obnoxiously in front of Ian, despite being older than him. However, Samuel sneered and said, "I'm only offering a little insight and advice, yet you say that I'm dictating what you should be doing? Do you have any idea that word has already spread throughout New York's elite that you've gone out of your mind because of a woman? You're already defying Carl Moore. If being a hero is what you want, then by all means go ahead. But why must you put the Smiths at stake? You may not be afraid of the backlash, but we are." Sue nodded emphatically. "He's right, Joel. However, our focus right now isn't on who you're going to marry. After all, it's not set in stone yet. I came here today to persuade you to reconcile with the Joneses." She looked at Tanya and said, "Hillary stole your child and deceived Joel. There's no doubt that she made a mistake there. But Jill is still your mother, no matter what. Surely you can't disregard your own mother. You and Hillary are technically sisters. Rather than making a public spectacle of yourselves, why not let the whole thing pass? If you forgive Hillary, our two families can reconcile. Let Joel do something about it and have her acquitted. That way, you won't look like a fool anymore. Don't you think I'm right?" Tanya stared at her. "Mrs. Smith, I will never forgive a woman who stole my child, so I would advise you not to bother persuading us any further. If you can't manage that, you can't hold it against me if I don't show you any courtesy." Sue curled her lips in a disdainful smirk. However, she took a step forward and held Tanya's hand again. "You silly girl," she said. "I'm not doing this for the Joneses. I'm doing this for you. Think about it. You have no notable background, so how are you going to gain a foothold in the Smiths? No matter how awful the Joneses are, you can still claim them as your family. If you fall out with them, you won't have any kind of family at all. How do you expect to marry Joel if you have no familial support? It simply won't happen. You know that I'm right." Sue's words filled Tanya with fury and shame. To be honest, she was a nobody compared to Joel. The Smiths' high status was clear for all to see. Moreover, she was already way past the point in her life when love eclipsed all. If someone had said such a thing back in her youth, she would have said, "So what if I don't have a good background? Joel and I are in love with each other." However, the 5 years she had spent living abroad had given her a strong taste of what life really was like. She had come to understand that one's birth and family background were indeed hurdles in life. Some people were born at the top of the pyramid, but she existed somewhere much closer to the base. Consequently, it didn't really matter what she did because she could never hold a candle to them. She clenched her fists tightly, and her face flushed with shame. Nora couldn't make herself listen to the abuse anymore. She looked up and asked in a low voice, "Who says she doesn't have any support?" Sue looked at her. She didn't want to offend Nora. After all, she was Ian's daughter. The entire family knew just how protective Ian was of his own. If Sue dared to so much as look at Nora the wrong way, Ian would surely come after them. However, Sue still smiled disdainfully. Underneath it all, Nora was just a girl raised in a small household in a small town in California. She could be as arrogant as she liked, but she had no real foundation and no cultivation. With a big smile, she asked, "Oh, so Tanya belongs to a respectable family after all? Why wasn't I informed of this?" Tanya was at a loss for words, so Nora glanced at Justin. Justin caught the hint and got up at once. "Mrs. Smith, Tanya is my younger god-sister." Nora coughed pointedly and corrected, "She's your elder god-sister." Tanya was a year older than Nora. Justin hesitated and then said, "Well, yes. Therefore, the Hunts are her family." Sue narrowed her eyes at once. She smiled awkwardly and said, Miss Turner sure is pretty skilled at worming her way into families." However, with Justin standing there, she didn't dare say anything else. At that moment, the butler came into the room again. This time, he had a solemn look on his face. Upon entering, he told Joel, "Sir, Carl Moore is here again. Joel was taken aback. He exchanged a fleeting look with Justin. In that instant, both men realized why Carl had come, even though Lily's test results hadn't come back yet. Carl had expedited the DNA test, so the lab had completed it in 3 hours for him. On the other hand, after Nora had retrieved Carl's hair samples, she had gone to the hospital to pass them to Lily, who had then gone to the relevant departments to use their equipment. Consequently, the results of her tests were delayed by an hour. The implication of his arrival here was clear. Tanya was Carl's daughter. If she wasn't, he wouldn't have come out to the Smiths' house. He would have just gone to get Hillary out of jail instead. Therefore, Joel was quite relaxed when he said, "Invite him into the house." The butler nodded and left. However, he didn't expect Samuel to suddenly latch onto this. He looked straight at Joel and said, "Do you see that? He's here again. He must be here because of the Joneses. If you ask me, you shouldn't have offended someone like him." Sue agreed. This is so scary. Gangsters like him don't give two hoots about anything and can be very unreasonable. We Smiths obey the rules and do business legitimately. We can't become entangled with people like him. Joel, you have to think this through carefully. Are you really going to antagonize him at the cost of our family? Joel scoffed. Perhaps Carl is here to make peace. Don't be ridiculous, you must be out of your mind, Samuel angrily rebuked. Why would someone like him bow down to you? He's here to settle the score with you. You'd better hurry up and think about what you're going to say to him. Then Samuel looked at Tanya earnestly and said, "And you? Even if you're not Joel's wife yet, you're still his partner. Can't you see how much trouble you're causing everyone? You must be more sensible." Sue nodded. "Miss Turner, you're still young. I'm sure you feel like you have to get even with them, but by doing so, you're putting the family at so much risk. There are a lot of people waiting to see you make a fool out of yourself. You must talk some sense into Joel. I don't think the Joneses even want the child anymore, so why not just have the two families reconcile and be done with it?" However, Tanya's thoughts were on other matters. She stared at the doorway with a mixture of feelings. She had a vague inkling as to why Carl had suddenly come by. She had already considered the possibility when Lily had decided to redo the DNA test. But is he really my father? She wondered. If he is, do I want to acknowledge him as such? She was so busy thinking about this that she didn't hear Samuel and Sue going on and on. Just then, Carl, accompanied by 3 of his men, strode through the doorway into the living room. As he entered, his gaze landed with excitement on Tanya. His voice was even trembling a little as he said, "You must be Tanya, is that right?" Joel stepped in front of Tanya and told Carl unceremoniously, "Mr. Murr, may I know what you're here for?" He spoke aggressively, which shocked Samuel. Samuel grabbed his arm and said, "Mr. Murr, my apologies. Joel is still young and ignorant. You must be here to propose a reconciliation." Carl was a little displeased that Joel was blocking his view of Tanya. But he didn't want to alienate the man that Tanya loved, so he replied as politely as he could, "I'm here to talk to Tanya." Samuel gave him an obsequious smile. "Yes, that's right. We mustn't be impulsive. Let's all sit down and talk it out together." He glanced at Sue. Sue got the hint. She grabbed Tanya's wrist, lowered her voice, and said, "Miss Turner, as long as you're not completely stupid, you know what to do, don't you?" Tanya frowned. "What?" Sue said, "The real reason I'm here is because your mother came to me and asked me to talk to you. I believe that once you give in, the Joneses will owe you one and support you in the future, in which case it would be possible for you to marry Joel. But if you insist on falling out with the Joneses and forcing the Smiths to upset Mr. Murr, then I'm afraid you can forget about ever marrying into the Smiths. You must have a good talk with Mr. Murr. Try to meet all of his demands. He is an influential figure that someone like you cannot afford to offend." An influential figure, Tanya wondered. What does she mean by that? Tanya looked at Carl. She had never been afraid of influential people. After all, Carl was only one thing to her at the moment, the man who had tried to help someone take her child away from her. When Sue saw that Tanya wasn't saying anything, she went on, "You'd best not do anything stupid. I'll tell you this, Joel is willing to stand up for you today because he's still in love with you for now. Once he gets bored of you, he can easily push you out and make you suffer. Do you know what I mean?" Tanya lowered her gaze and replied icily, "Yeah." Then she got up, walked around Sue, stood right next to Joel, and looked at Carl. She said very coldly, "I have nothing to say to you." Anger filled her the moment she thought of how Carl had forced them to go to court with Hillary. Sue was appalled. She and Samuel looked at each other and hastily got to their feet to intervene. Sue grabbed Tanya's arm and chastised her. "Young lady, mind how you speak." Samuel hurriedly explained to Carl, "Don't take this the wrong way, Mr. Moore. She is from a small family, so she doesn't know how to conduct herself properly. Rest assured that her attitude is not representative of the Smiths. After all, she's not Joel's wife yet." He then looked at Tanya and reprimanded her loudly. "You will watch your attitude when you're speaking to Mr. Moore. Hurry up and apologize." Joel's eyes turned cold. However, when he saw that Carl's expression had also darkened, he thought for a moment and decided not to say anything. Tanya would be living with the Smiths for the foreseeable future. If Carl unleashed his wrath, perhaps he would be able to intimidate these two busybodies into keeping their mouths shut. Samuel interpreted Carl's silence as tacit approval. Thus, his voice became even louder as he continued to reprimand Tanya. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Aren't you listening? I said hurry up and apologize." Tanya murmured darkly, "He doesn't deserve my apology." Her words horrified Samuel even further. He looked back at Carl, and sure enough, he saw anger on Carl's face. Misunderstanding the situation, he hastily scolded Tanya again. "What on earth's the matter with you? If you don't apologize this instant, you can forget about ever marrying into the Smiths." Then he turned to Carl. "Mr. Murr, please don't be mistaken." Next to him, Sue interrupted. "Mr. Murr, don't be angry. The girl has been foolish, awkward, foul-mouthed, and short-sighted since she was a child. She never had a father to keep her in line, you see. She had an extremely poor upbringing." As soon as she said that, she heard a click. The next moment, a dark object was pointed directly at her head. In a moment of confusion, Sue slowly turned her head to see a pitch-black hole aimed at her face. When she realized what it was, her legs went limp, and she almost fell straight to the floor. She was so terrified that she began to shake all over. She pointed at Tanya and said weakly, "Mr. Murr, you're pointing that at the wrong person. Tanya is over there." Carl's gaze, however, was fixed unwaveringly on her. This rude woman had had the guts to mock his daughter when he was standing right in front of her. He thought of all the things that his men had found out about Tanya. His daughter had suffered so much over the years. The mere thought of it made his heart ache terribly. He asked coldly, "Did you just say that she doesn't have a father?" Sue nodded. Yes, that's right. She's Jill's daughter from a previous relationship to her marriage into the Joneses. Everyone knows that. I even heard that Jill's ex-lover was some small-time gangster. With a gangster for a father, she must be rotten through and through. As soon as the words left her mouth, she heard a bang. The gunshot rang out right beside Sue's ear, making her jump in shock and fright. When she recovered, she saw that the gun was aimed at the floor, and there was a bullet hole in the Smith's marble flooring right next to her foot. Her legs turned into jelly, and she collapsed to the floor. Carl blew at the muzzle to dissipate the smoke rising out of it. Then, as if nothing noteworthy had happened, he said, "Sorry, it went off accidentally." Dumbfounded, Sue nodded obediently. But before she could say anything, Carl lifted the gun and pointed the pitch-black hole at her again. His voice seemed like it was coming from somewhere far away, yet also as though he were speaking directly into her ear. He said, "Hearing you insult me like that doesn't make me very happy. How am I a small-time gangster? How is my daughter rotten through and through?" Sue gawped up at him, open-mouthed. Samuel, who was also scared witless beside her, was equally baffled. The two were utterly confused about what was going on, but Tanya's voice rang out, "I am not your daughter." Carl immediately stopped paying attention to Sue, yet he didn't move his hand either, so the gun remained pointed at her, making her afraid to move. With a note of panic, Carl said, "Tanya, I know now that I was in the wrong. Jill tricked me. She told me that Hillary was my daughter. That's why I helped her to take your child. I thought I was doing right by my family." Things were becoming no clearer to Samuel and Sue. The two of them felt that they might have begun to mishear things. Samuel swallowed and asked nervously, "Mr. Moore, what do you mean?" Carl, who was very troubled that his daughter was refusing to acknowledge him, snapped angrily, "I'm saying that Tanya is my daughter, and I will not tolerate anyone who dares to bully and insult her." Samuel stared at him in abject horror. When Sue heard the words, "I will not tolerate," and saw the muzzle again, her eyes suddenly rolled up in fright and she passed out, sprawling limply on the floor. However, no one was paying any attention to her at that moment. Carl was anxious to establish a relationship with his daughter, but Tanya had a complicated look on her face. It was obvious that she couldn't accept him right away. While the two were looking at each other, the butler came in again. With a rather concerned look on his countenance, he addressed Tanya. "Miss Turner, Mrs. Jones is here. She's at the front gate and insisting that you go out and speak to her." Tanya frowned. She cast a final glance at Carl before she turned and went out. The moment she came to the manor's gates, she saw Jill standing outside with a group of reporters. Jill was holding a dagger to her own neck. As soon as Tanya appeared, she yelled, "Tanya, drop the charges against Hillary and get her out of jail." Her gaze was hard as ice. "We may have severed our ties, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm your mother. My blood flows through your veins. If you refuse to save Hillary, I'll kill myself right in front of you. Everyone is watching. If you drive your own mother to kill herself, you won't know another moment's peace for the rest of your life." As soon as she said that, a frisson of excitement and agitation passed through the reporters, and they rushed forward with their cameras and pointed their microphones at Tanya, clamoring for a response, and demanding to know her decision and how she would feel if Jill carried out her threat. Among the reporters were members of the public live streaming the situation with their phones. With a phone in his hand, one man said to his live stream audience, "I heard that Tanya's mother has treated her badly ever since she was a child, but ultimately she is still her mother. She gave Tanya life. Surely the fact that she raised Tanya is enough to sway her." People were commenting actively in the live stream. "This is blackmail. Isn't anyone going to stop this? Where are the police? She doesn't need family like that. Why should she forgive them? What a horrific mother. But if Tanya doesn't stop her, she'll feel responsible for her death. How could she live with that? What choice does she have? She can't just watch her mother die in front of her." Even without looking at the comments, Jill seemed to know what people were saying. She brought the dagger even closer to her neck. A journalist stepped forward to stop her, but she shouted, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill myself." Her words stopped the journalist in his tracks. Tanya looked at Jill. "Would you look at that?" she thought numbly. "That's my mother, willing to threaten her own life for the sake of her other daughter." Tanya closed her eyes. She felt like a cornered animal, forced into the most desperate of situations. What could she do? In the midst of her despair, Carl and Nora came out of the manor. Nora looked at the situation unfolding in front of her and frowned. She then looked at Jill in confusion. In the past, she had only heard Tanya talk about how biased her mother was, but she had never witnessed it with her own eyes. But, at that moment, she became furious when she saw Jill's actions. She frowned and suddenly walked around Tanya, heading directly toward Jill. Jill stared at her. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll cut myself." Nora's tone was very calm as she asked, "Do you really want to die? If you do, let me give you some advice. If you want to cut your throat, you must remember to aim it at the large artery. Otherwise, it will take longer to die, and you'll probably feel very uncomfortable." Jill was taken aback. "What?" Nora stopped and didn't move forward. She turned around and looked at Joel, who was standing at the door. She called, "Joel, please bring my medical bag over." Then she smiled at Jill. "I'm sorry, but you should know who I am. I'm a surgeon. After you slit your throat, I'm confident that I will be able to save you. Of course, I don't have any anesthetic here. To stop the bleeding, I'll have to close the wound directly with stitches. You'll have to endure the pain of the needle passing through your neck, but I'm very fast. It shouldn't take more than half an hour or so." After saying that, Nora smiled again. "Although the medical equipment I have on hand is still just for first aid, so I can't guarantee there won't be any scars. But you won't have to worry. You may be scarred, but you'll live." After saying that, Nora let it sink in. After a few moments, she looked at Jill seriously. "Mrs. Jones, may I ask when you plan to make your move? I'd like to be ready." Jill stared at Nora with fear. Moreover, Nora's voice had grown low and cold. It held no trace of compassion. Her words had been conveyed like she was telling a ghost story. It scared Jill so much that she shouted, You're a lunatic." Nora raised her eyebrows but stayed quiet. The reporters seemed to sense that the tension was dying down. In fact, a few of them began to chuckle. When Jill saw that some of the reporters around her had lowered their heads and were trying to hide their smiles and laughter, she immediately narrowed her eyes. She looked angrily at Tanya. "Are you going to simply stand there and watch as others insult your mother? You ungrateful child! How did I ever give birth to you?" Tanya lowered her head. At that moment, she felt a sense of helplessness. Her tone was very calm, but everyone present could hear the despair in her words through her tone. "What can I do to make you cut ties with me? Just because this woman gave birth to me, she still thinks I owe her forever?" Tanya thought angrily. She clenched her fists and looked up at her mother. "Did you know that I wish I wasn't your flesh and blood? If there was a way not to be related to you, I'd make it happen." The group around her murmured in shock. Even the live stream's comments paused for a moment before someone spoke up for her. "I can't stand it anymore. Just because she gave birth to her, she thinks she can keep forcing her forever? Why?" "Yes, and this mother doesn't treat her well at all. Her daughter doesn't owe her anything. I feel that this situation is too difficult for Tanya. If she writes a letter of forgiveness, what would her own daughter think of her when she grows up? I'm crying. Don't ask why. I just feel so sad for Tanya right now. Don't sign the letter of forgiveness. If she wants to kill herself, let her die. This kind of woman will only be a burden to the world if she lives. I agree. Let her kill herself. Unaware of the hateful comments on the live stream, Jill's eyes widened when she heard Tanya's words. She was so angry that her entire body trembled. If only you could give me back my flesh and blood. If Hillary can't be set free, why should you get to live? I wish you had died a long time ago. As soon as Jill said this, Tanya smiled mockingly. I'm sorry, but I'm still here. Plus, I still have a daughter to take care of, and so many people who love me are waiting for me. I can't listen to you anymore. With that, the reporters erupted in applause. Some even began to shout words of support to Tanya. Yes, she's not worthy of being your mother. That's right, the law did the right thing when it came to locking away your sister. If all criminals started crying and threatening suicide, would we release them all? What kind of logic is that? Everyone knew what was going on. Jill had taken an unreasonable path. In the beginning, the reporters had been led astray by her. But now, everyone was leaning toward Tanya. Seeing that the public's opinion could no longer be suppressed, Jill exerted force with the knife in her hand and cut herself slightly. Blood flowed down her fair neck. The crowd gasped. Several people took a step back, while someone else reached out to Jill. Stop, don't be so reckless. Jill looked at Tanya fiercely. Why are you saying such nonsense? No matter what, I'm your mother. Will you really watch me die in front of you? You have to compromise. There was silence. The situation had grown tense again. At that moment, Carl suddenly came out of the house and walked toward Jill. When she saw him, a complicated look flashed across Tanya's eyes. But when Jill saw him, her legs went weak. She stammered and said, Don't think I'm afraid of you. I'm not even afraid of death now. Why would I be afraid of you? She knew that Carl wouldn't hurt her, but the look in his eyes scared her. Jill was certain of this, but she still felt panic when she saw him approaching her step by step. What? What are you doing? Carl smiled and suddenly held her hand. He pulled her hand holding the dagger toward his own chest and exerted some force. Aren't you looking for someone to die with you? Why are you making things difficult for Tanya? As her father, I've let her down along with you. In that case, why don't I accompany you into death? Jill was stunned at Carl's actions. She subconsciously tried to pull the knife back. But Carl pulled hard and stabbed himself in the chest. The tip of the knife pierced his skin and blood began to flow. Jill grimaced and struggled harder. However, Carl didn't seem to feel any pain. His eyes were filled with anger and determination. Look, I didn't even know I had a daughter, so I was never there for her. As a mother, you didn't treat her well. She doesn't owe you anything. It's clearly the two of us who owe her. Since you want to find someone to die with, then I'll do it with you. Why make trouble for our daughter, don't you agree? He squeezed the knife against his chest again. Come, use a little strength and help me push it in. Then you can take your own life. That way, we'll be repaying our debt to our daughter. Lunatic! Jill watched as the knife poked into his chest. She was so frightened that her hands relaxed and she let go. She took a few steps back and shouted angrily, Lunatics! You're all lunatics! But Carl held the knife and played with it in his hand. Aren't you gonna go through with it? Jill glared at him. Why must you make things difficult for Tanya? He asked. Do you have to see her unhappy? Can't you stop disturbing her life? Jill wanted to say something, but Carl took a step forward and said, What? Are you doubting me? Then come on. Kill me. Jill retreated. Carl took another step forward. Well, have you decided? Speak frankly. If not, get lost." Jill had seen how terrifying he could be. She was so frightened that her entire body trembled. Then she backed away, turned on her heel, and took off. Seeing as the story had died, the reporters started to drift away from the Smith's house. As quiet descended once more, Joel stepped forward and called after them. "It's not easy for you to lose a good story. How about this? Everyone, come in and have a drink." Saying that, he gave the butler a look. The butler immediately understood and, after issuing a few orders to the other staff, turned and greeted the reporters warmly. Who among the reporters could refuse such an offer? Joel had initiated the invitation out of self-preservation for the family. If he could solicit goodwill from the media, it would help keep them from spreading rumors. Knowing that the butler had the reporters under control, Joel turned his gaze back to Tanya and Carl. As he expected, Tanya was looking at Carl with a concerned expression. Joel knew that he could have handled the situation with Jill all on his own. He had plenty of ways to deal with someone as shameless as her. However, he had held back and let Carl take control of the situation in the hope that it would help the man get closer to Tanya. From the looks of it, it had worked. After the reporters were settled into their drinks, the family returned to the living room. Tanya's gaze landed on Carl's chest. She asked, "Nora, are his injuries serious?" Before Nora could say anything, Carl waved them away. "It's not serious, really. It's just a flesh wound. It's nothing. I don't even bother to look at such injuries. It'll heal by itself." His words stunned Tanya. "Do you get hurt often?" Carl hurriedly shook his head, not yet ready to reveal his occupation with her. "Not often, only occasionally." He cleared his throat and scratched his head as he looked at her earnestly. "Tanya, can I call you by your name?" Tanya pursed her lips and said unhappily, "It's your mouth. I can't control what you call me." Although her tone was brusque, she had at least agreed. Carl was overjoyed. He excitedly took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to her. "Tanya, this bank card is for you. You can buy anything you want. There's no limit." Tanya looked at the card in her hand in confusion. He wasn't done. He handed her a set of car keys. "Oh, and this. I bought this car when I came back to the country. It's not very functional, though. Drive this for now. If there's some other model you like, buy it for yourself." He paused, thinking, "Oh, I know. Do you need a house? Can I buy you one?" Tanya looked at him for a moment, and then she returned the card and the keys to him. "There's no need. I'll buy what I need with my own money." Her eyes flickered as she looked elsewhere, but she sighed inwardly. To be honest, she didn't know how to react to this new man in her life. She had always been looked down upon by her mother and sister since she had been very young. She had never known who her father was, and she was used to doing things on her own. She couldn't get used to the idea of this newfound father of hers. Carl stared at the black card in his hand and looked up at her again. He wanted to say something, but Joel walked in front of him. "Mr. Moore, Tanya is with me and doesn't lack anything. You don't have to worry about it for the time being." Carl looked at Joel and finally nodded. "All right. I'll take the card and keys back then." He looked at Tanya, and his big eyes were filled with desire, as if he would be satisfied if Tanya could just say one more word to him. Tanya sighed. "You can leave now." He sighed in disappointment, but he knew that such things couldn't be forced. His daughter was already grown up. She was independent and didn't need him anymore. Although he wanted to give her all the love he owed for the past 20 years, he couldn't force it on her. Carl nodded slowly, and then he walked toward the door. After 2 steps, he turned back and looked at her reluctantly. Tanya stared back at him quizzically. She rubbed her forehead and suddenly asked, "If you're not busy, why don't you stay for dinner tonight?" Yes, I'm free." He grinned and turned around to sit down again. Nora had been studying Carl thoughtfully. She picked up her phone and fiddled with something. Suddenly, her fingers paused. She looked up at the others and frowned. "Tanya, the date of birth on your birth certificate isn't correct, is it?" Tanya hesitated. "What's wrong?" However, Carl nodded. "It is indeed wrong. When I left your mother, it was August. At that time, if she had been pregnant, she should have given birth to you in April of the next year. Why would your birth certificate say that you were born in January?" Tanya was stunned. Could it be that my age was changed? Maybe I was born 4 months early. "That can't be right," said Nora. "You and Hillary are less than a year apart in age. If your mother gave birth to you in April, how did she give birth to Hillary so soon after?" After a woman gave birth, it would take at least 40 days before she could get pregnant again. Tanya was also stunned. Then, what's going on? "Is Hillary not Jill's biological daughter?" Carl asked. When Carl had sought Tanya's DNA, he had also gotten someone to get Hillary's DNA. He knew that Hillary wasn't his daughter. That was a fact. However, there was something wrong with Tanya and Hillary's birth dates. One of the two children had to belong to another woman. Otherwise, nothing made sense. After all, it was impossible for Jill to have had Tanya while she had been pregnant with Hillary. However, when Carl asked about whether Hillary was Jill's daughter, everyone shook their heads. Jill had always treated Hillary very well, yet she had treated Tanya badly. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Nora turned to Carl. "Are you sure the one who gave birth to your child back then was Jill?" Carl was speechless. He scratched his head for a moment as he thought about it. "It has to be her. Although we haven't seen each other for more than 20 years, I can't possibly mistake her for someone else. She looks the same, and her name is also the same. Besides, we were dating seriously back then, and there was no one else." "That's strange." Nora smiled at him as she saw his wheels turn. Carl frowned. "Speaking of which, that isn't the strangest thing. Did you know that after Jill told me that Hillary was my daughter, she even gave me an accurate date of her birth? I got someone to investigate and saw the birth records from the clinic. The child that was born there was not Tanya. In fact, it had to be Hillary because the child had a mole on her ear, just like Hillary's mole. Furthermore, I later checked the information on Hillary's birth certificate and realized that the date of birth on it was actually fake. In other words, she is 8 months younger than she says she is." Everyone did the math in their heads. "April 25th, Nora asked. "Yes, that's right," Carl frowned. "Tanya is my daughter. She could only have been born in April or May. Hillary was also born in April of that year." He hesitated before asking, "I don't suppose that Jill could have given birth to twins where one is mine and the other isn't, could she? Is that possible?" Nora looked at him speechlessly for a few moments. When she finally spoke, her tone was hesitant. "Logically speaking, there is a chance. It's just that it's a very rare occurrence. For example, if she happened to have ovulated 2 eggs that month and slept with..." She didn't finish her sentence. Carl understood and instantly flushed in anger. "In other words, even if I hadn't left back then, she still betrayed me?" If their speculation was true and she had born twins, then the children were from 2 different men. Jill had cheated on Carl with that Jones guy. Carl shook his head and thought, "This is so humiliating." The room was quiet for a few moments. Nora pitied him, but she still had her doubts. The chances of a woman getting pregnant with 2 men's children at the same time were astronomically low. Could that really have happened to Jill? Jill returned home in low spirits. Mr. Jones was sitting on the sofa watching television. When he saw her appearance, he sneered. "You're being rebuffed, right? I told you not to go. Carl already knows the truth. What's the point in pushing things?" Jill glared at him. "Who asked you to be so useless? You won't even save your own daughter. If it weren't for our daughter, I wouldn't have lied to him." He snorted. "I don't care what you say to me. I'm just afraid they'll find out what happened back then." As soon as he said this, her eyes flashed in fear. She stood up suddenly and gulped. "No, they couldn't. They won't find out, will they?" "We didn't erase any records in order to convince him," said Mr. Jones. "Won't they suspect anything?" Jill bit her lip hard. She was very confident. So what if they're suspicious? They'll never think of the truth. When Mr. Jones heard this, he did not rebut her. However, he still looked at her harshly and sneered before standing up and walking into the bedroom. Jill followed behind him. "If Tanya doesn't help me save Hillary, I won't let this go. Why won't you do anything to help me? If I were you, I would have saved my daughter even if I had to give up all my assets." Mr. Jones slammed his fist against the wall and looked at Jill. "That's enough. Hillary is not the only one in the family. The rest of us still have to live. I think Hillary has been spoiled by you, and that's how she got to where she is today. She's always believed she's better than Tanya. Of course she's arrogant. Even now, she still doesn't look at herself clearly." He paused and stared at his wife. "I'm begging you, stop. I want to live peacefully in my old age." With that, he turned and left. Jill stared at his retreating back, clenching her fists tightly. He wants to live peacefully in his old age, she thought. Well then, he better help save his daughter. After dinner, Carl could come up with no reason to stay any longer. He could only leave reluctantly. Before leaving, he said, "Tanya, I can still..." Tanya interrupted him. "I have to work tomorrow." He got the hint. "All right, I understand." After he had left, Tanya heaved a sigh of relief. Nora looked at her. "You've just met your father and he dotes on you. Why are you unhappy?" Tanya smiled wryly. "If Uncle Ian had been as enthusiastic about you, would you have been able to handle him?" Nora shut her mouth. She shuddered at the thought of it. Fortunately, Ian had been more reserved. Otherwise, she would have had a headache all the time. The two of them took the 3 children upstairs. Justin stood up and was about to follow when Joel suddenly said, "Mr. Hunt, Nora has woken up. Shouldn't you be heading back home now?" Justin didn't even blink as he said, "We still need to observe her for a couple more days. Also, Cherry and Pete aren't going back to the Hunts, so I believe I'll stay for a bit longer." Joel grimaced. At that moment, Justin's phone rang. He picked it up and heard a familiar female voice on the other end. "Well, well, my big brother, you haven't been home for a few days. Don't you know there's someone waiting for you at home?" Justin's usually calm gaze darkened as he reprimanded softly, "Speak nicely." "Pardon me." The voice was lazy and charming, and there was a hint of seduction in her tone. She chuckled softly and said, "I always talk like this. Are you still not used to it?" "When did you return?" he asked coldly. "When I missed you." His expression turned colder. "Call me when you learn how to be nice." He hung up. At the Hunt's home, Brenda Hunt stared at the phone and pursed her lips. Opposite her, Mrs. Hunt was complaining. "Did you hear that? He's so mesmerized by that vixen. He even stayed at the Smiths with Pete and doesn't want to come back. I heard that he's even babysitting that woman's child. As the head of the Hunts, he not only wants to marry a woman who has given birth to someone else's child, but he also treats her daughter as his own. Even Pete has been taken in by her. He even started calling her his sister." She shook her head in disgust and looked up at the other woman. "Brenda, you have the best relationship with your brother. You have to help me persuade him to let this woman go." Brenda fiddled with her nails. "Don't worry. They're just 2 girls, one big and one small. I can take care of this. I'll meet them first thing tomorrow." After hearing Brenda's idea, Mrs. Hunt heaved a sigh of relief. After Brenda left, Mrs. Hunt's butler asked, "Mrs. Hunt, do you think Miss Brenda can do it? Why do I get the feeling that she doesn't quite care?" Mrs. Hunt looked at the butler in surprise. "How is that possible? Brenda has always had a great relationship with Justin. Whenever she returns from overseas, she always brings back gifts for Pete. I believe that the more casual she acts on the outside, the more she actually cares. Don't worry, I think she has her brother's best interests at heart." The butler heaved a sigh of relief. "It's been really unfortunate to see how much Mr. Hunt has come to care for Ms. Smith." Mrs. Hunt sighed. "Yes. Initially, it seemed like only a casual relationship, so I let him be. That was a mistake. Now he and Pete are living at the Smiths. If word gets out, he'll become a joke." The butler nodded his agreement. "I just want Brenda to give it a try. Perhaps she will succeed where I failed." Mrs. Hunt mused. "Are you worried that she might fall into the same trap that Mr. Hunt did?" the butler asked. "She has been most supportive of Mr. Hunt ever since they were young. He may convince her to like Miss Smith." When Justin was younger, he had always followed the rules. On the rare occasion that he rebelled, Brenda would always help him. For example, when he was a small child, he had loved to eat sugary and fatty snacks. Mr. and Mrs. Hunt had always discouraged that form of snacking, and whenever they had caught him, he was punished. Brenda was the only one who had dared to bring him food in secret. As the only daughter of the Hunts, Brenda had been doted on. As a result, she had grown spoiled and bold. Although Justin had tried to keep her under control, always reprimanding her, everyone knew that they had a strong bond. Mrs. Hunt smiled. If Miss Smith was anyone else, Brenda would definitely support him. But this time it's different. Brenda is a perfectionist. In her heart, Pete is her nephew. The only person that she would support to help raise the boy would be his real mother. The butler nodded his agreement. "You are indeed wise, Mrs. Hunt." The next day, Brenda called on the Smith household. She was invited into the living room where she sat elegantly on the couch while she looked around the room. Louis, who was keeping her company until Justin arrived, tried to entertain her. "It's so good to see you again, Brenda." Brenda smiled. "So, you missed me?" He nodded. "I really did." She raised her eyebrows and asked charmingly, "Really? How much?" He flushed and stared at her. "You're all grown up now. You've become a handsome young man. Are you dating anyone?" His face instantly turned red. "Well, Brenda leaned forward slightly and teased him. "What? You don't have a girlfriend yet? Why don't I find you one? What do you think of me?" His eyes widened and his face turned a deeper shade of red. He had long known that Brenda was quite the player, but he had not expected that she would flirt with him so openly. He stood up awkwardly and was trying to think of a response when an icy reprimand came from the top of the stairs. "Be nice, Brenda." When Brenda heard this, she immediately sat up straight and looked up. She saw Justin walking down the stairs, a cold expression on his face. "My brother, I am being nice," she said. "Act like an adult," Justin scolded. "Can't you be more careful with your words? Also, don't you have a boyfriend? Why are you still—" He trailed off as he glanced awkwardly at Louis. Brenda shrugged. "Oh, we just broke up." He took a deep breath and suppressed his growing frustration as he sat down opposite her. "You're not as young as you used to be. Maybe it's time to take your relationships more seriously." "I'm very serious every time I date," she snapped. He rubbed his forehead as he felt a headache coming on. "I can never win with her," he thought. Brenda leaned over. "Justin, why are you so old-fashioned? How did you ever get yourself a girlfriend?" "What girlfriend?" Brenda was delighted. "I knew it. You're not serious. You're just playing with her, right?" "Of course I'm serious," Justin said. "She's going to be your sister-in-law." She narrowed her eyes unhappily. "Sister-in-law?" He nodded. She opened her mouth to say something, but Justin raised a warning finger and said, "Be respectful." Brenda snapped her mouth closed and swallowed the words that were about to come out. At that moment, they heard a door upstairs open and then close again. Pete showed up at the top of the stairs and started down. He was carrying his math textbook. Just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, Brenda rushed over excitedly and hugged him. "Oh, my dear baby Pete, I missed you so much." Pete froze in surprise as he said politely, "Aunt Brenda?" "Hey, why didn't you come down with your dad?" Pete answered seriously, "Oh, because I live in my mum's house." Brenda stared at him speechlessly. She looked up at Justin in confusion, her mind full of questions, but she saw that he was ignoring her. She looked back at Pete again. "What about your mummy?" "Mummy and my sister are still sleeping. I was worried my homework would disturb them, so I decided to come downstairs to do it." "She's still sleeping at this time of day," Brenda thought scornfully. She and her daughter are really lazy. Her thoughts were interrupted as she heard another door open and close upstairs. Then Cherry's adorable voice could be heard from the top of the stairs. "Brother, why didn't you wake me up?" Pete looked up at the top of the stairs and then back at his Aunt Brenda. He hurriedly threw down the math book just as Cherry was about to head down the stairs. He rushed up and stopped her. "Cherry, Aunt Brenda is here." Cherry looked at him in surprise. She tried to peer around him to get a look at her new aunt, but he stopped her. "Pete, what's wrong? Is she mean or something?" He was silent for a moment before shaking his head. "That's not it. The thing is, Aunt Brenda's a little weird. You should stay away from her." Cherry raised her eyebrows in surprise. Brenda, who was listening to the two children talk, was speechless. "Why is my Pete saying such rude things about me?" she wondered. "I'm not weird." She stood up. "Pete, what happened to you? Is that how you talk about me? Come down here." Pete glanced at Cherry and signaled for her to go back into the bedroom. Then he walked downstairs slowly. Just as he got to the bottom of the stairs again, he saw that Brenda was looking at him appraisingly. "Pete, come." He walked up to her. The next moment, Brenda stretched out her hands. "Come closer, let me take a look at you. Let me see how much you've grown up." Pete froze. He didn't want to get closer to her, not at all. He turned and ran. Brenda wanted to chase after him, but she was halted by Justin with a single word: "Stop." Pete ran upstairs and heaved a sigh of relief. He looked back at his father worriedly. Justin nodded at him and said, "Pete, go in and look after your sister. Tell your mummy and sister not to come down." "Okay, Dad." With that, Pete pushed open the bedroom door and went in. Brenda was speechless as she looked at her brother. Then she sat beside him and held his arm. "Justin, aren't you being a little overprotective? I won't hurt any of them." Justin felt a little uncomfortable with her being so close to him. He pushed her arm away as he said quietly, "I know you won't hurt them." In fact, Justin was more worried about what Nora would do if she met his sister and saw her for what she really was. He was also worried that his little sister would try to lead Nora or Cherry astray. Brenda had always liked men a little too much. Whenever she met a handsome man, she would do whatever she could to get him. She was attracted to their good looks, much like Cherry was attracted to people's looks. He was worried that Brenda would corrupt the little girl. In fact, Nora had the same fondness for beauty, and he was worried that Brenda's negative influence may sway her as well. He wanted to eliminate the possibility that they would ever meet. Brenda snorted and stood up, swaying seductively. "You refuse to let me see her, but it's not going to stop me. I want to see what kind of stunning beauty could mesmerize my brother. Anyway, I have nothing better to do this morning than wait for her to wake up. Yes, I'll sit here. I can't believe that she could sleep until noon, right?" Justin was silent for a moment before he suddenly stood up. "Okay, do whatever you want. I need to get started on my work." He went upstairs, entered the study, and started his work for the day, where he could keep an eye on the bedroom and on his sister. Brenda sat patiently in the living room, watching the household staff go about their daily duties. Louis, who had slipped into the background when Justin had arrived, tried to find a way to escape unnoticed. However, when he passed her, Brenda looked at him with a smile. "Louis, what are you doing? Are you going on a date?" "I arranged to play games with Chester," he said hesitantly. "Gaming?" Brenda smiled. "You're actually going to meet a girl, right?" "No, we're actually gaming." Brenda rested her chin on one hand and nodded with a smile. "I understand. You guys have to be careful. Remember to use protection." He stared at her incredulously. "Brenda, we're really just playing games." She tilted her head and smiled. "I know, I'm talking about games too. Be ready. Don't get taken advantage of." He pressed his lips together as he said quickly, "I have to go." He fled the room before she could say anything else. Brenda sat on the couch all morning. She gazed up at the stars occasionally, bored. Then she looked at her watch. It was almost 11 o'clock. Did she stay up all night? Brenda wondered. Lucy, the housekeeper, stepped into the room with a fruit platter. Brenda took the opportunity to ask, "Did your Miss Smith stay up late last night?" Lucy shook her head. "No. Miss Nora's schedule is very strict. Most nights she's asleep by 10 o'clock. She never stays up past midnight. Yesterday she fell asleep with the children at 9. If she fell asleep so early, why is she still sleeping? Brenda thought in confusion. She must have slept for 14 hours. She looked at the housekeeper in confusion. Is she feeling sick? Miss Nora is very healthy, Lucy said firmly. She slept for 14 hours. Maybe you should go check on her. Lucy looked unconcerned. It's only been 14 hours. What's the rush? Brenda was speechless. She felt like she was in a fantasy world. When everyone came down for lunch, Maureen called out to Brenda politely, Miss Hunt, it's time to eat. Please join us. Brenda stood up and asked, Aren't you going to wait for Miss Smith to come along? Maureen waved her hand dismissively. Oh, she probably wants to sleep for a while longer. Come, let's eat. Actually, I have to go, Brenda said, still confused. I'm meeting someone for lunch. Goodbye. After she left, she still felt bewildered. The moment Brenda left, Nora finally showed signs of waking. She opened her eyes blearily and looked at her phone. She saw that there were a few missed calls. They were all from Morris Ford. She hesitated for a moment before calling him. Morris picked up quickly. Miss Smith, our department has formed a special team to investigate the drug trial. I would like to invite you to be our team's external forensic doctor. Are you interested? Before she could answer, he added, Don't you want to know exactly what happened to your mother? Also, I think that you might be in a lot of danger. These words made Nora sit up. She recalled her mother's words. You have to be mediocre or your life will be in danger. What kind of danger am I in now? She wondered. Of course, if you join us, I'll tell you some secrets about the case. Morris coaxed. Tell me first, Nora said shortly. All right. Nora could hear the resignation in Morris's voice, but she wasn't sure about joining a team. First, she would have to see whether the team was good enough. Otherwise, they could forget about wasting any of her sleeping time. She leaned against the headboard with her legs folded and said, Tell me more. Morris slowly said, I've almost discovered why your mother fled back then. The organization was conducting human trials. We still don't know what exactly they were researching, but after Abigail's work at Benevolence Hall, we strongly suspect it to have involved a drug that enhanced the human body's agility and physical strength. Nora had suspected as much for a long while. She had heard from Quentin that Victor had been just a regular gangster 2 years earlier. He couldn't have become a peerless martial arts master in just 2 years without taking some kind of drug that could enhance his physique. Once produced, those drugs would surely be mass-produced, right? She asked. It's not like it's poison, so why were they being so mysterious about it? Morris replied, Victor suddenly went crazy in his cell. The drug has huge side effects that affect a person's nervous system. That's why the drug has been a prohibited substance all this time. So what does that have to do with my mother? She asked. Do you know how we found out about the drug research organization's existence? He asked. No, tell me. We encountered a similar case many years ago. Some people were taking drugs designed to strengthen their bodies, and then they suddenly died. At that time, we extracted the chemical components in their blood. We compared those results with the chemical components in Victor's body, and concluded that they've been researching the same drug all this time, but have never succeeded in refining it. It seems strange that they have been studying the drug for more than 20 years, yet the chemical composition hasn't changed much. They've just changed the proportions of each chemical used in the formula. Why are they so certain that the formula is correct? Nora made medicines herself, so she understood the underlying issues very well. Normally, if one had a theory about a drug, it would be tested, and its contents would be adjusted. However, if it didn't produce successful results after a certain number of attempts, it would be considered a failure, and all trials would cease. So why are they being so persistent? She wondered. Unless... She sat up straight and slowly said, Someone has succeeded with that formula before. Morris was glad that Nora's senses were so keen, and he said, That's right. Someone has successfully used that formula before. That's why they persevered with the formula. As far as I know, its success is related to your mother. You mean... Morris's calm and steady voice interrupted her. I've looked into your mother's life history. When she was a teenager, she went to Switzerland for pharmaceutical studies. I suspect that she joined the organization at that time. Nora was stunned. Because human experiments crossed moral boundaries, she had nothing but contempt for the organization. She had guessed before that perhaps the organization was looking for something in her mother's possession, which is why they were pursuing Nora so relentlessly. Regardless, she would never have expected her mother to be part of the organization. "Are these your conjectures, or do you have evidence?" she asked. He replied, "It's conjecture, but we found records of money transfers from unknown sources in her bank records. Additionally, when my mother was investigating the case back then, your mother was a crucial figure." Nora's heart was gradually sinking. She had never had much of an image of her mother, but she had always felt that her mother was a good person. Morris was very reliable, and it seemed that he was more or less certain that her mother had been part of the Human Trials Project back then. Going by her talent in pharmaceuticals, even Nora suspected that her mother must have held a high position in the organization. She remained silent as she absorbed the significance of what she had been told and considered whether she should agree to Morris's request to join the team. He said, "I've heard it said that a sample of the successfully developed drug remains somewhere in the world. Since the drug could make Victor a new man in 2 years, do you think that, with a little work, the drug could be used to cure Quentin's injuries?" She contemplated the possibility. Nearly all the bones in Quentin's body were broken. Even though there was an alternative medicine that was said to be able to cure his injuries, even she couldn't be sure of it at that time. When she thought of that, her voice became firm as she said, "I can join the team, but I have 2 conditions." "Which are?" "If we find the drug, even if you can't give it to me, you have to give me the formula." "No problem. What about the second condition?" "Don't disturb me while I'm sleeping." Morris smiled and said, "No problem. By the way, Captain Brenda, who was stationed overseas, has returned today. Let's take the opportunity to have the members of the team meet to discuss our plans. Come over. I'll send you the address." "Okay." Brenda drove her red sports car to a French restaurant. She opened the door, walked in, and headed straight to a person sitting in the corner. "Hello, Captain Ford," she said. Morris stood up straight and stretched out his hand to her. "Welcome back, Captain Brenda." The two shook hands. After taking their seats, Morris was the first to speak. He said, "We found some information about that mysterious organization from 20 years ago, so we've set up a team to deal with the case. It's an honor to have you back to help us out." Brenda rested her chin in her hands and said, "We can talk about that later, but I have a question for you, Captain Ford." Brenda worked closely with Interpol, and Morris wondered if she had information related to the case. He sat up straight and said, "Go ahead." "Do you have a girlfriend, Captain Ford?" she asked. He looked slightly embarrassed, and he ignored the question by changing the subject. "Captain Brenda, our meeting today is about issues related to the case. In addition to you, me, and a few other detectives on the team, I also intend to hire a forensic doctor. What do you think about that?" She continued to rest her chin on her hands. "An external forensic doctor? Is it a he or a she? And are they good looking?" Shouldn't she be asking for the other person's name and background first? Morris thought. Why is she so concerned about whether they are good-looking? He said sternly, "Captain Brenda, I'm talking business here." Brenda waved dismissively and said, "Hey, so am I. Understanding your teammates is also a key to a successful team, isn't it? Besides, I have an allergy, so my requirements for whom I work with are rather high." "What kind of allergy?" She sighed and said, "I'm allergic to ugly people." He frowned at her, but she looked at him pitifully and said, "Really? I'm not kidding." He looked at her disapprovingly before saying, "It's a woman." He thought of Nora's delicate little face, and he slowly added, "And she's pretty." Brenda smiled. "Okay, got it." He started talking about Nora's occupation. "She's a surgeon.
And her name is Nora Smith."
Brenda's eyes widened. What? Isn't that Justin's lazy girlfriend who only knows how to sleep in all day? She wondered. After Nora had gotten up and eaten something, she slowly headed to the address that Morris had sent her. It was a French restaurant. She casually pushed the door open. The place had very distinctive interior decor, and it was obvious at a glance that it was a very expensive restaurant. Right away, she spotted Morris, who was seated at the quietest spot in the corner directly opposite the door. Dressed in a black suit, he exuded a distinguished aura. When Nora walked over, she saw that a woman was sitting opposite him. The woman looked about 25 years old. She had large wavy curls and was wearing a tight-fitting black dress. Her posture was relaxed, and she had a pair of deep-set eyes that looked very bewitching and also slightly familiar. She also had an impressive figure, and even though she was seated, Nora could still see one of her outstretched legs, which was long, fair, and slender. She was good-looking and knew how to dress. On top of that, she also knew how to exhibit the most beautiful side of a woman. Nora's impression of her was that she was some kind of femme fatale. She felt that it wasn't quite right of her to think of a woman like that, so she looked away. As soon as she did, she sensed the woman staring at her. Brenda had been told that Nora was pretty, but she hadn't expected her to be as good-looking as the woman in front of her. Nora was a classic American beauty. She had an oval face, defined nose, full lips and large eyes. Her face would have looked extremely gentle if not for her slightly downcast eyes, which gave people the illusion that she was a cold and frosty person instead. Yet the contrast didn't seem out of place on her at all. It gave her a mysterious aura that attracted people's attention. No wonder Justin's so infatuated with her. She's really good-looking, Brenda thought. She looked away, not wanting to give Nora the idea that she was impressed by her looks. Morris introduced them to each other and said, "Our team's focus is to investigate the incident from 20 years ago. Captain Brenda and I will be in charge of the collection of evidence and arresting the suspects. Once we catch the suspects, we may have to trouble Ms. Smith to do the relevant medical analyses." "It's no trouble. Feel free to come to me anytime," said Nora as she yawned. Morris said, "We'll pass you the samples that we collect. I've heard that your medical team is the most professional in the world, so I'm sure you guys will be able to find out more from the analyses than we can. Also, we'll be handing Victor over to you for medical treatment." "No problem," she said. "Lily will be the one handling all those things anyway," she thought. "She's already busy taking care of Quentin, Ian, and old Maddie every day, so Victor shouldn't be any problem for her." Nora was always happy to delegate as much of her work as possible. Morris's objective for the meeting was for the two women to be introduced to each other. With that done, he said, "Then, unless either of you has any questions, I guess that's it for today." Nora nodded. She didn't have any questions. Brenda, however, said, "Captain Ford, I came all the way here on an empty stomach just to meet you, yet you aren't even treating me to lunch." Morris glanced at Nora. After musing for a moment, he said, "I'll treat you two to lunch, then." Brenda was about to nod when Nora got up. "No, it's fine," she said. "I've already eaten, so I'll leave you now if you don't mind." Although she didn't have a lot to do, she had many identities. With every identity of hers having its responsibilities, she was already up to her neck in work and didn't have the time to enjoy French cuisine. "Enjoy your lunch," she added. Brenda also got up and said, "I'll pass on lunch too then. Don't forget that you owe me a meal, Captain Ford, so let's have lunch together another day." After saying goodbye to Morris, she followed Nora out of the restaurant and said, "Miss Smith, now that we're teammates, why don't you invite me over to your place?" Nora thought that the woman looked quite likable, so she said, "All right." She had decided that Brenda wasn't the type of person she disliked. Also, for some reason, her eyes also made a good impression on her. Brenda left her own car and got straight into Nora's car. "Let's go."
She acted as though she were very familiar with her, but Nora still didn't think much of it. She started the car, and they went back to the Smiths' residence together. After entering the house, Brenda said, "Now that I'm here, why don't you let me meet your daughter?" Why is she asking to meet my daughter? Nora wondered. Pete and Mia had gone to kindergarten, but Cherry was home. After a moment's hesitation, Nora replied, "Okay." She went to the upper floor to bring Cherry down. Meanwhile, Brenda had a strong feeling of anticipation because she was about to meet the person whom Justin hadn't wanted to let her meet. As she thought about that, an adorable voice called out from the upper floor, "Mummy, who are you taking me to see?" Brenda looked curiously up the stairs. Since Nora was so pretty, she couldn't make herself dislike her. However, she expected to dislike the woman's daughter. She thought that Pete was very cute and quirky, and believed that, unless the little girl was even prettier than Pete, Justin shouldn't have to take care of an extra daughter for no reason. While Brenda was feeling indignant on Justin's behalf, she spotted a tiny little figure walking over from the staircase. She was wearing a beautiful princess dress, as well as a headband with a bow on her head. The little girl looked totally adorable. She noticed her clothes first. Then her attention traveled upward to the girl's familiar face. Brenda was dumbstruck. "What's going on?" she thought. "Why is Pete wearing a princess dress?" She looked at Nora in disbelief. Nora pointed to her and said to Cherry, "It's this lady here. She's Mummy's colleague." After she spoke, she noticed that Cherry didn't greet Brenda. She looked at her daughter with puzzlement, and Cherry said, "Aunt Brenda?" She had glimpsed Brenda downstairs earlier that morning, but by the time Brenda had looked up, Pete had already rushed over and stopped her. That was how she knew that Brenda was her aunt. Nora looked at Brenda, taken aback. A moment later, Lucy the housekeeper walked in and said in surprise, "Miss Hunt, are you here for Mr. Hunt again? He had something to do at the office this afternoon, so he isn't here right now." Nora finally understood. No wonder Brenda's eyes look familiar, she thought. It's because they resemble Justin's. Her last name is Hunt, so she must be the cousin that Justin gets along with relatively well. While she was thinking about it, Brenda pointed to Cherry and said to her, "Don't move." She took out her cell phone and took a photo of Cherry. She then turned on the camera's beauty mode and said to Cherry, "Say cheese." Cherry smiled and even made a victory sign. After Brenda looked for a good angle and took a beautiful photo, she finally stood up straight and asked Nora, "Does Justin know that you're dressing the kid like this?" Nora blinked and said, "Probably." Brenda pretended to be angry and said, "Are you actually making the kid wear a dress while Justin's out? You're too much. I'm going to send the photo to Justin." She sent the photo to him with a message. "Justin, look at your child. It's your little girlfriend's handiwork." Nora said, "He knows. He was the one who bought all the dresses." Brenda, however, was busy admiring the photo. "Pete is such an unparalleled beauty," she thought. "Why does he have to be a boy? I've always wanted to dress him up like a girl and take photos of him, but Justin never agreed to it. Look at how good he looks in a dress." She hadn't expected Nora to succeed at what she had failed to do, but despite her thoughts, she pretended to be annoyed. She said to Cherry, "I'm surprised you've been allowed to do this. Your dad's a stick in the mud, and he definitely won't be able to accept this." She waited for Justin to get angry and reply to her message. However, he didn't reply immediately. Brenda looked at Nora. "She's certainly very pretty," she thought, "but her behavior is outrageous." The fact that Nora had accomplished what she had always wanted to do made her feel a little fond of her. Brenda sat on the couch and said coldly, "Come over to Aunt Brenda." Cherry looked at Nora, who merely raised her eyebrows and went upstairs, so she went over and sat beside her aunt. Brenda's phone beeped, informing her that a text message had arrived. She took out her cell phone and found that it wasn't a reply from Justin, but a message from a handsome guy she had just met. "Dinner tonight?" he asked. "Sure." She had only just replied when another handsome guy sent her a message. "Let's have dinner tonight." She looked at the first guy's profile picture and then at the second guy's picture. With her chin resting on her palm, she asked Cherry, "Which one is more handsome?" After she asked the question, she felt that she was being ridiculous. Why am I asking a little boy something like that? She wondered. As soon as the thought occurred to her, Cherry said, "I think this guy is more handsome, Aunt Brenda, although I like the other one too. His nose isn't so good." "You think so too? That's exactly what I thought. I found quite a few handsome young guys recently. Come on, I'll show them to you." Cherry nodded and leaned over. She looked through Brenda's photos, commenting on some of them. "Aunt Brenda, this guy's handsome. I'd rank him as number 1. "Really? Which part of him is handsome?" "I think he's too young and not masculine enough. I prefer this one because he has muscles." "Muscles don't look good. I prefer exquisite-looking guys." You know what exquisite means? Incredible. How about this? I'll gather all the handsome guys and let you pick one next time. But as soon as she said that, she realized something and turned toward Cherry abruptly. She watched the child staring at her phone with bright and shiny eyes. Not only has Nora dressed Pete up like a girl, but maybe she's also changed his sexual orientation, she thought. Is she doing it so that he won't be able to have a child in the future, preventing him from inheriting the family's assets? If she is, that's unacceptable. Cherry didn't know what Brenda was thinking, and she said excitedly, "When are you going to bring them over, Aunt Brenda?" Brenda's expression turned cold. "I'm not going to show you the handsome guys anymore. Pete, you shouldn't be liking handsome guys, but beautiful women instead. Beautiful women like Aunt Brenda." Cherry was dumbfounded. Why is she forbidding me from looking at handsome guys? She wondered. Oh, I get it. She called me Pete just now. She put her arms around Brenda and said cutely, "Aunt Brenda, I'm not Pete. I'm Cherry." Brenda asked, "What are you talking about?" Right at that moment, Pete came back from school with a school bag on his back. He was holding Mia's hand as he entered the living room. Brenda was flabbergasted when she saw him. Then she turned to look at Cherry again. Brenda was astonished. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and muttered, "Huh? Am I seeing things?" But even when she opened her eyes again, Cherry and Pete were standing together in front of her. She was a little overwhelmed as she said, "There are two of you." Cherry said, "Aunt Brenda, I already told you, I'm not Pete. I'm Cherry Smith." Cherry Smith? Wasn't this the little girl, the extra baggage that Nora was about to bring into the hunts? Brenda thought. But why would she look exactly like Pete? Pete grabbed Cherry and put her behind him to protect her. "What have you been doing to my little sister, Aunt Brenda?" he asked. Brenda figured out what was going on and said, "You and Cherry are twins. In that case, Nora is your mummy, Pete." Pete frowned and looked at her as though she were stupid. "Of course," he said. "Haven't I been calling her mummy all day long?" To Pete, the woman he called mummy was the woman who had given birth to him. He was completely unaware of the concept of stepmothers. Brenda looked at Cherry again. Then she gave her a charming smile and said, "Wow, I have a little niece too. It's Cherry, right? Come on, I still have several handsome guys here that I haven't shared with you." Cherry stepped toward Brenda, but Pete held her hand and said, "Cherry, didn't Daddy already tell you to stay away from Aunt Brenda? He said she'll lead you astray." Brenda looked at Pete and asked, "What are you saying?" Cherry also piped up, "I think that Aunt Brenda is very nice." "Really? "Which part of her is nice?" he asked. Cherry said, "Aunt Brenda discusses handsome guys with me. She also promised that she would take me to look at some of them." She went around Pete and walked up to Brenda. The two of them put their heads together and started to chat excitedly again. Pete wasn't happy to see them together like that. Mia went up to him and asked, "What's the matter, Pete?" Pete sighed and said, "It's nothing, Mia. Just remember to stay away from Aunt Brenda. Don't let her lead you astray." "Okay. You're very wise, Pete, so I'll listen to you." Pete looked at the well-behaved and sensible Mia, and then at Cherry, who was already talking about handsome guys with her aunt. He took out his cell phone, opened up the chat with his father, and sent him a message. "Daddy, Cherry and Aunt Brenda have already become good friends." Sure enough, Justin called Brenda the very next moment. When Brenda's ringtone started to play, Cherry looked at her phone and asked, "Aunt Brenda, who's Stick in the Mud?" Brenda rejected the call and replied, "We don't have to pay any attention to him." She knew that for Justin to call at a time like that, he was likely to threaten her into staying away from Cherry, which was why she decided not to pick up the call. After Brenda had spent over an hour with Cherry, Nora had completed her work and finally headed downstairs. As soon as she did, she discovered that Brenda's attitude toward her had undergone a complete reversal. She made eyes at Nora and asked, "Nora, you were already in a relationship with Justin 6 years ago, weren't you?" "I suppose," replied Nora. Brenda sighed and said, "My heart goes out to you, Nora." Brenda held Cherry in her arms. As the two of them continued to look at the phone, she said, "The two of us can openly admire handsome guys, but your mummy's bound to your daddy. What else can women look forward to in life once they can't change boyfriends anymore?" She then said to Nora, "Now that I've made friends with Cherry, Justin is already close to his limit. If I befriend you too, he'll probably explode." She then winked at Nora and added, "But since we're related, I can help you out at work." She continued, "Morris is a workaholic and a cold and ruthless machine. He has very demanding work requirements. Since he's hired you as the team's forensic doctor, he'll be extremely strict with you in the future. Don't worry about it, though. I'm here so you can leave him to me." Nora hadn't known that Morris was strict. Apart from the time when he had forbidden her from leaving her cell, he had been very nice to her. Even when she went to take revenge and had attacked some people in the martial arts tournament, he had pretended not to see anything and hadn't made things difficult for her. Nora couldn't be bothered to talk about her experiences with Morris and replied, "Oh, okay." Brenda's expression turned solemn and she said seriously, "Nora, the organization we're dealing with is very vengeful. Once they catch wind of the fact that you're also on the team, they may come after you. I came back because I discovered that someone from that organization has returned to the States." "How are we going to find them?" Nora asked. "Why would we go looking for them?" Brenda countered. She rested her chin on both hands and continued, "Considering how pretty the two of us are, they'll take the initiative to come to us." Nora looked confused. Seeing how puzzled she looked, Brenda smiled and said, "Never mind, I won't tease you anymore. Given how many people there are going in and out of the country every day, we won't have any clue as to who the person from the organization is. Therefore, what we should do now is wait. We'll wait for him to slip up. I don't think he returned to the country just for a vacation." Nora understood what she meant. The other person must be up to something, and once they acted, they would probably leave behind traces of their activity. Brenda was well deserving of her position as a captain. Even though she looked delicate and beautiful, she was very experienced in her field. However, she wasn't sure what form the action would take. For some reason, Nora had a vague feeling that they would choose to target her. However, the people around her were already under protection. The Andersons were under the protection of the Smiths and the Hunts. The Smiths and Hunts themselves had even more watertight security. It seemed like the only person they could target was Tanya. Nora looked at Pete and Mia and asked, "Pete, Mia, where's Tanya?" Pete replied, "She was held back by Mrs. Jones after school. She said that she wanted to talk to her, so they told us to go home first." Mrs. Jones? Jill? Nora thought with alarm. Why is she approaching Tanya again? Tanya was stopped by Jill the moment she stepped out of the school. She frowned and looked at the woman. Jill said, "Let's talk." "We have nothing to talk about," Tanya replied. Jill said, "Don't you want to know how you were born and why I've always treated you badly?" Her words hit Tanya's weak spot. She thought about it for a while before she finally said, "Okay." "Let's go to the cafe over there," Jill said. Opposite the Golden Sunshine Kindergarten was a relatively empty and luxuriously decorated cafe. It was aimed at the parents who came to the kindergarten to pick up their children, which was why it was a very high-end place with an expensive menu. After Tanya and Jill entered the cafe, Jill said, "2 cappuccinos, please, thank you." The waiter nodded and was about to leave when Tanya said, "Change mine to a latte?" She looked at Jill and said, "Cappuccinos are too bitter for me." "Hillary loves cappuccinos the most because they're good for her diet, but you can drink whatever you want." Tanya didn't say anything. Jill knows what kind of drinks Hillary likes, yet she doesn't know what I like, she thought. She didn't want to waste much time with her, so she asked, "What exactly do you want to say? Is there any problem with how I was born?" Before Jill could answer, the waiter returned to serve them their coffees. Jill picked up the cappuccino, stirred it with a spoon, and slowly said, "I presume you're already aware that you and Hillary weren't born a year apart. The two of you were born on the same day. In fact, Hillary was born an hour earlier than you." Tanya tightened her jaw when she heard that. When she had been younger, she had fought with Hillary for her mother's love. However, Jill had always said that Hillary was her younger sister, so she had to give in to her. Her mother had also threatened to beat Tanya if she didn't give in to her little sister. She had repeatedly said that although she was her younger sister, Hillary was the eldest daughter of the Joneses, while Tanya was nothing. Hillary had capitalized on her mother's preference for her and had often bullied Tanya. Tanya was annoyed to hear that age wasn't the issue after all. "And then what happened?" she asked. Jill didn't feel that what she was saying was in any way embarrassing or shameful. She merely spoke as if she were just narrating a story from the past. "When I was with your dad, he was very unreliable. He often disappeared for long periods. Even after dating him for 2 months, I still didn't know what he did for a living. All I knew was that he was always fighting and never behaved decently. I had no future with him." "Then why did you sleep with him?" she asked. Jill lowered her eyes and replied, "Do you think I wanted to? I thought you were the Jones." She paused to calm herself down. Then she said, "I thought you were also the Joneses' child. When I was pregnant, even after working out the timeline, I still couldn't tell if you were Carl's or Hillary's father's child. But my social status wasn't very high back then. If I wanted to marry into the Joneses, then I could only do so by having their child. Therefore, I steeled my heart and kept the child." She smiled and continued, "But in the end, when I did a DNA test after you two were born and discovered that you weren't a Jones, I realized Carl must have been your father. Because of that, Hillary's father flew into a rage and he almost broke off the engagement. Although he still got married to me later, my position in the Joneses was still very awkward because of you." Tanya clenched her fists and asked, "So, that's why you hate me so much?" "That's right. This is the truth behind what happened back then. Hillary elevated my status and allowed me to marry into the Joneses, whereas your existence brought shame to me. Do you think I could have still liked you?" Tanya took a deep breath as she suddenly understood why Jill had always treated her two daughters so differently. She had always wondered why Jill had given birth to her if she didn't love her father or her, and she finally knew the truth. She asked, "Why are you telling me all of this now? Are you trying to make me feel guilty? If that's the case, I can tell you for certain that's not going to happen." Jill shook her head and said, "No, I don't need you to feel guilty about it. Whether you feel guilty about it or not, this is the truth. It's also a fact that, because of you, I was unable to hold my head up high in the Joneses for so many years. I'm telling you now because I want to make peace with you." Tanya was taken aback. Make peace? "Yes, I'll forgive you if you also forgive me. Then we can go our own separate ways. How does that sound?" "I don't have anything to do with you anyway, so it won't make a difference." Jill was quiet for a while before she finally said, "I want you to promise me something." Tanya knew that the highlight of the show had finally arrived. All the things she'd said up until now have been to appeal to me emotionally so that she can get something from me, she thought. "I know where you're going with this, and there's no way I'll ever write a letter of forgiveness," Tanya said coldly. "Not in this lifetime, and not in the next." Her words made Jill's eyes flash with hatred. However, she quickly suppressed it and said, "I know that you're heartless and don't care whether Hillary lives or dies, so I'm not here for that." "Then what's it about?" Jill looked down at her lap and said, "It's for my own sake." Tanya was taken aback because she had misjudged Jill's intentions. "Because of Hillary's incident, I'm close to having no place in the Joneses anymore. That's why I have to reconcile with you. You're Joel's girlfriend now, so you'll be able to keep me safe and worry-free in the Joneses." Tanya was just about to speak when Jill cut her off and added, "No matter what happens, I'm the one who gave life to you. The fact that I'm your mother will never change. Because of you, for so many years, I wasn't able to enjoy life for even a single day at the Joneses. Now that you've finally become distinguished, why don't you let me ride off your coattails a little? Because of Hillary, the Joneses are already in talks about having your uncle divorce me. I signed a prenuptial agreement when I got married, so I can't even take a penny with me after the divorce. If life really becomes hard for me, I'll have to trouble you in the end." For a while, Tanya found herself at a loss as to what to say. Jill got up and said aggressively, "I know you have someone spoiling you and loving you now, so you're not afraid of anything. But I am your mother, and the ties between the two of us will never be severed. You can't refuse me, can you?" Jill's calm words contrasted with the threats she had previously made. She even chuckled softly as she said, "It's like what you said at the Smith's house, when you talked about how you wished you weren't my flesh and blood. Well, I only wish that you make peace with me." Tanya was puzzled by the change in Jill. When Tanya returned to the Smith's house, Joel and Nora were waiting for her on the couch. When they saw her, Nora asked nervously, "What did you talk about? Did she threaten you again?" "No." Tanya sat down and repeated Jill's words. Because she knew that things were not as simple as she had thought, she didn't hide anything. When she had finished, Nora asked, "Did you say no?" She knew that Tanya wasn't afraid of threats, so she expected that she would have rejected Jill's request. Tanya shook her head and said, "Not yet. I said that I wanted to think about it and ask Joel for his opinion. She was fine about that." Nora was shocked. "Why would you say that?" she asked. Tanya replied, "I don't know if I'm being paranoid, but I keep feeling that something's wrong." "What do you mean?" asked Nora. Tanya looked down at the floor and sighed before she said, "Ever since I was young, Jill loved Hillary the most. I remember one time when Hillary was sick and she stayed with her at the hospital every night. Even when she fell ill herself, she still went to see her. She's always had a deep mother-daughter relationship with Hillary, and I felt jealous back then. I was really surprised to hear what she said today. I never expected that she would give up on Hillary. How could a woman who loved her daughter more than her own life give up on her in just 2 days? Do you think something else has happened? Nora asked. Maybe, Tanya replied. I know that what Jill said today made sense, and it was the obvious choice for a selfish person. But because it's Jill who was such an extremely biased mother, there seems to be something strange about it. Joel frowned. Perhaps it's because Hillary would be safer in prison if you reconciled with Jill, he suggested. Perhaps, said Tanya, remaining unconvinced. Nora said, Tell her that you agree to it and see what she does next. Joel glanced at Nora and said, Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Tanya pondered on it for a while and said, All right, I'll call her back. She took out her phone and put it on speaker before she called Jill. Jill picked up the call immediately. Her voice had a hint of nervousness as she asked, Have you thought it through? How was your discussion with Mr. Smith? Nora nodded at Tanya, and Tanya understood what she meant. She replied unhappily, We discussed it and Joel has agreed. You can tell everyone that we've reconciled. The Smiths don't want a troublesome person like you to keep bothering them. Okay, that's good, Jill said. I'm hanging up now. After putting away her phone, Tanya looked at Nora and spread her hands. Nora pursed her lips. The reason she had asked Tanya to agree to Jill's request was that she remembered what Brenda had said that afternoon, and she felt that she had to pay attention to possible dangers around her. She was suspicious about Jill's motivation for wanting to make peace with Tanya. She said calmly, Wait a while, because I think she'll call back. Half an hour later, just as Nora was starting to feel that her judgment had been wrong, Jill called. Nora sat up straight and signaled for Tanya to answer the call. Again, Tanya placed the call on speaker. Jill sounded tearful as she said, Tanya, your uncle didn't believe that we had reconciled. He even beat me up. Tanya's expression didn't change. So, she said, So, can you help me to explain everything to him? Jill asked. Tanya didn't speak, but she gave a mocking laugh. After a brief silence, Jill said, I know you probably don't want to come over, and that's okay. I have another way to show people that we've reconciled. Oh, and what's that? Tanya asked. Do you remember your cousin on your uncle's side of the family? She asked. He just graduated this year, and he's looking for a job. Can you arrange something for him in the Smiths Company? That way everyone will accept that we've reconciled. It's just a small favor to ask from the Smiths. Of course, you don't have to arrange an important position for him. He just needs to be at the headquarters so that it will show that I helped him find a job. The request was quite a small one, and Joel grimaced and nodded at Tanya. Joel has agreed, said Tanya. I hope you'll keep your word in the future and stop pestering me. Jill said, Okay, I'll send his resume over to you later. After Jill had sent the resume, Nora asked for a copy and checked the person's past. She suspected that the cousin might not be as ordinary as Jill wanted them to believe. However, the investigation didn't uncover any problems. Nevertheless, Nora was still suspicious. I don't believe that Jill was just looking for a job for a cousin, she thought. It was visiting time at the prison, and Jill stood in the visitation room. When she saw Hillary limping over, her heart ached. She started to cry as she looked at her daughter through the thick glass. Hillary, I've succeeded, she said. Do they really think they can save you? Hillary said impatiently, What choice do we have? We're already in this mess, and there's no one else who can save us." Jill tried to calm her down. "Don't get angry," she said. "I just find it a little hard to believe. Besides, your cousin is also confused about his new work arrangement." "Just do what I tell you to do," Hillary snapped. "Why are you asking me so many questions? Just make sure that he stays obedient." Okay. The visit ended, and next on the schedule was recreation time. Hillary supported her tired body and walked out of the visitation room. When no one was paying attention, she quietly spoke to a person wearing a prisoner's uniform. "My mother has arranged for someone to work at the Smiths' headquarters. It's time for you to fulfill your promise and get me out of here." Without even raising her head, the prisoner placed a pill in Hillary's hand. "Swallow this and you can leave," she said. Hillary bit her lip and stared at the white pill. "What is it?" she asked. "You don't need to know. Just know that if you take it, you can get out of here." The prisoner walked away, leaving Hillary standing there staring at the pill in her hand. She felt nervous about it and wasn't sure whether to take it. She looked at the back of the prisoner who had given it to her and thought about the changes that had happened since they had met. She then steeled her heart and swallowed the pill while no one was paying attention. She was totally ignorant of what it would do to her. The drug made Hillary become ill. Tanya received a call that shocked her. It was from the court. Because Hillary had been released to a hospital for treatment, the court had to inform Tanya of her whereabouts. She was very concerned by the news and asked, "What's wrong with her?" The person on the phone replied in a monotonous voice, "Miss Turner, Miss Jones' condition is still being assessed at the hospital, but it's quite serious. She seems to have had a heart attack and is in a coma." "Okay, I understand." After hanging up, she looked at Nora and said, "Hillary's had a heart attack. She's always been in good health, so why would she suddenly have a heart attack?" Nora thought about it and suggested, "Why don't we go to the hospital to find out more?" "Do you suspect that she's faking it?" Tanya asked. Nora nodded and looked at the time. She happened to be free then, so she stood up and said, "Let's go. I'm free now, so I'll come with you." When the two women arrived at the hospital, they walked upstairs slowly. Nora dragged her feet as if she were having problems walking. Her eyes were slightly lowered and she looked very serious. Tanya grabbed her hand and helped her to walk faster toward the ward, where she had been told that Hillary was. When they arrived, they saw Jill standing outside Hillary's room, pacing back and forth anxiously. She seemed to have heard footsteps and turned to look at them. She walked over to them and pointed at Tanya as she said indignantly, "What are you doing here? Isn't it enough that you caused my daughter to end up like this? Do you need to see her die before you can be at peace?" Tanya was hit by the fact that the Jill she had seen 2 days previously wasn't the same person as the woman in front of her right then. Or rather, the woman in front of her was the Jill she was familiar with. The one from 2 days previously had been so calm that she had unsettled her. Nora looked at Tanya's surprised expression. She knew that it wasn't the time to quarrel with Jill, so she interrupted her next question and asked, "How is she?" Jill sounded worried as she said, "Thankfully, she's still alive, but she's in a coma. The doctor hasn't been able to find the cause." She looked resentfully at the two people standing guard at the door of Hillary's room and said, "It must be because she's got a useless doctor. The prison hasn't taken the trouble to make sure that she's treated properly." The two guards seemed to be about to speak when Jill thought of something. She looked at Nora and said, "Aren't you Dr. Athena? You're the world's top surgeon, so go and examine my daughter." Nora stared blankly at Jill and then looked at the two people at the door. She then said, "Okay. It'll give me a chance to find out what game Hillary's playing," she thought. As she was thinking, Jill said to the two guards, "This is Dr. Athena. You need to let her in to see my daughter." They looked at each other. It was a critical period for Hilary to get treatment. 2 specialists in the hospital had seen her, but they hadn't found the cause of her condition. The prison staff had called Jill because Hilary still had the right to seek treatment. Because they considered Nora to be someone hired by Jill, they said, "That's fine, go ahead." Nora waved at the 2 of them and gave Tanya a reassuring look before entering the room. Hilary had probably been there for 3 or 4 hours. She was lying on a bed with all kinds of testing equipment around her. Nora looked at the data displayed on one of the devices. "Her heart's beating normally," she muttered, "and her blood pressure's normal." In fact, all of the statistics were normal. Even the blood test report was there, and it eliminated hypoglycemia. However, Nora could see that her brainwaves were abnormal. "This means that she's not pretending to be ill," she thought. "Then why is she unconscious?" There were only 2 nurses left in the room, as the doctors had gone out to discuss the case. Nora went to the other side of the bed and prepared to take her pulse. She placed her fingers on Hilary's wrist and closed her eyes. A minute later, she opened her eyes and retracted her fingers. At that moment, the door opened and a tall figure walked in. Nora looked up and saw a female doctor wearing surgical clothing. Behind her were a couple of nurses. As the group of people entered, they immediately noticed Nora. The doctor frowned and asked, "Who are you? This is an intensive care unit, and the patient is in custody. It is not a place you can enter. Please leave." Before Nora could speak, one of the guards at the door whispered, "This is the doctor hired by the inmate's mother." He then introduced the doctor to Nora. "This is Dr. Elaine Miller. She is the most senior doctor in the hospital." Elaine rebuked the 2 guards. "Why have you let a doctor from outside see her?" she asked. "Even Dr. Larson hasn't been able to understand her condition. Surely her family can't think that any random doctor can treat her." Nora had been prepared to leave after the doctor had entered the room. She wasn't feeling kind enough to treat Hilary, and had only gone in there to confirm whether Hilary was actually sick. After she had confirmed that, she had been about to leave. However, she was unhappy when she heard what Dr. Miller said. One of the guards mumbled, "She's not a random doctor." Elaine sneered and said, "Dr. Larson is the best doctor in the city. Is she better than him?"
Elaine was famous in the hospital for being strict. She didn't suffer fools gladly. Her medical skills were exemplary, and no one dared to challenge her. The guard who had been scolded retorted, "Yes, she is." Elaine was surprised and said, "Oh, really? Then tell me who she is. Is she better than Dr. Larson? If she is, why haven't I heard of her?" The guard coughed and looked at Nora. Because she had joined Morris's investigation team and had become an external employee, Morris had sent her a document to prove her identity, so she felt confident. After seeing that the guard had been put into a difficult position, she didn't want to walk away without announcing herself. So she said, "Hello, I'm Dr. Athena. If you haven't heard of me, it's probably because I'm not that significant, I guess." Elaine was obviously stunned when she heard the other woman's name. The nurses behind her covered their mouths and looked at Nora in shock. They started to whisper to one another, "Oh my God, that's the real Dr. Athena. Dr. Larson might be the best doctor in the city, but Dr. Athena is the best in the world. She's my idol." As the nurses were whispering, Nora saw that Elaine was frowning intensely. Elaine felt awkward after being slapped with the information, but calmed down quickly. She didn't want to talk about Nora's background, so she looked at the guards and continued to reprimand them. "Even though Mrs. Jones has found the best surgeon, you shouldn't have let her in." She glared at the 2 of them and continued, "The patient's condition remains unclear. What if she's pretending to be sick and intends to escape? Once the 2 of you were deceived, she might have run away before I returned. The guards lowered their heads and remained silent. Although she had a point, she hadn't said anything about it earlier. By bringing it up then, it was obvious that she was embarrassed and angry and that she had been made to look foolish by doubting Nora. The guards looked sheepish and one of them said, "Yes, it was our mistake." Elaine looked at Nora and then at the two of them. "Please get rid of everyone unrelated to the case," she said. "I want to see the patient alone." The guards looked at Nora and she winked at them. She didn't want to make things difficult for them, so she left the room. When she went out, Tanya asked, "How is she?" Nora replied softly, "There's no doubt that she's unconscious, but we still have to find the reason. Now that we know she's not acting and isn't about to escape, we can relax slightly." Jill went up to them and said, "So, how's my daughter?" "Oh, they have another famous doctor in the hospital," Nora replied, "and she's diagnosing her now." Jill was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean?" Nora said, "The doctor assigned to her is Elaine Miller." Before she could say anything else, Jill said, "Oh, she's a very famous doctor in New York. She's different from most doctors because she also practices alternative medicine." "Alternative medicine?" Nora asked in surprise. There were very few young doctors who took an interest in traditional alternative medicine. Most of the doctors who were the most knowledgeable about alternative medicine were older. Traditional alternative medicine's emphasis was totally different from that of modern medicine, and its practitioners needed to accumulate experience based on a vast quantity of medical cases. However, Elaine was clearly only in her 20s. The door to Hillary's room was pushed open, and Elaine walked out. Behind her, a few nurses were talking about her. "Dr. Miller is really impressive. No one has been able to find the problem, but the moment she arrived, she found it." "That's right. I've heard how magical alternative medicine is, but I've never believed it. I thought that it was no different from witchcraft. I didn't expect to actually witness its power in this hospital." After hearing the nurses flattering Elaine, Jill went up to her and asked, "Dr. Miller, what's wrong with my daughter?" The doctor said, "I checked her pulse and found that she is in a coma and not pretending. The specific reason still needs to be confirmed with blood tests, but I have a general idea." The nurses around her all nodded. The doctor looked at Nora and said, "Sometimes modern medicine is useless. In this case, all the patient's vital signs are normal. Most people would have symptoms such as spleen and stomach dysfunction, kidney deficiency, and other symptoms. However, those things can't be detected until they reach a certain level. Once they reach the level where they can be detected using modern medicine, it means that the illness is already very serious. That's why alternative medicine is so important. The sensitivity of alternative medicine is something modern medicine can't beat." Tanya whispered into Nora's ear, "Nora, why do I feel like she's implying that you're inferior to her?" "I'm not intimidated by her," Nora responded. Tanya said, "She might be good at alternative medicine, but you're way better at modern medicine, so she's got no reason to be so arrogant. She's obviously got a massive ego." Nora chuckled but didn't say anything. However, Tanya hadn't spoken quietly enough, and Elaine had heard everything she had said. She walked in front of Nora and said, "Honesty is sometimes difficult to listen to, but there are some things I have to say to you. Do you really think that because you're the best doctor, your medical skills are amazing? Alternative medicine is much more profound. As well as that, although your mother, Yvette, was an outstanding talent in the world of alternative medicine, you obviously haven't inherited her skills. Instead, you went overseas to learn modern medicine. No matter how good your modern medicine is, I still look down on you because you have abandoned the wisdom of the past. In my opinion, only an excellent alternative medical practitioner can be considered a medical expert. You only hold a scalpel, and your medicine doesn't have the subtlety of mine." Nora's hackles were raised. "So, I only know how to hold a scalpel, do I?" she asked. The entire corridor fell silent.
Elaine was the best alternative medicine practitioner in the country, while Nora was a world leader in modern medicine. It was a clash of titans. However, Elaine was not afraid of her. What? Do you think that I'm wrong? Do you really think that modern medicine is better than alternative medicine? Many people felt that alternative medicine was unreliable, and some even thought that it was a scam. Elaine's words had clearly set a trap for Nora. If Nora said that modern medicine was superior, she would offend most doctors of alternative medicine. Even in New York, where modern medicine dominated the medical establishment, there were many prestigious doctors of alternative medicine, and if they all joined together to attack her, they could make Nora's life difficult. However, if she praised alternative medicine, she would be showing weakness and diminishing her own prestige. She looked at Elaine and didn't understand why she was targeting her. However, she smiled and said, "Be it modern or alternative medicine, in my opinion, they're both ways to treat illness and they save people. Even though they can't be compared, they both have their uses." Everyone nodded in agreement. Elaine's expression darkened. She seemed to be unhappy that she hadn't been able to trick Nora into expressing negativity toward alternative medicine. She sneered and asked, "Then why did you choose modern medicine instead of alternative medicine? According to what I know, your mother was an outstanding talent in the alternative medicine world. Why didn't you take on her mantle? Doesn't that show what you really think?" Why is this woman trying to get me to say that modern medicine is better than alternative medicine? Nora wondered. She's really persistent. She then countered, "How do you know that I didn't learn alternative medicine?" Elaine was surprised by her casual tone and said, "Oh, right. Did you actually learn alternative medicine? Then why haven't I ever heard your name in the alternative medicine world?" she mocked. After saying that, she didn't wait for Nora to answer, but looked at her phone and said, "All right, I don't have time to debate with you here today. After all, I still have a patient to deal with. I'm not as free as you are, Dr. Athena." Tanya stepped forward. "What? Wasn't it you, Dr. Miller, who approached her? We weren't stopping you from leaving. You're making it sound like she's pestering you. It seems strange that you would do that." The doctor glared at Tanya and left. After she had gone, Nora and Tanya decided to leave too. However, just as they turned around, they heard Jill's angry voice. "Tanya, did you do that on purpose?" she asked. She had raised her fist and almost looked like she wanted to hit Tanya. "Dr. Miller is Hillary's attending doctor, and you've offended her. You must be trying to get her to take revenge on Hillary." A strange feeling surged in Nora's heart. She also had 2 children, and she doted on them equally. She couldn't understand how Jill didn't have any motherly feelings for Tanya. Jill was also unhappy that Nora had offended Elaine. However, she didn't dare to get angry at Nora, but directed all her temper at her daughter. "Don't you know when it's inappropriate to say something? You always have to go and shoot your mouth off so that you can get the upper hand. Don't you think your younger sister is dying quickly enough?" Tanya roared angrily. "My younger sister." She glared at Jill and said, "How dare you say that that person lying in that room is my younger sister? Isn't she supposed to be my elder sister?" Jill gulped and Tanya continued, "What we agreed on the phone was only a superficial reconciliation. Don't think that we have really reconciled. However, you're right about one thing." Jill was taken aback and asked, "What's that?" Tanya sneered and said, "I do think that the person lying in that room isn't dying fast enough. Even though her future has been taken away from her now that she's been sentenced to prison, she can't make up for the crime of stealing my child. I really hope that she dies from this illness." Jill was furious. "You're an evil little witch," she shouted. She lifted her hand and was about to hit her daughter. Before she could, Nora moved in front of Tanya and grabbed Jill's wrist. She looked at her coldly and said, "Mrs. Jones, Tanya will be my sister-in-law. Before you hit her, have you considered what the Smiths' reaction might be? Or do the Joneses no longer care about the Smiths' feelings? Her words made Jill's arm go limp. Nora then whispered, "Of course, Carl Moore is still in New York. If you have any objections to his daughter, why don't you talk to him about them?" She moved closer to the older woman and added, "By the way, do you know what Carl is doing now?" Jill didn't have an answer. She only knew that he was from the underworld and didn't know what he was doing at that time. Her heart sank as she asked, "What?" Nora smiled but didn't say anything, which had the effect of making Jill even more afraid. She was shocked and took a step back. Then she saw a cold smile on Nora's face. Jill had thought that Hillary's illness was a blessing in disguise because it meant she could stay in the hospital and away from prison. However, no one expected that 2 days later, the news would suddenly spread that Hillary had died in the hospital. Upon hearing the news, the police surrounded the Smiths' residence. "Hillary is dead," said Tanya. Nora looked at her in disbelief. "What's going on?" she asked. Tanya pointed at her phone and said, "I've just been informed that she was brain dead. The doctors have taken her off the ventilator." She then took a deep breath and said, "This might be her way of getting retribution." Nora felt that it was all very strange. 2 days earlier, she had gone to see Hillary and had given her an exam and studied her medical record. Hillary had been in a coma, and she might have been able to find the reason using a blood test. At that time, she had only been worried that Hillary was pretending to be sick so that she could escape from prison. After confirming that she really was sick, she had felt relieved. Elaine had been Hillary's doctor, and because of her status, Nora hadn't given the matter any more thought. "I don't get it. Why is she dead?" she wondered. The butler walked in and said, "Ms. Nora, the police are here. They said..." He swallowed hard before he continued, "They said that further investigation has revealed that Hillary's death was a murder. As for the murderer, they have sufficient evidence and have come to arrest the culprit." "What's going on?" asked Nora. "Why have they come here to arrest the murderer? What's it got to do with the Smiths?" The butler couldn't answer because he didn't understand either. At that moment, the police rushed in, and an officer said, "We have reason to believe that you're responsible for the death of Hillary Jones, and we're here to arrest you on suspicion of her murder." Nora thought about it carefully. 2 days earlier, she had been with Hillary while she was in the intensive care unit. There were surveillance cameras in the room, so she couldn't have been framed. As the police officers walked toward her, Nora sighed and wondered, "Why does this keep happening to me? It was the same when old Maddie fell sick." All she wanted to do at that time was to follow the clues and discover the identity of the mysterious person who had turned up in New York. She hadn't bargained on the complication she had just been presented with. As the police officers walked behind her, she prepared herself to be handcuffed. However, they walked past her and handcuffed Tanya instead. What? The officer's words were directed at Tanya, she thought. But how was that possible? Tanya looked at the police officer in confusion. "What are you doing? Why are you arresting me?" The officer said, "You're suspected of murdering Hillary Jones. We have both material evidence and witnesses to that fact. Please don't resist." Tanya was stunned. "That's ridiculous. How could I have killed someone?" she asked. Nora made a quick decision to block the officer's path. She asked in a deep, calm voice, "Do you have an arrest warrant? Also, please show me your police badge." The officer took out his badge and showed it to her before also showing her the arrest warrant. The arrest warrant was real, and Nora couldn't stop them. She looked at Tanya and said calmly, "Just go with them. I'll contact the lawyer immediately and start the process of getting you bailed out." Tanya took a deep breath and said, "Okay." When Tanya was taken out of the house by the police, Jill arrived on the scene. Her eyes were red and she looked distraught. "You killed Hillary," she shouted. "You always wanted her dead. You always were a vicious person. I should have strangled you when you were young. The world would have been better off without you." In a fit of rage, she rushed toward Tanya, but the police stopped her. Although she had been stopped, her hands reached out to claw at her daughter, but she couldn't reach her. She continued screaming, "You killed my beautiful daughter, and I don't want to live anymore. I'll take you with me, though. I'll make you pay for what you've done." The police formed a protective circle around Tanya, who looked back at Jill in shock. The woman had gone mad and was prepared to risk everything to avenge her daughter. She was totally blinded by motherly love. She looked at her mother and muttered, "Am I not your daughter too?" "No, I don't want a daughter like you. You're a murderer, and I'll make sure that you die a horrible death. You'll go to the deepest pits of hell after you die." Her extreme curses made Tanya shudder. She didn't respond and followed the police into their car. In the hospital's mortuary, Elaine was walking around Hillary's corpse. She frowned as she inspected the marks on it. She said, "There are scratches on the victim's body and her fingernails have been torn off, which means that she went through an intense struggle when she was alive. We have detected an unknown drug in her body. Our initial understanding is that it's from some form of poison. It looks pretty certain that she died from that poison." After the examination, the nurse beside her asked, "Dr. Miller, could it be that she was poisoned in the prison and had fallen sick because of it and we didn't notice?" Her words caused Elaine to clench her jaw. She glared at the nurse and snapped, "What nonsense are you talking about? We couldn't find the reason for her coma, and we didn't find anything in her blood either. It was clearly after Tanya saw her that she died from the poisoning." "But," the nurse began to say. "But what?" Elaine asked as she looked at her threateningly. "Are you the doctor, or am I? Even a forensic doctor would reach the same conclusion." The nurse felt conflicted. She didn't want to question the doctor's expertise, but felt that she was missing something very important. She said cautiously, "Why not let Dr. Athena examine her to see if she can identify the cause?" Elaine gave a sinister smile and said, "My patient is dead, and the case is closed. I won't allow a random doctor to look at her body. I insist that no one else can examine the body." The nurse was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Elaine replied, "I'm concerned that the Special Cases Department will want to interfere. They're a special department of the police force. If they take over the case, we take our orders directly from... Oh, forget it. You won't understand even if I explain it. After this case is successfully concluded, I'll have enough experience to apply for a position there. I've wanted to work in that department for ages." Captain Ford from the Special Cases Department was admired and respected by everyone, none more so than Elaine. The thought of working in the same department as him excited her. Elaine handed the diagnosis and autopsy reports to the nurse and said, "I've signed them off. The body can be released for cremation. It needs to be done as soon as possible." The nurse was surprised. "Is there a problem?" "Yes. The morgue is nearing capacity. Once a case has been signed off, the body must be cremated as soon as possible. Otherwise, it has to be stored in an unrefrigerated building. In these temperatures, the body will decompose quickly." The nurse courteously replied, "I'll give them a call." "Thanks." After saying that, Elaine looked at her. "Do it now," she said. Of course," came the hasty reply. As Tanya was led away, she had said to Nora, "Take good care of Mia." It was the weekend and the children were off school. They were playing in one of the bedrooms but had heard the noise downstairs. Nora walked up the stairs to see them. Their bedroom door was slightly ajar, so she peered in at them through the gap. She saw Mia wearing a pair of her shoes. Mia said quietly, "Why was my mummy arrested?" Pete replied, "Don't worry, they must have caught the wrong person." Cherry was playing a game on her phone. She glanced at Mia and put it down on a table. "Let's ask my mum," she said. Nora pushed the door open and entered. She said, "Mia, your mummy has something important to do and needs to go to the police station." "Don't worry," Mia asked hesitantly. Is she really okay?" Nora sat beside Mia and ran her fingers through the little girl's hair. "She's fine. Your mummy is a good person. The police officers only catch bad people. Why would they catch your mummy?" Mia tilted her head and thought about it carefully. "Yes, you're right, Aunt Nora. When will Mummy be back?" "She'll be back tonight." Her voice was soft and comforting. Cherry thought about what her mum had just said. She said quietly, "Mummy, are you telling the truth?" Nora was surprised at Cherry's question. She knew she was intelligent for her age, but this was beyond her years. "Of course I am, honey," she replied, trying to sound convincing. Cherry smiled and said to Mia, "Don't be afraid. Even if something happens to your mummy, my mummy won't just sit there and do nothing. And your daddy is very strong too. My daddy will help as well." Mia thought for a moment. "But what if he can't?" "Then my auntie and grandma will. Don't worry, they're great." Mia felt much better now. She nodded and said more confidently, "Okay." Nora said, "I've got to go now, but the nanny is here to look after you. Be good and have lots of fun." "We will," said Mia. Before Nora left, Cherry said, "Don't worry, Mummy. I'll take good care of Mia and Pete as well." Nora replied, "Thank you, Cherry. That's very kind of you." She left the children to play. She picked up her phone to call Joel but felt a tug on her trousers. She looked down and saw Pete. He seemed unhappy. "Mummy, I saw Aunt Tanya taken away in handcuffs." "He doesn't miss a thing," she thought. She lowered her head and was about to say something when he said, "You should contact your uncle and father immediately and have them hire a lawyer to get bail for her. The police must have solid evidence to get an arrest warrant, but I think the evidence was tampered with. I'm sure she didn't do anything against the law. You need to find out what the police have on her." Nora stared at her son in amazement. She knew he was far more intelligent than any other child his age. After all, he spent most of his time completing math tournament questions. But his logic and reasoning were incredible as well. She softly touched Pete's head. "Okay, I'll do all that. But Mia is sad, so can you take good care of her?" He sighed and replied, "Mummy, I'm not a 3-year-old kid anymore. That won't work on me." On hearing this, Nora wanted to laugh but kept a straight face. She tried again. "Pete, Mummy is being serious. Cherry has a big heart and is very kind, but she can sometimes be rough. I'm worried about letting her take care of Mia. I think you would be great, and it would make me very happy and relieved." Pete's face turned red. He nodded and replied, "Okay then, but I think my sister would be just as good as me." He is adorable, she thought. Nora left the house and called Joel. He already knew that Tanya had been arrested. He said, "I've been in touch with my lawyer. We're on our way now." "Okay, I'll see you soon." Nora met up with Joel and his lawyer. "You aren't allowed to see Tanya yet," the lawyer said. "I'll find out what's going on and let you know as soon as possible." Nora and Joel nodded. After more than half an hour, the lawyer reported back. He sighed and said, "Bad news, I'm afraid. They've got enough evidence to detain Tanya. Hillary's death was caused by toxins in her body. The police recovered a surveillance video that showed Tanya injecting something into Hillary's IV line. It doesn't look good." Nora and Joel were stunned. Had Tanya really injected something into Hillary's IV line? They found it hard to believe she would do such a thing. It was true that Tanya hated Hillary, but she had Mia to take care of. She wouldn't do anything to jeopardize that. Joel was the first to speak. "Impossible. I don't believe she's done it." Nora nodded. "I agree. There's no way she would be stupid enough to try and kill Hillary. None of this makes sense." The lawyer sighed and said, "But Tanya once told Jill that she would never forgive Hillary. She wanted her to die." She had indeed said this when Jill questioned her in the hospital. Furthermore, There had been a nurse present who had witnessed the conversation. I know, but saying that and committing murder are entirely different things, Nora replied. The lawyer said, Agreed, but she did say it. The evidence against Tanya is so compelling. There is a witness to confirm what she said. The police have a surveillance video, and finally, toxins were found in the victim's body. But all that may make little difference. Nora and Joel appeared worried. What do you mean? Nora asked. The lawyer replied, Tanya has admitted that she was the person in the video screen injecting something into the IV line. His words stunned them both. He could see the anguish on their faces. His voice softened. I can't get bail, but we're allowed to see Tanya now. Follow me. Joel and Nora nodded. They walked in single file behind the lawyer and entered the interrogation room. Tanya was sitting on a chair and clenching her hands together. She looked dejected. When she saw the three of them walk in, she turned away and stared down at the floor. Joel was the first to speak. He said in a low, deliberate voice, Tanya, you didn't really go to see Hillary, did you? There must be something wrong with their surveillance cameras. Why are you admitting to it? Did they torture you? When Tanya heard this, the panic in her eyes gradually disappeared. She shook her head. No, I haven't been tortured. The police have treated me well. You're overthinking things again. Joel stared at her. Then why did you admit it? And what's with the surveillance cameras? Nora picked up her phone and played the video recording when he asked that. In the video, Tanya could be seen entering the ward and injecting something into Hillary's IV line. Nora stared at Tanya. Tanya slowly stood up and said quietly, I didn't want to kill her. Her words confirmed everything the lawyer had said. Joel shook his head. He was usually calm and steadfast, but the situation had made him anxious and concerned. He asked, Tanya, you really did it? What did you inject her with? Tanya lowered her head and took a deep breath before saying, It's a drug called benzoplatin. It can make a person feel pain even if they're in a coma. The interrogation room fell silent. Tanya held her head in her hands and then looked up. She said quietly, I didn't want to kill her, but I wanted to make her suffer. I'll tell you something, Joel. I was bathing Mia the other day and noticed she had some scars. They were faint, so she must have had them for a while. I asked her about them and she told me. She told me that her mummy burned her because she was crying too much. Tanya trembled as she finished talking. Tears trickled down her face. Joel put a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Tanya continued, Mia told me that she'd promised her mummy she'd be a good girl and would do as she was told. She had also promised not to cry as much. It was heartbreaking listening to her. It was now apparent why Mia was so afraid of Hillary. Tanya had coaxed Mia to sleep that night, but she had stayed awake all night. Visions of Mia and Hillary kept flashing through her mind. She had thought about the brave little girl and what she had gone through at the hands of that evil woman. Tanya had determined Hillary wouldn't get away with what she had done to Mia. By the following morning, she had decided on a plan of action. She had researched the internet for drugs that would affect a person's nervous system and pain response. She had then gone to the hospital and injected the benzoplatin into Hillary's IV line. Tanya's words rocked Joel. His face was red and his body trembled. He asked, How is this possible? He was racked with guilt. His daughter had suffered terrible pain, and he had been unable to do anything about it. In fact, he hadn't even known it had happened. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with tears. It's all my fault, he said slowly. Tanya shook her head. No, it's not. How were you supposed to know what was going on? I only noticed the faint scars on her body by chance. Hillary was the one at fault, not you. I don't regret what I did. I'm ready to answer for my actions. My only concern is for Mia. Joel held her hand and said, "Tanya, what does this have to do with you? I was the one who gave you the drug." She stared at him intently. "I don't understand. When did you give the drug to me?" It dawned on Tanya that Joel wanted to take the blame. Her eyes were red as tears rolled down her cheeks. She lowered her head and wiped her eyes. "Don't say that. You had nothing to do with it." Joel was adamant. He said firmly, "I'm useless. I couldn't protect my daughter and I broke up with you because of a stupid misunderstanding. I wish I could tear Hillary to pieces." Tanya grabbed his hand. "I've already told you none of this is your fault. It's all down to me. I didn't say anything and hid everything. I blame myself for believing my mum's words and going overseas. When I found out I was pregnant, I was shocked but wanted the baby all the same. I knew, though, that I couldn't protect the baby." Tanya choked back the tears as she spoke. "That's why I couldn't let my daughter live under her shadow forever. I wanted her to know that people who've done bad things to her will get punished." Tears rolled down her cheeks again. Joel had a determined look on his face. "Tanya, you don't have to hide anything for my sake. I know you love me. There's no way I'm going to stand by and do nothing. Besides, you couldn't have bought that drug." Tanya lowered her gaze. She had posed as Joel's fiancée and bought the drug. She knew that ordinary people couldn't buy it, so she'd had to think of another way to get it. She took a tissue and wiped her eyes. "I've already admitted my guilt. Mia can't live without her father. Joel, if you still have any feelings for me, please stay out of this." "Mia needs her mother even more than her father," he replied softly. Nora watched as the two argued. She was trying to digest everything that had been said. She was shocked to hear how Hillary had treated Mia and didn't blame Tanya for what she had done. What if it had been Cherry and not Mia? I wouldn't have bothered injecting Hillary's IV drip. I would have shot her dead, she thought. Tanya and Joel were so wrapped up in their argument that neither had remembered something vital to her defense. In a loud voice, Nora said, "Will the pair of you stop arguing?" Tanya and Joel fell silent and turned toward Nora. "You've both forgotten one crucial fact. Benzaplatin isn't fatal." The lawyer confirmed what Nora had said. "Yes, it's a poison, but it wasn't the only factor in Hillary's death. The coroner's conclusion is that she was already weak. If she'd been fit and healthy, she wouldn't have died. The benzaplatin was enough to finish her off." Tanya raised a faint smile. "Of course. I knew it wouldn't kill her. I might have lost my senses and acted crazy, but I knew Mia still needed me. I couldn't let that detestable woman go unpunished. As I said, I researched online for drugs that affected the nervous system but weren't fatal. I never expected her to die." When the lawyer heard this, he asked, "When you searched on the internet, what were the keywords?" Tanya replied, "I typed in painful but not fatal drugs." The lawyer heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good. We can use that as part of your defense. It may prove that you didn't intend to commit murder. It was manslaughter at most. I will also point out that although your actions were misguided, you were driven by Hillary's abuse of Mia. I think the judge will be lenient when sentencing you." Joel hurriedly asked, "How lenient?" "Mr. Smith, given what I've said, I think the sentence will probably be 3 years. If you were in Tanya's shoes, so to speak, you would be on a murder charge with little chance of a lesser one being offered or accepted. She has mitigating circumstances that will be considered. You don't. There isn't any point in taking or trying to take the blame." When Tanya heard this, she glanced warily at Joel. "Wait for me. I'll see you in 3 years." Joel held her hands and said, "We'll have a grand wedding when you get out. I promise." She shook her head. "Forget it. If you marry a woman who's been in prison, you'll be a laughingstock." Joel sighed. "I don't care about being laughed at, but I do care that I can't do anything to help you. Tanya, I'm sorry. So very sorry. It was the end of visiting hours. Nora and Joel stood up and left with the lawyer. As soon as they left the room, Joel turned toward the lawyer. If I was convicted of attempted murder, my motive being the same as Tanya's, how long would my sentence be? He could see that Joel was serious. 10 years. Joel smiled. Okay, that's the plan. His lawyer was stunned. But Mr. Smith, it's 10 years. It'll only be 3 years for Tanya. Joel lowered his gaze. Do as I say. He was ready to go to prison for 10 years, rather than let Tanya suffer for 3 years behind bars. The lawyer sighed and said to Nora, Miss Smith, can you please talk some sense into Mr. Smith? Nora was deep in thought and didn't hear him. The lawyer gently tugged at her sleeve. What? She said abruptly. The lawyer repeated what he and Joel had said, but Nora didn't reply. Joel sensed she had thought of something. Nora, you look puzzled. She nodded. I've been thinking about it. Could Hillary really die if injected with 5 milliliters of benzoplatin? I know that benzoplatin only affects the nervous system and makes people feel pain. It doesn't affect any other areas of the body. Joel didn't know much about the drug other than what Tanya and Nora had told him. He frowned. You mean? Nora shook her head. I'm not sure either, but I think we should go and see the body. Joel nodded, then gave the lawyer a knowing look, who turned and hurriedly went to look for someone to ask. When the staff member heard the lawyer's request, he picked up a phone and called the morgue. What? Oh, right, I'll let him know. The lawyer sensed something was wrong. What's the matter? He said. I'm very sorry, but the body has been released for cremation. The lawyer rushed back to Joel and Nora. Bad news. The body is on the way to the crematorium. Nora shook her head in disbelief while Joel studied the floor. Neither of them had expected the body to be dealt with so quickly. They hadn't known about the morgue being nearly full. Joel asked, When was the body sent out? Half an hour ago, his lawyer replied. Joel and Nora looked at each other. Without a word, they rushed out, ran to Nora's car and jumped in. Sit tight, she said. The car sped away. Joel took out his phone and made a call. The vehicle carrying the body had already arrived at the crematorium. If the body had been placed in the crematorium furnace and the doors closed and process started, any evidence to help Tanya would be lost forever. Nora slammed her foot on the brake pedal and the car screeched to a halt. She and Joel jumped out. A guard looked on in surprise. He shouted, Hey, what are you two doing? You... Before he could finish speaking, Joel and Nora ran past him. He chased after them. Stop right there. You're not allowed in without permission. They took no notice and ran toward the crematorium entrance. There were a few cars parked, and Elaine could be seen sitting in the front passenger seat of one of them. She wound down the window and craned her head out to look around. Nora saw her and ran over to the car. Where's the body? She asked. Elaine raised her eyebrows. What body? Nora replied, Hillary Jones's body. Elaine smiled. Why should I tell you where her body is? Who do you think you are? Just as she finished speaking, Joel opened the door to the front passenger seat. Nora grabbed Elaine's arm and pulled her out of the car. Before Elaine could comprehend what was happening, she stood before Nora and Joel. Nora grabbed her wrist tightly. In a slow and deliberate voice, she said, Tell me, where is Hillary Jones's body? Elaine tried her best to shake off Nora's grip, but couldn't. Why should I tell you? Let go of me right now. The guard rushed over and confronted Joel and Nora. What's going on? He asked sternly. Elaine shouted, Get the other guards here right now. This woman is demanding that I tell her the whereabouts of a body. She's assaulting me. The guard immediately took out his radio and called for backup. Within a minute, Joel and Nora had been surrounded. The guards aimed their guns at the pair. Joel took a deep breath and tried to calm the situation. "Take it easy. Put your guns away. I've reason to believe that the death of Hillary Jones hasn't been thoroughly investigated. Her body mustn't be cremated." The guards stared at Elaine. Elaine smiled. "Not thoroughly investigated? Mr. Smith, I know you and your family are very powerful, but it doesn't give you the right to stop a cremation and ask for the body. Are you planning to tamper with it? My colleagues and I have already determined the cause of death, and I have signed off on the paperwork. Anyway, Miss Turner has already confessed. Why can't you let Miss Jones rest in peace?" When Joel was on his way to the crematorium in Nora's car, he had phoned for support from his family. In turn, they had contacted their trusted friends. Many people had arrived at the crematorium in support of Joel and Nora. Elaine was worried but tried to hide her emotions. She laughed and then asked, "What's all this? Is the Smith family planning an attack? Let me tell you, these guards are well trained and will be more than a match for all of you. Everything I've done has been legal. If the cremation is to be stopped, I need an official order." Nora knew the body would be in ashes by the time an application was made and approved to stop the cremation. Elaine was intent on stopping Joel and Nora from getting the body. But why? She wondered. Did she want the cremation to take place before something could be discovered? Elaine lowered her head and played with her nails. She turned to Joel and said, "Mr. Smith, you may be a wealthy and powerful businessman, but in my eyes, you're just an associate of a criminal. Do you actually think you can order me to halt the cremation and that I'll do as I'm told? Unless someone from the Special Cases Department stands before me and orders the cremation to be stopped, it will go ahead as planned." Nora shouted, "Then I order you to stop the cremation immediately." Nora reached in her pocket and pulled out the documents Morris had given her and handed them to Elaine. "My name is Nora Smith. I'm the Special Cases Department's external forensic doctor, and I order you to stop the cremation immediately." Elaine stared at Nora. She said, "I need to determine the authenticity of the documents. What if they're fake?" After hearing the commotion, some of the crematorium staff came outside and stood next to Elaine's car. One of them glanced at the documents and said, "They can't be fake, can they?" Elaine explained slowly, "With the technology today, any document can be faked. I think these could be fake. We can't be too careful. The matter is serious." The staff member nodded in agreement. "We must determine that the documents are legitimate." Nora took the documents back from Elaine and said sternly, "I'm on a special mission. You must cooperate with me. You'll be breaking the law if you don't. If the evidence is destroyed, you'll be held responsible. I'm ordering you for the last time. Stop the cremation immediately." The staff member looked at Elaine. "Doctor." A faint smile came to Elaine's face. She narrowed her eyes and looked away from Nora. "Yes, we must do as Dr. Athena orders. Stop the cremation." The staff member heaved a sigh of relief and ran inside to switch off the cremation furnace. Just as his finger touched the button, a beeping sound could be heard. The staff member returned and said to them in despair, "It's too late. The body has already been cremated." "What?" Nora exclaimed. "Which furnace?" The crematorium had the facilities to cremate more than one body. There were several cremation furnaces in the building. "Number 5, came the reply. Nora ran to the furnace and opened the door. The body had been reduced to ashes. Close behind her, Joel now stood beside Nora and looked in. He sighed and shook his head. Elaine joined the pair and said slowly, "I'm sorry. Look, I didn't know the cremation was nearly finished. I'm sorry your time has been wasted. It's over." She didn't have the chance to finish speaking. There was a dull thudding sound as Nora punched Elaine squarely in the face. The woman stumbled a few steps back. Her cheeks instantly puffed up and blood slowly trickled down from her nose. She felt dizzy and tried to focus on Nora. She tried to comprehend how this petite and weak-looking woman standing before her had such a powerful punch. Nora glared at Elaine. Teeth clenched, she said. "You were deliberately stalling for time." Elaine took out a tissue and dabbed at her nose. She stared at Nora. "You shouldn't have done that. I could have you arrested for assault. You may be from the Special Cases Department, but it doesn't give you the right to beat up people." As soon as Elaine had finished speaking, she landed another punch. Elaine's face was red and bloody. Nora scowled at her. "You're deliberately interfering with the matters of the Special Cases Department. You're lucky I only punched you twice." Elaine tried to compose herself. She glanced at Nora, who stared back at her with a piercing look. Elaine covered her face and slowly walked away. When she had gained some distance between them, she turned around and shouted, "I don't know what you're talking about. This isn't over. I'm going to complain to your superiors." Nora shouted back, "I look forward to it. We'll see who they believe, you or me." Elaine ran back to her car, got in, and drove away. Joel and Nora left the crematorium. As they walked side by side, he glanced at her and saw the anger on her face. He calmly said, "Nora, don't be angry. There's still hope. I was going to do everything by the book, but since these people seem keen to play dirty and disregard the law, I think it's about time I did the same." Although the Smith family was wealthy and powerful, it had always tried to keep a low profile. However, it had certain assets, as some family members like to call them, that outsiders had no knowledge of. Quentin's secret organization was one of those assets, and Joel intended to use it to help Tanya. He was thinking of settling down overseas with her. He knew his Uncle Ian would be more than happy to take control, especially now that he had found his biological daughter. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Nora, who had gotten into the car, turn and look at him. She had calmed down, and the anger on her face had disappeared. She smiled at him. "Joel, don't be rash. I know what to do about this." He narrowed his eyes and thought of how Nora handled things. She seemed to be able to figure things out and get to the truth. Joel was annoyed at himself. He wished he was able to think things through like she did. When he had learned Tanya had drugged Hillary, he thought she had used poison to kill her. Because he didn't know much about drugs, he didn't think it could be anything else. But Nora had listened to Tanya and believed what she had said. Then, in the meeting with his lawyer, she had realized the importance of stopping the cremation of Hillary's body. "What do you have in mind?" Joel asked. "Don't worry," Nora replied. She started the car, drove to the Smiths, and dropped Joel off. She was on her way to the villa in the suburbs when she noticed a car following her. "I wonder what they want," she thought. After driving around the city for half an hour, she had managed to shake off her pursuer. She continued her journey to the villa. Nora arrived at the villa and parked the car. As soon as she got out, she saw Brenda walking toward her. Brenda said in a hoarse voice, "Nora, good, you're here. Come and help me with something. Which of these guys is more handsome? They all asked me out for dinner tonight, but I haven't decided who to eat yet." Nora hesitated, then laughed. "Who to eat? Oh, listen to me. I'm thinking out loud." Brenda blushed and covered her mouth with her hand. "Don't mind me," Nora said, and then laughed again. The pair chatted as they walked to the main room of the villa. Brenda sat on a couch and crossed her long, fair legs. Her short skirt rode up and just about covered her bottom. "There, that's better," Brenda said casually. Everything in the room appeared normal, apart from the freezer next to the couch Brenda was sitting on. Nora glanced at her curiously, and then back to the freezer. As she walked over, opened it, and peeked in, Brenda didn't say a word. Nora saw Hillary's body lying inside. Her injuries indicated that she had suffered great pain before her death.
Nora had already reported back to the Special Cases Department when Jill came to look for Tanya. She suspected Jill was related to the mysterious organization. Because of this, Brenda and Morris continued to monitor the case. When Hillary had been lying in the hospital ward, the Special Cases Department had secretly taken her blood samples and handed them to their internal inspection team for testing. When the police had come to the Smiths to arrest Tanya, Nora had thought that they were coming for her. She had already considered going to the police station to find out what was happening. Nora had sensed something was wrong and had immediately sent Brenda a message. As a result, they had put a plan together. The evidence was secured, and then Brenda got to work. She had gone to the crematorium and sneaked into the building without anyone seeing her. It was clear to Nora that someone had informed the police about Tanya. Whoever it was probably had a backup plan. She would beat them at their own game and find out what they were up to. The body that Elaine had sent for cremation had indeed been Hillary's, but Brenda had switched it with a different one and then phoned Nora to let her know. Nora had then rushed to the crematorium to confront Elaine. It had all been an act, of course. Anyone watching would think Nora believed that Hillary's body had been cremated. Standing beside the freezer in the villa, Nora studied Hillary's body as she asked Brenda, "Have you examined her?" Brenda tilted her head. "Isn't that your job? I've done my bit. I had to wait for ages in the crematorium, then switch the bodies. It wasn't easy, you know." She glanced at Nora and winked mischievously. Nora smiled back at her. "She's a character, there's no doubting that," she thought as she put on a pair of surgical gloves and began examining the body. It was time to find out the cause of death. Nora stood up and away from Hillary's body. She stretched. "Are you done?" Brenda asked. Nora nodded and briefly explained her findings. "She has many scratches on her body. The benzoplatin woke her up before she died. If Tanya hadn't injected her with the drug, Hillary would have died without waking." Brenda was surprised. "What was the cause of death?" Nora frowned. "It's strange. She was poisoned, but it doesn't appear to be the cause of death." Brenda asked, "So, was it poison or not?" "I don't know. I'll get Lily to carry out further tests. It'll take some time." Brenda hummed and took out her phone. She looked up at Nora. "So, did you really punch Elaine?" Nora replied casually, "Yeah." Brenda tilted her head. "I don't like her either. She's ugly, isn't she? But weren't you just acting? You knew that I had Hillary's body at that point. Why did you hit her?" Nora raised her eyebrows. "I wanted some punching practice." Brenda laughed. "Oh, well, you're in big trouble." Nora walked to the sink to wash her hands. "Is that so?" Brenda stood up and slowly walked over to Nora. "Elaine has reported you to her superiors. She says that you beat her up out of some sort of vengeance. Anything else?" Brenda smiled and said, "Of course there is. Captain Ford is protecting you. He said that you'd overreacted and you were very sorry, and that it wouldn't happen again. You know, that sort of thing. After all, the case is confidential and we can't reveal the truth. However, Elaine is unwilling to let this go. She insisted that you should be punished and make a formal apology to her." Nora nodded but didn't say anything else. Brenda asked curiously, "What do you plan to do next? We can't clear Tanya's name until we expose the mastermind. Are we going to keep her detained?" "Of course not," Nora said firmly. "Mia needs her." "Then what do you plan to do?" Nora smiled. "We'll just mind our own business, of course." Brenda stared at her in bewilderment. That night, the Special Cases Department accepted Tanya's manslaughter plea. Joel's lawyer completed the bail procedures, and she was picked up and returned home safely. Everything was going according to plan. Brenda sat in the car and looked at Nora, who was napping in the front passenger seat. "Is this what you meant by minding our business?" she asked. Nora yawned. "Yes." "You're very intimidating, Nora, but you've given Captain Ford a headache." Nora didn't reply. She was tired and rubbed her eyes. Tanya had been implicated because of them. Why should she go to jail for their sake? Nora yawned again and said, "Take me home, please. Thank you." Brenda smiled and nodded. As she drove, Brenda asked, "When do you think the mastermind will make a move?" "In 2 days. When we catch the mastermind, the truth will be revealed," Nora replied. "You're very sure of yourself." Nora didn't say anything. She had fallen asleep before Brenda had finished speaking. Brenda drove to the Smiths. She saw Justin standing at the door waiting for them. When the car stopped, Brenda was about to wake Nora up when Justin made a shushing gesture. She watched as he picked the sleeping woman up and carried her upstairs carefully. 5 minutes later, he returned. Brenda said, "Justin, you can't be a live-in son-in-law. When are you coming home?" Justin glanced at her. He didn't answer but asked, "It's so late. Where did you two go?" "We went to work," she replied. Work, Justin thought. He knew Brenda's work was confidential, so he rarely asked about it. However, when he saw that Nora was with her today, he asked, "What work?" "Justin, you know I can't tell you that." With that, she stood up and left. When Nora woke up the next day, she picked up her phone and saw that an unknown number had sent her a message. "Do you want to know how you got pregnant back then? I can tell you the truth." Someone wants to tell me how I got pregnant, Nora wondered. Her pregnancy had always been a mystery. Justin had once lied to her, saying that she had taken the initiative to force him, but Nora hadn't believed him. Furthermore, as the father of her children, she didn't want him shown in such a poor light. She had clear memories of that day. She had also checked security footage around the house. It had showed conclusively that she hadn't left the house, and it showed no evidence of someone entering her house, something that Justin would have remembered he had done so. That left only one other possibility, that they had both been schemed against. But why would she have been plotted against in such a way? It was a question she had asked herself many times. She was silent for a moment before replying. "Tell me the truth," she wrote. The reply was almost instantaneous. "Have you just woken up?" She narrowed her eyes and stared at her phone, wondering how to respond. Another message arrived before she had the chance. "I waited a long time for your reply." The cursor on Nora's phone flickered, waiting for her to write. Was this person wanting her to chat? Although she had no idea who they were, there was something about their style of writing that made her sure they weren't from the States. "Was there something you wanted to ask me?" she eventually asked, after a great deal of thought. "No, but promise me one thing, and I'll tell you something important," came an almost immediate reply. Nora studied her screen carefully. She knew that the next thing she wrote would be very important. Another message came before she could reply. "My condition is that as long as you join my organization, I will tell you the truth." "I'm not interested," she replied immediately. Her eyes were cold as she read the screen. There was a pause before the reply arrived. "So you want your friend to go to jail?" the message said. It was obvious that she had not given the response they had expected. "The word compromise does not exist in my dictionary," she replied. Whoever it was, she didn't trust them. "It's not a compromise. I admire you very much. You're a highly esteemed surgeon. If you joined our organization, not only will I tell you the truth, but I can also help you become stronger." She didn't reply. She decided to message Morris instead. "Have you found anything out yet?" she asked him. The Special Cases Department had already started investigating the cell phone number of this mysterious person. She hoped that Morris might be able to update her with any information about them. It was a few minutes before she received a reply. "I can't find anything. It's a ghost account. All the messages pass through several networks before they reach you, and our people can't track them." She frowned. It was unusual for the Special Cases Department to fail. However, not to be deterred, she decided to do some research herself. She turned on her computer and used it to send a message to the mysterious messenger rather than use her phone. "Why do you think you're stronger than us?" she asked. "Don't waste your time trying to track me," came an immediate reply. The person obviously knew that Nora and her acquaintances had been trying to trace them. "With the level of the hackers in this country, you won't be able to find anything unless it's Q or XYZ from the Hacker Alliance. Do you know about the Hacker Alliance?" "What's the Hacker Alliance?" she replied, chuckling. She knew that the longer she kept him talking, the easier it would be to trace his signal. The messages had actually been very well hidden. It would take quite a few messages to find the source. As she decided what to write next, another message appeared on her screen. "You don't have to worry about the Hacker Alliance. All you need to know is that if you join us, we will help you succeed in any field of endeavor you choose." She narrowed her eyes. Was this organization really that powerful? She thought. It's no wonder that so many people want to join it. Morris's Special Cases Department had been established for many years, but they had never caught anyone. It was the cause of a great deal of embarrassment for him. Another message arrived. "I know the Special Cases Department is investigating me. Just because you have XYZ on your side, don't think they'll find me. I have comparable people working for me. You won't find me." Nora read the screen, trying to work out if the messages were coming from anyone she knew. Another message arrived. "How did they know I contacted you? Did you tip them off? For your mother's sake, I had planned to take pity on you, but now it seems like you want to do this the hard way." She read the message again. Is he a friend of my mother's? She thought frantically. Her computer bleeped again. Since that's the case, let's start with your friend. I can tell you clearly that there's another reason for Hillary's death. Unfortunately, I won't give you any clues. And since Hillary's corpse has already been cremated, you won't be able to find any evidence. Thanks to your actions, you'll see your friend go to jail. Take this as a warning for not appreciating my kindness. 4 messages arrived in quick succession. She didn't read any of them, such was her determination to find the sender. Unfortunately, the sender of the messages was also clever. They knew what she was doing. Aware that she was getting closer, the sender terminated their conversation, cutting off any chance for finding them. Nora cursed in frustration. As she continued to look for clues on her computer, her cell phone rang. It was Morris, and he sounded very calm. "The signal disappeared," he said, avoiding any pleasantries. "Yes," she replied. "They're clever. They knew that I was getting close and fled before I could catch them." "What did they want?" "They want to send Tanya to prison." "What should we do now?" he asked. She sighed. "I was hiding the reason for Hillary's death to lure that snake out of their hole. I still can't find them, but I still need to clear Tanya's name." "It's a pity we couldn't find their location," he added sadly. "What's a pity?" she asked, smiling at her computer screen. "I found them." "What? How? Where are they?" "I got a hacker friend to help. I'll send you the exact location now. You need to go quickly if you want to catch them." She smiled to herself in satisfaction. "Okay," he said, She could hear the sound of urgency in his voice. She was just about to hang up when she heard a commotion on the other end of the line. "What's the matter?" she asked, worried that the hackers had managed to get into his office. "Just a minute," he said. He sounded distracted. "Nora, you need to look on the internet," he said. "It turns out your new friends are really fast." "Fast? What do you mean?" "Hillary's death is all over the internet. Everyone's calling for the arrest of her murderer." "The internet?" asked Nora. "Yes," Morris said. "But there are also a lot of Tanya's supporters who are still upset with Hillary. They said that, as someone who kidnapped a child, she deserved to die." Tanya had acquired hundreds of online supporters once it had come to light that Mia was indeed her natural daughter, not Hillary's. The backlash against Hillary was so powerful that the new revelations weren't having the impact that the mysterious man had intended. Even if the followers of social media didn't know the truth and genuinely thought that Tanya had killed her, they still felt that Hillary had deserved to die. Nora smiled. "In that case, let's reveal the truth." "Okay," said Morris. He paused. "About that." "Yes?" she asked as the silence lengthened. "It's better if I told you in person. Come to the department. But first, you need to check the body and take a look at the blood report." "Sure, I can do that," she said, preparing to hang up the phone. There is one other thing. Elaine has been complaining about you." Nora tutted. "She'll only make a fool of herself." Morris was silent for a moment. "Elaine can be considered a colleague. Unfortunately, she made a huge mistake in this case. Don't you want to know what's going to happen to her?" "Yes, I do." She dearly wanted to see Elaine get slapped in the face. "I'll come over now," she added before hanging up. Morris messaged her an address. It was an office building in New York. She made a note of it before she made herself a snack and prepared to leave the house. As she went to put on her coat, she saw Tanya sitting on the living room couch, playing with Mia. Being out on bail, she had applied for leave instead of going back to work. She had also applied for leave for Mia, so that the two of them could continue to spend time together at home. Not wanting a reputation, the school had readily agreed. Nora was reminded of something as she saw them. She ran back upstairs and came back holding a box of labeled ointment in her hand. "Here," she said. Tanya took it. "What is it?" she asked. "Medicine for treating scars," said Nora kindly. Tanya sat quietly for a moment before she took the ointment. "Thank you," she said quietly. She was still very embarrassed about Mia having a scar in such an intimate area. Fortunately, she was still young enough that something could be done about it. The box of ointment had been Cherry's when she was younger. She had been naughty and had accidentally cut her leg, leaving a scar. Nora had developed a revolutionary new medicine to reduce the appearance of it. Within a month, the scar had all but disappeared. Naturally trusting Nora's medical ability, she knew that the ointment would be perfect for Mia. Nora waved her hand. "You're welcome," she said. With that, she touched Mia's head and left. Nora opened the front door to find Jill standing outside, surrounded by dozens of reporters. She was holding a placard, which she had had made especially for that moment. It read, "Murderers deserve to die. May the court judge Tanya." The reporters pointed their cameras straight at Nora, waiting to see her reaction. "Miss Smith, are the Smiths really protecting Tanya?" shouted one reporter. Jill gave her no chance to answer. "Tanya is not a symbol of justice. Murder is wrong and unpardonable. She shouldn't be bailed out like this." "Is it legal for you to bail out Tanya?" asked another reporter, prompting lots of questions from other reporters. Nora couldn't make out any of them amidst the chaotic noise outside the house. She turned around to make sure that the door had been closed behind her. She wanted to make sure that no one could get in. Equally, she wanted to make sure that no one inside had noticed. She knew that if anyone inside the house called the police, they would be portrayed as bullies by the press. She turned back to the press. "Of course it's legal," she said, smiling brightly. "Impossible," shouted a reporter. "Tanya's case has compelling evidence. She's not eligible to be bailed out." "Nora is clearly using her family's power to bail Tanya out," Jill shouted. She was so angry that she was almost roaring. "She's planning to smuggle her out of the country. Don't think I don't know. I won't let you succeed." "How did you manage to bail her out?" asked another reporter. Nora didn't look at Jill, who appeared to have aged 10 years in a single day. Instead, she stared at the reporters coolly. "Since you don't trust me, why don't we go to the police station to take a look? I'll organize a van to take everyone there." She then smiled brightly at the crowd in front of her. The reporters looked at one another in amazement. Never before had someone they had been harassing been so courteous. One nodded and smiled, and it wasn't long before the rest followed suit. Nora opened the front door and called the butler. He seemed surprised when he heard what she had to say, but he nodded and went to find the chauffeur without argument. Not happy that she was losing the support of the press, Jill started to shout, "You can't go to the police station. Wait here with me. We need to get Tanya to turn herself in." Unfortunately for her, no one was listening. She soon found herself standing alone. Over the years, the Smith family had been kind to journalists. As a result, they happily got into the van that Nora had organized, sensing an inside story. There were more reporters than space in the van, and several had to jump into taxis and follow. It wasn't long before they all arrived at the Special Cases Department. The Special Cases Department in New York was located in an office building in Manhattan. It was located inside a bland-looking building, next door to a police station. Nora had just gotten out of the van when she happened to see Elaine walking over. She was on her way to the police station to lodge an official complaint about the attack. Her face was still swollen, and it looked painful. She had lost several teeth, which had made her speech indistinct. But she didn't let that stop her when she saw Nora and the group of reporters. The reporters were still questioning Nora as they got out of the van. "Will they really show us her bail documents?" Elaine heard one of them ask. "Is her bail really legal?" she heard another say. She approached the group and glared at them. "Nora," she said loudly, "you came at the right time. I've come here to lodge my complaint about you. As you can see, I've got some quite convincing evidence on my face. You may be a higher rank than me, but it won't stop an investigation from taking place." The reporters all turned and stared at her, intrigued about the story. "I know you're unhappy that your best friend has been arrested for murder," Elaine continued, "but I'm a forensic doctor, and Hillary's death is under my jurisdiction. Just because I have evidence that shows Tanya in a poor light, you felt the need to take revenge on me." The reporters held microphones in front of Elaine, while others snapped photographs as she spoke. "Could you give us any more details?" asked one reporter, holding a microphone close to her face. "How did Miss Smith become your colleague?" asked another. "Did Nora Smith do this to you?" asked a third, filming Elaine's injuries. Elaine wiped away a tear. "Nora was hired as a forensic doctor by our department. She used this privilege yesterday to transfer Tanya's case from our police station to her department, despite the fact that Tanya had already confessed and was waiting for a trial. I was surprised to hear that not only had she been transferred to Miss Smith's department, but that she had already been bailed out almost immediately. "Which department do you work for, Nora?" asked one journalist. The Special Cases Department ran under the radar, and its existence wasn't publicly known. Elaine continued before Nora could answer. "As this is a case that I'm handling, I won't be allowing Tanya to escape the law. I've come here today to get Nora Smith to withdraw from the case and return it to my department. I intend to see that Tanya Turner experiences the full strength of the law." She smiled in satisfaction as cameras flashed in her face. Being a government official, her words were carrying weight with the reporters, and she knew that she had a point. Tanya's bail was indeed irregular, and, coupled with her own injuries, she knew that any objections she lodged would receive close attention. She enjoyed watching the tide of their opinion flow in her direction. "Nora, is this the truth you wanted to show us?" asked one of the journalists. "Nora, have you abused your position purely for the benefit of your friend?" asked another. Nora stood quietly. As she struggled to think of a sensible response to the awkward questions she was beginning to face, she felt her phone vibrate in her purse. Another message had arrived. "Excuse me," she said to the reporters. "I have to take this." The message was from the same mysterious number again. "Isn't this fun?" the sender asked. "You'll have to beg me to get you out of this. If you agree to work for me, I'll sort this little mess out for you within the hour. All you have to do is reply to this message and call me Master." Nora looked at her screen incredulously. "Master? What's wrong with this guy?" she thought. "Call you what?" she asked, unable to believe her eyes. "Master," came the immediate reply. "Thanks, but I'd rather you call me Master," she replied disdainfully. A cacophony of beeps met her in reply. She had so insulted the man that he started to bombard her with angry messages. "I'm not calling you Master. I'm asking you to call me Master," said the first. "You're doing this on purpose. You're taking advantage of me," came the second message almost instantaneously. "So you still say she's your best friend? I don't think you care about her at all. You're willing to let her go to jail. Not just your best friend, but everyone you know will suffer." The last message made Nora jump violently. She clenched her fists. She began to piece together all the conversations she had had with this mysterious caller. They knew she had gotten pregnant. They knew she was outside the Special Cases Department at that precise moment. In that case, they must have orchestrated the whole thing, she thought, a feeling of panic welling up inside her. "Do they know that I have twins, and that Justin is their father?" As she reread the final message, her panic began to be replaced with anger as she typed, "If anyone I know loses so much as a single hair, I will destroy both you and your organization." There was no reply. That scared them off, she thought with a feeling of satisfaction. "Nora, are we keeping you from something more important than a case of murder?" asked Elaine, frustrated about being ignored in front of the press. "Am I not worthy of talking to you?" "I'm sure you know the answer to that," Nora said. Elaine looked horrified. She couldn't believe that Nora could be so arrogant in front of a crowd of journalists. "I'd be careful if I were you," she said menacingly. "I've applied for a promotion. Once I get it, I'll outrank you. That'll soon wipe that smug smile off your face." "It'll take more than your promotion to do that," Nora retaliated. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm a very busy woman." Elaine glared at her. "I came here today to complain about you. I can't wait to see your face when the decision is upheld." Nora turned away, trying to remain as calm as possible. As she walked toward the entrance to the department, she saw Morris walk out. Dressed in a black jacket with a narrow waist and long legs, Morris was tall, straight, and righteous looking. When he saw so many reporters at the door, he frowned. "This is supposed to be a heavily guarded place. Why are there reporters here?" he asked his assistant, who was standing beside him. "Have our guards remove them at once." "Captain Ford," shouted Elaine as 3 guards moved toward the journalists. "What are you doing? These reporters are only here to seek justice. Do you have a statement for them?" Morris glared at her. She gulped, realizing that she had called into question the judgment of the head of the Special Cases Department. Despite the nagging pain of her teeth, she knew that once she had started, she couldn't back down. "All I want is an explanation from Nora. She hasn't shown me any official accreditation, and when I questioned her, she attacked me." The reporters were having a field day. Cameras were clicking away furiously as microphones were being thrust into Morris's face, waiting for him to respond. "What's going on?" asked one journalist. Elaine turned back to look at them. "Nora Smith is friends with the suspect. She used her authority to take the case from my department and into her own. Captain Ford, she doesn't know the protocols of our department. Did you explain them to her?" Morris's expression darkened as he responded in his most businesslike voice. "Elaine, this case involves our department. Our department's nature is confidential to outsiders. I would say that it's actually you who doesn't know the rules." Elaine's heart sank. She had arrived at the department that day with a plan, and instead, it seemed like she had achieved the worst possible result she could have hoped for. Morris had always been protective of his department. Even if someone in his team made a mistake, he would do his best to help them. But as he stood on the steps in front of the department, he had a decision to make. Should he help Nora? Indescribable jealousy welled up inside Elaine. She shouted, "Captain Ford, I know you're protective of your team, but even so, are you really going to protect someone who secretly let a suspect go?" "Do you always release murderers?" shouted a reporter, keen to make his name in the field of journalism. Morris responded sharply, "Please watch your words. Tanya Turner is not a suspect anymore." Morris's words stunned the reporters into silence. Not a single camera clicked, such was their surprise. They stood and stared at him, mouths agape. Elaine was the first to recover her composure. "Captain Ford, could you clarify what you've just said, please?" she said. "My team and I solved the case. We know that Hillary died of poisoning, and we know that Tanya did it. What do you mean she's not a suspect?" Morris glared at her. "The case has been handed over to us," he said clearly, so that the reporters could hear. "I don't need to tell you anything." He turned to address them directly. "I'm not obliged to tell you anything. However, in order to clear Tanya Turner's name, I will tell you this much." He took a deep breath. "Hillary's sudden illness in prison was indeed caused by poison, but she wasn't poisoned by the drug that Tanya Turner gave her." He stood and gazed at the crowd in front of him. No one dared speak, not even Elaine. Her mind was spinning. She had solved the case very quickly, and she had received a lot of praise from her team as a result. She had, in fact, planned to use this case as the basis of her application to the Special Cases Department. But now, Morris was saying that he wanted to overturn the case. Knowing that she didn't dare to go head-to-head with him, She had to tread carefully. "Captain Ford, are you mistaken?" she asked, an expression of surprise on her face. "I was the one who wrote the autopsy report. She had only ever been sick with spleen and stomach issues in the past, which had led to an endocrine disorder. But while she was unconscious, all her bodily functions were normal. How could she have died so suddenly?" Morris tried to interrupt her, but she didn't allow him. "You can't just say whatever you want here," she said, struggling to keep her anger in check. "Are you accusing me of writing an incorrect autopsy report? The body has already been cremated. How have you managed to find any more evidence?" Morris knew that, by revealing what he knew, he was in danger of exposing Elaine as severely negligent. He looked at Nora and sighed. Elaine used his silence as an opportunity to keep talking. "Miss Smith," she said loudly, "you're a doctor. Is it possible that you couldn't find a reason for Hillary's loss of consciousness? You can be honest with me." Nora studied her coolly, but she didn't get the chance to reply. "Hillary was injected with a new drug," said Morris. "We have evidence to prove it." Elaine frowned. She realized that when Nora had tried to stop her from burning the corpse, it might really have been a request from the Special Cases Department. "What new drug?" she asked. "As soon as Hillary arrived at the hospital, I ran a full bank of tests on her. This new drug doesn't exist at all. Her blood sample was normal." "Your equipment wouldn't tell you about a new drug if you didn't know what you were looking for," said Nora patiently. The drug was administered in such a dosage that it took 3 or 4 days to kill her. Tanya had indeed injected a psychotic drug that had caused Hillary to behave unusually. However, it definitely wasn't the one that caused her to die. "How are you going to prove it?" Elaine asked. "I think you're making this up to protect yourself. I would have heard of any new drugs." "Then you should read your medical journals more frequently and keep abreast of developments," said Nora smugly, enjoying watching Elaine's face flush. "You're making this up," shouted Elaine in frustration. "Now that the corpse has been cremated, how can you prove it?" Looking at the crowd of reporters, a smile appeared on her face. As far as she was concerned, the case was closed, and even if the Special Cases Department chose to escalate matters, there was nothing they could do about it. Also, she thought happily, Nora might just get fired for willfully interfering with a case, and I might just get her job after all. Nora spoke again, intruding on her reverie. "Who said the corpse was gone?" asked Nora, watching Elaine's smile vanish. "What do you mean?" "The corpse hasn't been cremated. It's lying in the autopsy room of the Special Cases Department. If you don't believe me, Morris can let you in to take a look." Elaine stared at her. She remembered that day very clearly. She had personally supervised the cremation in order to ensure that the case was closed quickly. So how did Nora pull the wool over my eyes? She thought sadly. She decided to voice her concerns. "But how?" she asked. She was so surprised that she couldn't even speak properly. "Did you steal the body?" "Stealing is such a strong word, don't you think?" commented Brenda. She had just walked out of the building to help Morris and Nora. Can a corpse commandeered by the Special Cases Department really be considered as stealing? She had timed her appearance in front of the journalists to perfection, and she was enjoying herself immensely. Elaine watched her walk out of the building in fear. She took a step back, knowing there were one too many foes standing in front of her. However, she wasn't going to admit her fault. "So, this case really involved your secret department," she said sarcastically. "But Morris, Brenda, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, you would have saved everyone else so much hassle. If you had told me everything you knew sooner, I might have been able to help you." She sighed. "This has all been a terrible misunderstanding, but I'm sure you didn't do it on purpose. Let's not argue about it any longer." With that, she turned to leave, planning her next move. The corpse hadn't been burned, therefore Nora and her team must have already obtained more evidence. The best she could achieve after all this would be to admit that she had been careless and never talk about the case again. As she walked away from the crowd, her stride quickened. She was not happy about having been beaten, but she knew that revenge was something she could get another day. After all, it might even be sweeter to make Nora pay at a time when she was least expecting it. "Wait a minute," shouted Nora to her rapidly retreating back. Elaine stopped and sighed. She turned around slowly and cast her silent gaze on Nora. "I disagree," said Nora casually. "I'm afraid that we do still need to argue about it for a little longer." Elaine tried hard to smile at Nora, but it failed to reach her eyes. She took a deep breath. "Why's that?" she asked. "I'm wrong, and I admit it. If you hadn't taken the body, I would have destroyed the evidence. When I get back to my office, I will submit a report about the whole affair. Is that okay?" Being a clever woman, she hoped that her admission of failure might be enough to satisfy them. Nora gazed at her impassively. She wasn't convinced that Elaine was telling the whole truth. She had a feeling that the woman hadn't found the true cause of Hillary's death and wanted to hide the fact by arranging for the body to be disposed of quickly. Blaming Tanya was an easy way out for her. In Nora's mind, that sort of behavior was unforgivable. "Is it just your job that you're worried about?" asked Nora. Using her best acting skills, Elaine tried to look contrite. "I guess my medical skills just aren't good enough. If there was another toxin in her body, it certainly wasn't one I could find." "No, that's not the problem," said Nora kindly. "I'm sure you're a very skilled medical practitioner." Elaine relaxed a little. If Nora was prepared to pay her a compliment, then perhaps the point she was about to make wasn't going to be quite so bad after all. She managed to smile a little more graciously. "Your problem is that you are a vile woman," said Nora, her voice full of venom. Elaine was stunned. Never before had she heard something so malicious from a fellow doctor. She opened her mouth, but it was a long time before she could think of anything to say in her defense. The crowd of reporters around her stood silently, waiting to see how she responded. "I don't understand what you mean," she said, a tremor in her voice. "You're insulting my character because I made a professional mistake. Are you saying that you've never made a mistake in your professional life?" "I'm not saying that at all," said Nora honestly. "However, I believe that you made a deliberate misjudgment." There was an audible intake of breath from most of the journalists. Cameras started flashing again, and microphones were thrust forward. "I don't know what you're talking about," Elaine replied, narrowing her eyes. "Let me be more direct," said Nora. "It's my belief that you were keen to close the case without investigating Hillary's cause of death thoroughly because you stood to gain personally from doing so." Elaine looked at Nora, wrestling with her conscience. She had to decide just how much to reveal to her in front of so many witnesses. "All right," she said carefully. "I'll admit that I wanted to close the case quickly, but to accuse me of doing it for profit is totally unacceptable." "Then why did you want to burn the corpse as soon as possible?" asked Brenda, moving closer to Nora in a gesture of solidarity. Because it's summer," stammered Elaine. I was worried that the corpse would start rotting. Brenda laughed mirthlessly. The morgue has freezers. But Tanya had already confessed. Her confession was enough to close the case. Why would I still keep the corpse? Elaine's voice was still trembling. You're wrong, shouted Brenda, losing her patience. The case hadn't been solved. You neglected your duty. You used your position to try to dispose of the corpse so that we wouldn't find anything unusual. Elaine tried to reply, but Brenda cut her off. Of course, this might not be just because of your selfishness, she said. There is another possibility. And what would that be? Asked Elaine cautiously, starting to worry about where all this would lead. Maybe you're an accessory to the real killer of Hilary Jones, said Brenda triumphantly. In all the years I've known you, Elaine, I never took you for a spy. Brenda waited for the noise of the surprised journalists to die down before she spoke again. She turned to Morris. Captain Ford, I suggest you have this woman arrested and interrogated as soon as possible, before she can do any more damage. Elaine stared at Brenda in utter horror. The Special Cases Department was responsible for all high-profile cases. Morris did indeed have the right to arrest Elaine. He also had the right to interrogate her, using whatever method he deemed necessary. But I didn't, she stammered as she thought of what lay ahead for her. Brenda stared at her, still smiling. Then, how do you explain why you were in such a hurry to burn the evidence? She asked. Elaine thought quickly. To her, the most important thing was personal gain. She had learned that that would keep her alive. She decided to admit her mistake in the hope that it might help herself. I was wrong, she admitted. I couldn't find the cause of Hilary Jones's illness when I was treating her, and when she died, I didn't want to be accused of incompetence. I knew that Ms. Turner had given her a hallucinogen, so in order to save myself, I put all the blame on her. I was keen to burn the corpse because I was afraid that Nora Smith would discover something. The reporters were in a total frenzy. The truth was out, and they were all determined to be the first to publish it. They aimed their cameras at her. Every one of them began shouting questions at her and asking her to comment. Brenda smiled magnanimously. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, she said loudly and clearly. You may report her for defamation, but you may not report anything about our department. Officially, we don't exist. If we appear in any of your reports, I'll have you arrested. Her tone was mild, but she left no one in any doubt that she meant what she said. The reporters went quiet. Eventually, one spoke. Thank you for the clarification, Mom, he said. We will clear Tanya Turner's name and nothing more. We won't mention your department at all. Several others nodded in agreement. Thank you, said Brenda simply. She smiled graciously at the photographers before turning her gaze back to Elaine. You do know what to do now, don't you? She asked. Elaine stared at her in confusion. No. You need to write a report admitting your mistake, she replied. You need to do it quickly, and then let your superiors handle the rest. Elaine was still confused. She wasn't sure if she was going to be arrested or suspended. Her palms began to sweat. Okay, she said, shooting a dirty look at Nora as she did so. Not wanting to get into any more trouble, she turned around and left, walking away as quickly as she could. As the crowd of reporters began to disperse, Nora took out her phone. If anyone I know loses as much as a single hair, I will make your organization barren, she wrote. It wasn't long before her message received a reply. Barren is such an interesting word, don't you think? I'm not sure why you would want to destroy all the vegetation around me, especially as there's no grass where my organization is. Nora looked at her phone in disbelief. She couldn't believe that this mysterious stranger had taken her so literally. If they were trying to wind her up, they were certainly succeeding. Another message arrived, interrupting her thoughts. "You didn't burn the corpse," it said. "It was just a plan to try and get me to contact you so that you could have me arrested. Unfortunately for you, I have many people protecting me. You won't catch me, so why don't you save your energy?" "That's where you're wrong," wrote Nora. "I've already caught you." The tall, slender man gazed out of the windows of the luxury hotel's penthouse suite. He smiled, revealing a row of perfect white teeth. And his smile was as charming and as evil as the devil's. His phone beeped with an incoming message. "I've caught you." He froze as he read the message, and then he quickly turned and began giving orders to the people in the room with him. "Quick, the men are here. We must go at once." Everyone sprang into action, gathering their things and packing their bags. Once everything was accounted for, they prepared to leave. Just before they exited the suite, though, their leader slid over to the window and carefully observed the surrounding street. He cursed and almost threw his phone against the wall. "That woman has tricked me again. I can't believe how cunning she is, how wily, how sly, how insidious." He racked his brain for more suitable words. "And smart, and clever, and alert. I must have her work for me." One of his staff almost pointed out that smart, clever, and alert were compliments, but as he watched his boss pace the room, he decided to keep his mouth shut. Brenda leaned over and glanced at Nora's phone. "Who are you texting?" she asked. "You didn't find another handsome man behind my cousin's back, did you? I can't believe you'd do such a thing." "No, because, remember, good things must be shared. If you do have another good-looking guy, you can't keep him all to yourself. You'd better share him with me." The Hunt genes are strong, Nora thought. No wonder Cherry is so obsessed with good-looking people. Those genes definitely didn't come from me. Nora handed Brenda the phone. Brenda looked at the message, puzzled. "But we already checked that address. It's a large hotel, and it's popular with international travelers. There are foreign guests constantly checking in and out of there. More than 100 people checked in just yesterday. We did investigate each one, and they all checked out clean." "Oh, I was just trying to scare him," Nora said. "He keeps sending me these messages, so it's his own fault. Besides, it might just trick him into appearing." Brenda nodded in understanding. "I see. If I were him, I would panic and leave immediately after I saw that message. So, if we see anybody checking out in a hurry, then we've got him." "Yes. It all depends on whether he falls for it or not." "The person sending me messages is very odd," Nora thought. "Some of these messages seem so pure and innocent, but there's this evil undertone to them. It's like he's a little demon king who has come to the human realm to play and just casually killed a few people out of curiosity. He seems to have no concept of right or wrong, just of whether something is fun or not. Why would a normal person talk about servants and masters? There's something almost childish about him." Brenda contacted the undercover officers they had assigned to monitor the hotel. The officers reported back a short time later. "A few guests happened to be checking out of their rooms," Brenda said. "Our men are currently following them, but none of them are acting suspicious, and I don't think they're the ones we're looking for." "I figured as much," Nora said. "He must have his guard up since the last time I tricked him." At least this shows that his brain is functioning normally. Both Brenda and Morris gave her quizzical looks. Nora grinned slyly, but this is all worth the effort if it scares him. Brenda put an arm on Nora's shoulder. You know, when I first met you, I thought you were a proper, ladylike, well-behaved woman. The more I get to know you, the more it seems I was wrong. She thought I was proper and well-behaved. Nora thought, I'm clearly mean and arrogant. I guess I'm just a wolf in sheep's clothing. It must be my big eyes. Nora yawned and turned to Morris. Shall we go to the hotel and have a look for ourselves? He nodded. I was just about to suggest the same thing. Nora and Morris each walked to their respective cars. Brenda trailed after Nora and climbed into her passenger seat. I'm coming too, she said. After all, being in the company of a handsome guy like Captain Ford is a very enjoyable experience. Nora hadn't spent much time with Brenda, but she had already learned to ignore her chatter. She started the car, and they arrived at the Grand Hotel Venice a short time later. The Grand Hotel Venice was one of the few 6-star hotels in New York. Its guests were exclusively wealthy and high class. Many foreign dignitaries and businessmen stayed there. They walked into the luxuriously decorated lobby, which had expensive leather chairs and gilded decor. Brenda started toward the main desk. The best way to monitor our suspect is to stay close and infiltrate his ranks. I'll book a room for the next few days. She turned to Morris. Captain Ford, I assume I'll be reimbursed for the expense. He hesitated and then said, It'll be dangerous for you to stay here by yourself. Are you going to stay here with me? We would have to pretend to be a couple, wouldn't we? Is she always this flighty? Morris thought. You misunderstood me, Captain Hunt, he said. What I meant was I'll be staying here instead. Brenda blinked at him, not quite batting her lashes. You can't fool me, Captain Ford. You're thinking of having a nice little stay here on the pretext of working, aren't you? You have two choices. Either we stay here together, or I stay here by myself. Fine, Morris said. You can stay here yourself, then. Nora hung back and didn't engage in their debate. Instead, she pulled out her phone and was unsurprised to find another message from their mysterious suspect. You think you can trick me? Ha, not a chance. Nora quickly typed her reply. I wasn't tricking you. I'm in the hotel lobby right now. Do you dare come down here? She sent the message, and then she quickly added another one to deliberately provoke him. Oh, I forgot. You're unfit to be seen in public, so how could you possibly dare come downstairs and meet me? In the room upstairs, the slender man cursed. She provokes me, he said to his men in accented English. I must go down because I'm not a coward. I'm going to catch her and bring her up here and make her kneel down and beg for mercy. The slender man's hired men looked at each other in panic. One stepped forward to stop him. Sir, you can't. The slender man pushed him away. Step aside and let me out, he snapped. I'm not going to let that little cow insult me today. He opened the hotel room door and rushed down the hall toward the elevator. Well, said one of his men, it's time for Plan B again. After she sent the message, Nora sat in the hotel lobby and watched the elevators. Our suspect seems to think like a child, she thought. Although he seems very intelligent, this provocation just might work on him. However, the suspect didn't reply to her message, and none of the guests coming from the elevator seemed a likely match. Nora was surprised, though, to see a familiar face exit the elevator. He spotted her immediately. His eyes lit up and he walked toward where she sat. As he walked, he coughed into a handkerchief. He glanced at the handkerchief before he folded it up and put it back in his pocket. "I wasn't expecting to see you here, Miss Smith," he said with a warm smile. "Likewise, Mr. Gray," she said, narrowing her eyes. "What are you doing here?" Caleb Gray, Anthony's uncle, coughed again into his handkerchief and then responded, "I have business here. My client is staying in this hotel, and we are negotiating the purchase of some pharmaceutical herbs." He paused for another coughing fit. "It's been a long time since I last saw you, Miss Smith, but you look as radiant as ever. What brings you to this hotel?" Before Nora could answer, Brenda stepped in between them. She glanced sideways at Nora. "Sneaky, sneaky Nora," she said. "Brenda, I'd like you to meet my ex-fiancé's uncle, Caleb Gray," Nora said. "Oh, Brenda stammered. Caleb coughed again before he spoke. "That introduction makes me sad, Miss Smith," he said in his rich, mellow voice. "Aren't we friends?" Maybe I am being too standoffish, Nora thought. We have had quite a few conversations together. She nodded. "I guess we are." Caleb sighed. "You sound a little too much like you're forcing yourself to say that." Nora smiled suddenly. If this were a text conversation, my response right now would probably be a series of ellipses. Caleb feigned shock. "Am I rendering you so speechless that you no longer want to talk to me, Miss Smith?" Nora stared into his eyes, carefully watching his response. She saw no hint of deceit. "No, not at all," she said. Caleb glanced at his watch. "I would love to continue speaking, but I have a business meeting. I wanted to invite you out for lunch to thank you for your help with my pharmaceutical company's registration. Next time?" Nora nodded. "Next time." Caleb stepped past her, and Nora watched him leave the lobby. He was wearing a finely tailored black suit, and he seemed much older than his early 30s. Brenda waved a hand in front of her face. "Stop staring," she said. "He's gone. He's so handsome, and that voice of his is delightful. With a guy like that, why did you ever choose a stick in the mud like Justin? He's not romantic at all." Nora pulled her gaze away and glanced questioningly at Morris. He nodded and raised a hand to his earpiece. He spoke to some unseen officer in a low voice, and then walked over to where Nora and Brenda stood. "He is indeed here for a business meeting," he reported. "The person he's meeting is a medicinal herb merchant from overseas. They have another meeting set up later as well." Nora sighed in relief. Given his sudden appearance, I had to put Caleb on our list of suspects, she thought. Even though he speaks very elegantly and uses appropriate words, his speech is quite different than the texts I've been getting. Nora had also deliberately spoken about ellipses. She knew that Caleb also understood the meaning of ellipses. We should be able to rule Caleb out then, she thought. She checked her phone, but the suspect hadn't responded to her message yet. She waited in the hotel lounge with Morris and Brenda. After a few hours without any text messages or likely suspects, she stood up. "I'm heading out," she said. "The two of you can keep standing guard." Brenda nodded. "I'm surprised you didn't leave a long time ago, Nora," she said. "Captain Ford and I will be fine by ourselves." Shortly after she left, Brenda answered a call from her brother. "Hi, Justin," she said. "No, she left and is on her way home now." "What do you mean, what is she doing? Why are you asking me? Why don't you just ask her yourself? It's not like she's going to be in bed with me later." The phone call suddenly disconnected. Brenda stared at the silent phone in her hand. "What a prude," she muttered. "He can't even take a joke." Nora saw Justin waiting in the Smiths' driveway as soon as she pulled in. He stared at her as she parked her car, making her feel as guilty as if she had been caught fooling around with another man. "What are you doing here?" she asked as she got out of the car. "Waiting for you," he replied casually. He walked with her toward the house. "What are you investigating now?" Nora thought for a moment before replying, "How I became pregnant." She glanced quickly at Justin and saw a guilty look flash across his face. "Come on, tell me," she said. "What kind of evidence do you have, and how far has your investigation gone?" He must have also been the victim of someone scheming back then, she thought. Otherwise, how could he have hated Pete's mother so much and not even have known who she was? He sighed. "Actually, I was telling the truth earlier." In other words, he had indeed been unconscious for a time when Nora became pregnant. But if he was unconscious and has no memory of what was done, Nora thought, how did I get pregnant? Her cell phone beeped with an incoming message. It was another text from her unknown suspect. "Ha! When I went downstairs, you were already gone." As she was reading that, he sent another message. "You've made me really angry, but I'm still willing to give you a chance. I'll show you how strong we are. I have already unleashed my second big move. Are you ready?" Ready for what? Thought Nora nervously. Why does he talk like he's an 8th grader? And Tanya was his first target. Who's he targeting this time? Joel suddenly burst out of the door of the house and ran toward his car. Before Nora could say anything, he drove off. Oh dear, thought Nora. It looks like something has gone wrong. The Smith Corporation was in utter disarray. The head of the IT department grabbed Joel as soon as he walked in the door. "Mr. Smith, this is a disaster," he said. "Our network suddenly crashed without warning. All of the computers have been infected with viruses. I tried disconnecting the network, but it didn't work. This virus is very powerful." Joel took a deep breath. "Where's Speedy?" Speedy was the codename of the hacker the Smiths had on retainer, and he was their network's secret weapon. Corporate rumor had it that the Hunt Corporation had paid dearly to hire XYZ as their network consultant, and even the rumor was enough to keep anyone from trying to hack their network. Speedy served the Smiths in a similar capacity. "He's at work right now trying to fix the network," the IT manager replied. "But even he doesn't know how this is going to turn out." He frowned. "Whoever hacked us is very aggressive and extremely skillful. We suspect that they're another well-known hacker." They had been walking as they spoke, and now they entered the server room. Speedy was working frantically, plugging and unplugging cables and typing quickly on various keyboards. Suddenly, every screen went blank. Speedy cursed. Sensing they were losing the battle, Joel walked up to Speedy. "Ask him who he is," he said quietly. Speedy is elite. He's on par with Solo, he thought. Anyone who can beat him is likely too much for us to handle. "Are you planning to negotiate?" Speedy asked. Joel nodded. Speedy opened a backdoor connection and typed his message to the mysterious hacker. "Who are you?" "I am Q." Back in the hotel room, one of the guards asked, "Why are you claiming to be Q, sir?" The slender man gave a wicked smile. "Because Q isn't online much and is infamously difficult to find. Just the mention of his name can instill fear. Besides, if I say that I'm Q, they won't try to find the real Q to ask him for help. Of course, our own hacker toy isn't bad. She managed to adapt the genetic modification drug, unlike Hillary Jones. That piece of trash wasted a dose of my drug, and since the Smiths have lost their network, they'll have to do what I say now." He leaned triumphantly back against the couch cushions. "Without their network, they can't operate. Will my little servant come begging to me now? I'm looking forward to this." He sat upright and added, and tell our new toy to give them some more goodies the best she can. We must drive them into a corner, so I'll have the upper hand when negotiating with my little servant." "Yes, sir," the guard responded. "Stop messing around," said a rich, mellow voice from the other corner of the room. "How am I messing around?" the slender man replied. "Don't you find this fun? And what makes you think you can order me around? I am the master here. I have the final say in everything. Go away, Mr. Sickly." The guards in the room didn't react to this conversation. They had long since become accustomed to this sort of talk. "Mr. Gray is the only one who can keep the little master even somewhat in check," one of the guards said softly. "I know," replied the other. "Thank goodness Mr. Gray was here and was able to take care of things today. Otherwise, the little master really would have gone down to the lobby." The two guards shot a furtive glance at their master and said nothing further. "Q?" Speedy stared in shock at the screen in the Smith Corporation's server room. The single-letter codename was legendary. Q is the current leader of the Hacker Alliance. XYZ is the only one who could possibly contend with him, but XYZ has already made it known that he will not go against Q. This makes Q and XYZ pretty much invincible. The rest of the IT personnel had gathered in the room to give what help they could. They looked back and forth between Joel and Speedy, uncertain what to do. Joel thought hard as he stared at the screen before typing a message. "Mr. Q, may I ask what you are after with this attack?" "I'm going to ensure you go bankrupt. Ha!" The hostility in that reply caused panic within the room. Joel maintained his outwardly calm appearance and continued to type. "Is there some kind of misunderstanding between us?" "Not between me and you." "Then with whom?" "Miss Smith." Everyone else in the room gasped, but Joel found that he was somehow unsurprised to find Nora at the center of this. "What has she done to offend you?" "I took a fancy to her. I want her to be my servant, but she has refused. She is so ungrateful." "Well, that's unexpected," Joel thought. "That's pretty ungrateful." "I know, right? So many people dream of becoming my servant, and I turn them away. None of them are worthy. How dare she refuse me when I chose her?" "What I mean is, you're pretty ungrateful to me." Joel waited for a response. When the other party didn't reply, he continued to type. "It's for your own good that I'm forbidding Miss Smith to become your servant." "What do you mean? How?" "I'm afraid that she'll drive you to an early grave." Joel's emphatic response caused the employees in the room to whisper among themselves. They couldn't see this conversation ending well, but they didn't dare say anything to their boss. "An early grave? Do you mean she'll shorten my life expectancy? How? Why?" Joel thought carefully about his next choice of words. "I mean that you are not blessed enough to have her around. You speak of worthiness, but you are not worthy of her." The other person responded instantly, and Joel could almost feel the heat in the words on the screen. "Since you are so reluctant to part with her, you must suffer my wrath. Online access is everything. How many days can the Smith Corporation survive without the internet? I'm looking forward to watching the second biggest company in the country slide into doom." After a pause in which they all read the message, the screen went completely blank. Speedy started frantically connecting wires and pressing buttons, trying to reboot the network. But Joel was done trying to negotiate. "Whoever my opponent is, he's obviously unreasonable," he thought. Speedy wiped the sweat from his brow, stood up, and turned to Joel. "Mr. Smith, I'm not doing this anymore," he said. Do you mean you're unable to do it, or you're afraid of what might happen? Joel asked sharply. Speedy swallowed nervously before replying. Both. Q and XYZ are the leaders of the Hacker Alliance. If I offend Q, my future with the Alliance is uncertain. Joel frowned. As far as I know, the Hacker Alliance neither restricts your work nor requires you to avoid going up against Q and XYZ. No, there aren't any clear rules, Speedy said. But if I offend them, I won't be able to stay in this line of work any longer. I'm sorry. We don't require your services often, Joel said angrily. Yet the Smith Corporation pays you a huge amount each year. Do you think that we give you that money so you can quit on us during crucial moments like this? Speedy was clearly upset, but he stood his ground. You want my advice, Mr. Smith? I think your best bet is to get Miss Smith to admit that she made a mistake and give Q what he wants. All this talk of servants is probably just a joke. There's no reason the Smith Corporation needs to pay this penalty just because of a joke. I'm the head of the Smith Corporation, and I say what we do or not, Joel said coldly. And right now, your task is to repair the network for me. Speedy shook his head. Mr. Smith, I can't do that. I'm leaving. He walked out of the server room. The IT manager turned to Joel in a panic. Mr. Smith, if Speedy can't do it, none of us can. What are we going to do? Joel looked at the door that Speedy had just gone through. I can't believe Speedy is that unprofessional, he thought. I never thought he would get cold feet and run away so easily. How could I have misjudged him that badly? He turned to the manager. Continue trying to repair the network. Do whatever it takes. He saw the panicked faces in the room. None of the Smith Corporation's revenue comes from telecommunications, he told them calmly. Most of our business is in the physical sector. We shouldn't worry about losing the internet. At most, we'll lose 30%. He turned and left the room. He had to talk to Nora. The Smith Corporation's situation was actually not as optimistic as Joel had made it seem. Their physical sector industries had been in decline in the States, and since new media networks were flourishing, the Smith Corporation had branched out into online business. It was currently their fastest-growing revenue stream. All the servers were in the Smith Corporation headquarters. With those servers down, their satellite locations would be unable to do business. As he walked toward his office, various department heads bombarded him with questions. Mr. Smith, the players of our online games are sending feedback that they can't open their games. They're threatening to uninstall the apps. Mr. Smith, the live streamers on our streaming app are asking why they can't access their feeds and are wondering what's wrong with our servers. Mr. Smith, we had a transfer of funds arranged for today so we could close our latest business deal. But with our servers down, we can't complete the transfer and have to delay the closing. One by one, Joel sorted out temporary measures for each problem, making decisions and delegating responsibilities. It was evening when his office was finally quiet. He rubbed his temples and pulled out his phone to call Nora. Before he could, his executive assistant rushed into his office. Mr. Smith, she reported, we're trending on social media. Surprised, Joel opened a different app on his phone and scrolled through his social media sites. There were several topics that had blown up over the past couple of hours. Joel found article headlines such as, "The Smith Corporation gets hacked," or "The Smith mobile game server is down," among many others. He was surprised to see that they already occupied the top spots on the trending topics list. The Smith Corporation was big, but Joel was suspicious that someone had paid money to make these topics trend so quickly. Comments on various message boards followed suit. Oh my God, has something gone wrong with the Smith Corporation's network? Can we still trust them? How and why were they hacked? Don't they take cybersecurity seriously? Will the personal information in my account with them be safe? This is unacceptable. They're the second largest corporation in the country, and this is the best they can do. If their network was hacked so easily, what else are they compromising on? This is too much. I finally took time off today so I can play their games. But here they are, telling me the server is down and I can't log in. I'm uninstalling it right now. Goodbye. Rumors were flying across the internet. The employees in the corporate office had to use their own personal wireless hotspots to monitor what was happening. From his conversations that afternoon, Joel could tell that everyone was anxious and feeling completely helpless. The IT personnel were working as hard as they could, and they had tried to call in outside contractors for additional assistance. The moment any contractor heard that Q was the one targeting them, though, they refused to help. The IT team was doing its best, but Q was omnipresent. As soon as they were able to fix one area, Q would attack another. It was impossible to get ahead of him. Everyone was on the edge of panic. Joel's executive assistant came back into his office with more bad news. "Mr. Smith, our stocks are plummeting." I suppose this was to be expected with the media uproar, Joel thought morosely. Still, it could be disastrous for the company. He quickly checked the current stock price, and he frowned as he calculated how much lower it could go before the company would be in real danger. "Find a way to intercept Q and stop him from damaging the servers further," he said. "I'll find someone that can help us." The executive assistant nodded and turned to leave, but the door slammed open as his granduncle, Samuel Smith, barged in. Samuel looked furiously at Joel. "What's the matter with our stock price?" he asked angrily. "It keeps on falling. What kind of employees do you have here anyway? They can't even repair a network." The executive assistant's assistant rushed in behind him, looking flustered. "I'm sorry, sir," she said. "I couldn't stop him." Joel glanced at both assistants. "It's okay. I've got this. You can go." They both left the room. Samuel sat across from Joel. "I heard this is all Nora's fault for offending Q. I knew that woman was no good. She's caused so much trouble from the moment she returned to the family. How can you put our entire business at risk for her sake? Our stocks are falling, and if they go much lower, we'll be delisted. The Smith Corporation is a listed company, not a bargaining chip." "Our mysterious attacker claims to be Q, but that hasn't been confirmed," Joel responded. "I'm working on verifying that right now." "How would he be able to take down our network so easily if he wasn't Q?" Samuel spat back. "Besides, why would he pretend to be Q? And is this really what you've spent your time in here doing? Don't we have other problems right now?" Joel ignored him and pulled out his phone to finally call Nora. "Hello, Nora," he said when she answered. "I heard there's some bad blood between you and Q. What exactly is going on?" When Nora saw Joel rush out of the door and drive away without a word, she felt a cold tingle of foreboding. She was worried that there was trouble and that it had to do with her. Justin also had a worried expression as he watched Joel drive off. Nora turned to him. "I'm going to follow him and see what's going on," she said. Before she could take a step toward her car, however, Cherry and Pete rushed out of the door, ran to her and hugged her. "Mummy, where were you all day?" Cherry asked plaintively as she clung to Nora's leg. "Why weren't you here? I missed you so much." Pete didn't say anything, but he clung to Nora's other leg and stared up at her with his big eyes. "I guess I never have left them alone for long when I was working," Nora thought. "At most, I might sleep instead of spending time with them. But Cherry's always with me, even when I'm sleeping. It's rare that I'm working so hard I don't come home." Nora ruffled her daughter's hair. "Mummy has something important I have to do. Let me take care of this first, okay? Then we can spend time together." "But I miss you, Mummy," Cherry wailed. Nora looked helplessly at Justin. "Come on," he said, smiling at his children like the doting father he was. He took each of them by the hand. "Let's let Mummy go to work. Daddy will tuck you in tonight, okay?" They nodded and followed him into the house. Nora quickly got into her car, but Joel was long gone. She thought for a moment and then drove toward the Smith Corporation headquarters. After tucking the children in, Justin went to his room and called Brenda. "What do you want now, Justin?" she asked when she picked up. "Is Nora in some kind of trouble?" he asked. "No," Brenda replied. "We're just trying to solve a case." "Would she still be out this late if all you're doing is working on a case?" She laughed. "Do you know what you sound like, Justin? You sound like a housewife who's waited for her husband all day and now he's late getting home. Are you feeling lonely?" Justin normally would have hung up when she started teasing him, but he was worried about Nora. "Tell me about the case," he said. "I can't. It's confidential." "I see. Well, I wouldn't want you to get in trouble at work. Good night." He disconnected the call, planning to just hack into the police department's network to see for himself. Before he could, Lawrence called him. "Mr. Hunt," his assistant reported, "something big is happening at the Smith Corporation." Justin's eyes narrowed. "What's the matter?" Miss Smith apparently offended Q, so Q hacked into the Smith Corporation's network and took it all offline. He won't let them restore it until Ms. Smith apologizes to him. While the source of the Smith Corporation's trouble was supposed to be confidential, a lot of people had seen Joel's online conversation with the hacker. Such information didn't stay secret for long. Lawrence had his own contacts within the corporation, and he had quickly been able to find out what was going on. Justin frowned. "It's not Q that's causing the problem," he told Lawrence. In her car, Nora told Joel the same thing. "Your hacker isn't Q," she said calmly. "You're certain about that?" "Yes." "Then who is he?" "A psychopath." Joel didn't know how to respond to that. "Well, if it's not Q, I'm more likely to find people who can help us." "I'm on my way to you. I'll be there shortly." Joel hung up and called his assistant into the office. "I've confirmed that our attacker is not Q," he said. "Spread the word, and let's see if we can get this cleared up." Joel didn't think to question Nora's word. He believed what she had said. Outside contractors would be more willing to work with the Smith Corporation if they knew that it wasn't Q they were up against. Samuel was furious as he listened to the conversation. "Joel, how can you believe this isn't Q's work just because Nora says so?" He berated his nephew. "Who else other than Q and XYZ can beat Speedy so thoroughly? No one, that's who. I'm saying this for the company's sake. It's not worth risking the Smith Corporation for a girl who wasn't even raised as a Smith." "I think it's worth it," Joel said coldly. Samuel looked like he wanted to protest further, but Joel pressed a button to summon security. "Escort my granduncle outside, please," he said. "Yes, sir." 2 security guards took Samuel by the arms. "This is ridiculous," he protested. "Joel, you're even more authoritarian than Ian was. This is too much. With a CEO like you, the Smiths are going to crash and burn." The guards dragged Samuel out of the office. As they escorted him through the hallway, he continued to rant. "Do you see this? Do you?" he yelled at several managers standing nearby. "Look at how he's treating me. And he thinks that the person that Nora offended isn't really Q. He must be blind. He's going head-to-head with an international hacker. He must be out of his mind." The managers were surprised. "Our attacker isn't Q," one asked. "But who else could it be?" "The Hunt Corporation hired XYZ as an outside consultant, and they wouldn't dare attack us," another responded. "There's no other hacker in the world that can match Q and XYZ, right?" Right, so it must be Q. How did Mr. Smith get so confused? Samuel heard their muttering and started yelling louder. Our hacker's proven he's Q just by how good he is. He yelled toward Joel's office door. What about you? The company has already suffered so many losses and it's all your fault. Who's going to take responsibility for everything they say about us on the internet? Who's going to repair the damage to our reputation? And who says he's not Q? Do you have any evidence, or are you just babbling nonsense? Do you think Q will magically help us just because you said that? Nora entered the hallway and heard Samuel's mocking shouts. A quick internet search had told her what was happening at the company. She approached Samuel and said in a low voice, Joel is correct. Our attacker isn't Q. How do you know? Why would you say that? You make it sound like you know where Q is. Nora smiled at him and chuckled. I sure do.